distinguished delegates from India and abroad, esteemed international speakers, my fellow colleagues of NSNIS Patiala, and dear students. Myself, Dr. Surya Sarkar, working as a HPA Physiology at NSNIS Patiala.
And myself, Anu Patania, working as a performance analyst in the Department of Sports Anthropometry. We will be your hosts for the first plenary session today.
It's our honor to welcome you all to the second day of International Conference, Grassroot to Greatness, Talent Identification and Athlete Development. Over the last day, we have meaningful discussions and strong scientific exchanges. Today, we are continuing the same journey by learning from global experts, bringing rich experience in research, education and real-world athlete development.
It is my pleasure to introduce our first international speaker for today. Dr. Ahmedov is a respected sports science professional and educator from Uzbekistan. He is the head of sports scientific department at Retraining and Advanced Training Institute of Physical Education and Sports, Samarkand State University, Uzbekistan. He has several years of experience in sports science, physical education, coach education, and athletic performance analysis. He is being also actively involved in research, that is, technical and tactical performance and psychological factor affecting performance. He, sir, also worked as a judo coach and referee, bridging science with sports. Dr. Ahmedov works strongly connect education, research, coaching practices, making his contribution highly relevant to our conference today. Now, please join me in welcome Dr. Ahmedov in the stage. Over to you, sir.
First of all, thank you very much for your introduction. I am a young researcher, not a professor, just assistant professor at Samarkand State University. Thank you very much for your invitation. It is a proud to be here to join the conference. I would like to send my respects and regards to all the participants of the conference, attendants, the guests, the host organization. So, my presentation title is a positive effect of progressive pre-competition training model on physical performance and mental stability of junior judokas. This is a little bit different from the selection or the talent identification process. This is about the pre-competition training process on judo. So let me introduce about some historical information about judo in Uzbekistan. The judo in Uzbekistan, it starts in 1972, where our country was under the Russian capture, and in this time the judo came to Uzbekistan and established it to promote, to organize the judo in Uzbekistan. And after independence of our republic, it started growing and growing, receiving some results in the title of Olympic Games, in the World Championships, and such as international competition. As you see in the table, from the 1996 till 2025, there was 10 top Olympic medals won by the judo athletes of Uzbekistan. So among them, the 1 gold, 2 silver, and 7 bronze medals. And also in World Championships, nearly 20 medals win by our national teams. And also in Asian Games and the Continental Games, more than 50 international medals won. So, in conclusion, we can see in judo, it is one of the most popular sport in Uzbekistan, and everywhere in different countries, different regions of Uzbekistan, there is some sports schools adapted on judo. So how to contribute the Samarkand region to the national team? how we work or how the Samarkand Judo works in the international or national Judo. So in Samarkand, two specific Olympic and Paralympic centers, so which is called the Samarkand Olympic and Paralympic Sports Center, Thailand Olympic Paralympic Sports Center, and special schools of martial arts, which is a specification for the martial arts sports. So in this picture you can see the Samarkand Judo legends who participated in the Olympic Games, in the World Championships, and also here you can see the Diorakil Diorova and Davla Dobon, who is Olympic champion and also Olympic bronze medal owner. For information, all of the assets in this picture were from the Samarkand State University students. So why we choose the title of the pre-competition process, how to improve the pre-competition process on physical preparedness and mental stability of the athletes. The first one, we need to focus on some issues, some factors that should be analyzed or focused within the pre-competition training. The first one, the coaches only focus on the training process, how to train, how to improve the quality of the athletes, how to select the better ways on training process, but not going there to analyze the competition, the contests. The second one is about the contents-centered analysis. I think, in my opinion, the coaches, the experts should analyze the last competitions, how the rule changed, how the strong athletes competing, how the process is going. The third one is compatibility and suitability, the training process to the competition ones, because we are trying to prepare the athletes, but our training process, how to suitable to the competition process. In this case, this is also one of the important things to the preparation process. The last one is pre-competition physical fitness and mental status of the athletes must be developed. So yesterday's speech we listened, we discussed about the psychological aspects and also physical fitness of the athletes in different sports, in different age categories. In this case, in Judo also pre-competition mental stability and physical fitness is also one of the important things. So based on this, we have organized some research works, some studies. In this case, the International Judo Academy supported us with the collaboration with the IJF Academy. We organized some questionnaires, more than 40,000 judo athletes among the world participated, and 28 judo background researchers, professors international who works at the universities, at the sports schools participated in this questionnaire to prove the basically theoretically approve the problem. The next step, we observed the national and international competitions between 2024. And last one, judo training process. We analyzed how to judo training, within the judo training, how to suitable in the competition process. It means the physical load, technical, tactical process, and such as aspects we compared with the training process to competition ones. The last one, literature review. So here you can see the nearly 1,000 papers analyzed, related papers selected and carefully rejected. So our the observation results showed that the physical load with the training process and competition ones, there is a difference in the context of the load intensity. For example, in training, the maximum training intensity was registered only in 33% of the observed training process. But in contrast, in competition, it was higher than the training process. It was 56% of observed subjects. And also the frequently used techniques was selected and identified using the observation. And here you can see the most frequently techniques, in which techniques are showing actions were used in the competition. But in contrast, we can see the by the IJF classification, more than 100 techniques identified, and in the coaches try to use all the techniques. But in the competition, we identified the most frequently techniques which is most used in the competition. So, in the next step, we selected the judokas in our study, and there was a 90 to 50 by the IJF junior category, gender, the male judokas and national level judokas selected. We divided in the control group and research group all judokas and started our investigation. So in the control group, the usual training process used, and research group with specific designed training process program we use it. You can see the suggested program here. So specific judo exercises, repetition, recovery time, and load intensity. You can see it. So there was 8 macrocycles. We divided the first, second. In the first column, you can see the specific judo exercises: newaza, uchikomi, yakusoku, geiku, and randori. And the second one is the repetition and time. So how many times the judokas do the exercises and the duration of the time. And the third one is recovery time, between the repetition and after the repetition, how many recovery time is given. So this is a distribution of the specific and general exercises, which is within the necrocycles, the specific exercises grow slowly, and at the fifth of necrocycles it goes down, and then again it grows slowly. But in contrast, the general exercises like running and general exercises within the necrocycles, it goes down, and in contrast, in the fifth of microcycles, it grows sharply and then again goes down. So this is the general scheme of the specific and general exercises. Here you can see the distribution of the load volume and trim HR marks and rate of perceived exertion in control and experimental groups. So you can see the left side is a control group and experimental group in the right side. So here the mostly the stagnant sprint in the second last 3 macrocycles, the stagnant sprint grows sharply. But in contrast, in the control group, the stagnant sprint goes down. So there is a big difference in the number and the volume of the load volume, twin, HR max, and rate of hazard exertions. So the basic results is shown in this table. So physical performance checked by the special judo fitness test, and you can see the pre-test and post-test results. So in the control group only changes 1.5, but in contrast in the experimental groups it was observed 5.6. And also mental stability was observed the positive results in an experimental study group. Here you can see the in control group 1.2, and experimental group it was a 6.7. So in conclusion, our designed pre-competition training has a positive effect to physical performance and also the mental stability of the young judokas. Our study has some limitations, so we consider that in this study only male athletes were selected. And second one, we didn't mention the Paralympic judokas and also top-level judo athletes. Here I'm standing that not only sharing my experience, not only giving some information, but also I would like to invite you to give me some invitations, some maybe suggestions to improve my experience. In this case, I would like to invite you to join the future studies. So the first one is the talent identification in judo, from selection to the long-term training development. And next one is injury prevention and new insights in training. The last one is female judo training, futures and perspectives. So yesterday some of our colleagues, some professors informed about the topical issues related to the selection training process, for example, from Hanno from Germany, Dr. Mihar from Serbia, and also Dr. Martin's speech was very interesting. And in this perspective, I would like to invite you all to join the future studies, and we have also some collaboration with international and national. For example, we have prepared a book based on my PhD study with IGF Academy professor Dr. Attila Sacrifanti from Academy, and also here in the middle the picture Mr. Abdullah Tangri, who is Olympic silver medalist. Last month he defended his dissertation, and we give some our suggestions, some opinions, and we are continuing to work together. And this is a reference, and thank you very much for your information, for giving us the opportunity to be here. As I mentioned, I am a young researcher. If I made some mistakes on the pronunciation, on the explaining my presentation, so sorry for this. Next time I try to be better present my findings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmedov. That was really a very insightful and in-depth presentation, especially in terms of judo. So now I would like to felicitate Dr. Ahmedov, and for the felicitation I would like to sure. Sir, okay, we'll start with
good morning, Mr. Baruch.
Good morning.
Yeah. It was a wonderful presentation. Thank you very much for that. And your 30 years of achievement.
Yes.
It's amazing. 30 Olympic medal and 50 Asian Games. Exemplary performance. And congratulations for that. See, you are working on mental stability of the junior judokas.
Yes.
Okay. In that, at what age you start work on the mental stability? Already they are juniors, but from which age group you start the mental stability?
In this investigation, in this study, we selected from 18 to 20 because in the age category, this age between the 18 to 20 is selected as a junior category judo class. In this case, we focus on explore or test this age of categories.
I'm asking, at what age you start the mental stability workouts? Your psychological approach, your mental stability, mental strength.
And on myself.
Which age you are starting?
Which age?
A junior, I understood.
Yes. You know the mental stability or the psychological aspects in sports is very difficult to know, to understand or to give the exact conclusion. In this case, in my experience, we try to clarify or identify from the 15 years because the psychological aspects is related to the biological factors also. In this case, we start to explore after 15 years. Yes.
Early age is very difficult to understand.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Hello. Mr. Farooq, good morning. You mentioned about you use some tests, but I will be more interested in knowing what tools you use and what protocols you use, what intervals. You said, but like you test them at 3 months or 6 months, and I'm more interested in which tools you use.
In this, we used the 2 tests. H10, that's enough. The polar H10 gives you the all information, the H rate and like this information. For the mental stability, sport competition and step, just you give before the competition the questionnaire, 28 questions, and the athletes will sign, will choose the answers. Just based on the answers, you can collect and evaluate the process and the result of the mental stability. Yes.
No, Polar H10 I have used. It gives a lot of reading. But how have you analyzed? That is what I'm interested in seeing. You have just given the summary, which is very nice. But if you can just show, you considered this for this particular purpose, that will be actually interesting to know.
In physical performance, the pre-competition and pre-design training and post-designing training process, we check it 2 times, before and after the experiments. And protocol is here. You can see, you can find through the internet the norms by age categories. You can see the all information. Based on this, we evaluated the data. Yes.
Thank you.
Doctor, really, you're delivering very good lectures. But can you tell regarding the warming up? There are any difference between the preparatory phase, first, second, third, and pre-competition and during the competition? There any difference between the warming up or the same one?
In this suggested program, we didn't put the warm-up exercises because the warm-up exercises, given the 10-15 minutes just running and like these exercises to be adapt the main training load. In this case, we try to change the basic specific judo exercises in this program. So
it's also the scientific is a little bit different. When you are trying to write the training program, you will ignore the first section and the final section. You will both mention the warm up or cooling down. If you are talking about high heat activity, okay, this is a full scientific piece. So that this is a new stuff.
yes.
Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
So I just want to know the three general questions. One, that Uzbekistan is very good in judo, but they have started very late in that judo, woman judo. And she became that in 52 kg, that Daria, she became Olympic champion. Same thing happened with that Georgian girl. She also became world champion. They very late started.
Yes.
So, what is the training age of that girl? How much time it took to become the Olympic champion?
Thank you for your question. In the example of the Diora Kildiorova, I can say that from the childhood, because we discussed yesterday with Mr. Martin about the traditional selection to the top level athletes. Because if somebody knows, in Uzbekistan we have a specific traditional sport like kabaddi and like this. We have a courage. Courage is how can I explain?
National sport.
Part of our life. Without the courage, nothing. The weddings with courage, the parties with courage. Courage is the judo without the groundwork. In this case, the early childhood, we start to join the courage, and from the courage we go to the judo. In the pictures, all our former students, I discussed it, and I asked how to came to judo, and they nearly 100% they informed me through the courage. The parents go to the courage, push the courage, and the courage tries to prepare the early career to the judo.
Yes.
Yes.
So I see many videos that young children, boys, they are specializing in that very nice technique like Uranagenda.
Yes.
So it means from young age they learn courage, then they go to judo.
Yes. But I would like to inform you that there is no studies on this issue. If somebody wants to explore or study, it would be more a great study.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hello, Professor. Yeah. My question is related to nutritional ergogenic aid. Is this protocol integrated with the weight management and nutritional strategies to enhance the performance of your athlete?
Thank you for your question. As I mentioned in the presentation, we have three big organizations works on this matter, which is under the Minister of Sports. And I myself personally no profession on the nutrition and such as area. In this case, in our study, we didn't mention didn't focus the nutritional aspects of preparation process, because it was under the specific professions who works at the Olympic and Paralympic centers.
Understood.
Yes.
But combat is all about weight management sport. Like if our athletes are unable to manage the weight, specifically pre-training or whenever they are on off-season, like how come we're going to be able to enhance like
the weight management is one of the difficult things, especially in the judo. But after qualification, after weight management process, before the starting the competition, the selected candidate will recheck again. In this case, weight management process in our future studies. Yes.
Correct. Like throughout the study, all your subjects were under weight management, specifically to that category. So there were no changes respective to the weight, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your study.
Good morning, Rahul. I think this is very lovely insight. My question is like we also, our country, India, has some traditional sports in each part of the society. And it's wonderful to know that you guys convert that athlete to the judoists. And my question is, what age either parents and the coaches or the school PT teachers, they transform this courage athlete into the judos? Or there is a specific age or something you guys look and then you transform? And what are the criteria you guys choose to transform in the judos?
Thank you.
Courage, I think, if I'm not that, judo is similar to like wrestling.
Yeah.
So we have a lot of parts in India where the wrestlers are really doing good. We can take the clue and start with.
Thank you for your question. So transforming the courage to judo there's no any specific or exact criteria. Because, as I mentioned you, the everywhere you can see the courage. Courage is a traditional the game. But if we analyze by technically or by psychologically, it is almost similar with the judo. In this case, I never seen or never meet like this criteria.
Recording in progress.
This is a tradition. The parents push the courage, and then coaches come the courage tournaments and select the children and girls. Yes, this is by tradition.
Thank you for this beautiful question and answer session. I think now there is no further questions, so we will forward with felicitation of our speaker, Dr. Ahmedov. So for the felicitation, I would like to invite Dr. Kalpana Sharma ma'am, VC LNIP Gwalior, to felicitate Dr. Ahmedov. Please, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please give a good round of applause for this beautiful presentation. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you once again.
Moving on to our next conversation presentation, the speaker for this session with deep expertise in weightlifting and coach education, Dr. Ahmed Hussain is an associate professor in weightlifting at Unita University, Egypt. He is also an international weightlifting coach, referee and lecturer. Mr. Ahmed is currently working as a coach educator with the Indian Weightlifting Federation and currently being posted at NSNIS Patiala. He has contributed towards coach education program, curriculum development for coach education, national and international weightlifting initiatives. Sir has also been technically involved in major competitions including African Championship, Commonwealth event and Islamic Solidarity Games. Sir's experience makes him a strong voice in talent identification and long-term athlete preparation in strength sports. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to start to thank Nitalis Bhash for the kind invitation. Unique work and all the guests here. My appreciation also goes to the scientific committee and the organizing committee in the excellent work to have this excellent job at this conference. Today we will start as a field, okay? We will go down to the field. So we'll talk about selection process. What is the selection process? Selection process meaning that you have to pick the best ever, the best guys, the best boys, the best girls, who have the best abilities to succeed in your sport, okay? And you must understand that it will be different from sport to another sport, okay? Because every sport has its own requirements, okay? But before everything to start selection, you must understand that we have 3 categories of coaches. 3 categories of coaches, it means that we have the beginner coaches, okay? Beginners coaches, this is the type of coaches who have the ability to start to teach the physical, the beginning, the first step into your sport, okay? This is the beginner's coach. Beginner's coach must understand the details of the performance, which will make him qualified to transfer it, to teach it to his coaches or his young sports. The second one, we have the advanced level coaches, okay? Now, the advanced level coaches, one of the most important coaches, because now you are starting to engage, to be touched with the competitions. Now you must understand how to develop the physical abilities, how to develop the performance. Now you move from just starting to teach, to learn the beginners, how to learn, how to play, how to gain, how to possess the skills. Now you are about to learn them, to train them, actually to make them able to engage with the competitions, okay? And we have the third category of coaches. This is what we call the professional coaches. You are the professional coaches. Professional coaches meaning that you know all the details about the performance and about the kinetic and kinematic indicators for your skills, okay? And one of our speakers said that in basketball, we are anaerobic activity, okay? What the meaning of aerobic and anaerobic? Aerobic and anaerobic, it means that you will use, you will exhaust, you will generate energy inside your body during using the oxygen or not, okay? Actually, all sports has the 2 types of energy systems, okay? If we are talking about the skills itself, during any skills in any performance, even in running, even in swimming, even in lifting, you have to hold your breath. If you started to hold your breath at these repetitions, and inside these repetitions, you are generally generating the what we call the ATP will go to break down to energy and the ATP will transfer again to ATP to regenerate again the what we call the ATP. It is a full process of anaerobic energy generation. Okay, so every sport has the 2 energy systems: the anaerobic system and the aerobic system. Aerobic system is very important also for having recovery. Okay, because actually, we are not building the abilities inside the training halls. We are not preparing, we are not building your body inside the training halls. Actually, you will get developed while you are sleeping in your home, okay? This is actually what happened. Inside the training hall, we are trying to exhaust you step by step, and we are taking all your energy inside the training hall. But after that, when you are getting a full nutrition, a full sleeping, a full lifestyle, a full recovery system, with sauna, with whatever you are going to do, with massage, now you will rebuild again. You will restore again the energy stores inside your cells, inside your body, okay? So, in weightlifting, we have to know what is the specific requirements to be a good weightlifter, okay? So I will not discuss too much about the identification about talent, because all of you know now who is the talent pool, but who will start the talent process? Who will pick, who will select the good lifters? Who will select the good athlete for athletic? Who will start to select to do this process? Through the 3 types of coaches, I said we have beginner coaches, we have advanced coaches, we have high elite coaches.
The high elite coaches is the most engaged one to select the weightlifters, to select the beginners for any sports. Because according to your understanding of your performance, you will be able to define what is the requirement. How you will get the requirement, how you will get the demands, the requests for your sport. If you don't understand how to analyze the performance, you will not be able to understand according to how I will select, okay? First of all, you have to understand and understand what is the specific details of kinetic and the movement inside the sport. And as I always say, sometimes you have strengths, okay? But you are not able to use this strength inside your skills. So maybe you will be very strong man, very strong boy, but actually in a sport, in a specific movement, you will not be able to generate this kind of sport. You have to understand and teach your beginners how to use that, how to use their abilities inside the performance. Okay, I understand. Every one of us has 5 main aspects in your life. It's not, we are not talking about only sports. This is in our general life. You have the physical aspect. This is the first side which you always, every day, daily you are showing, okay? The physical aspect or the physical side. You have the skill or technical aspect. Skill or technical aspect, it's how to use your physical abilities inside the field. It's how to use your physical abilities. And we are not talking only about athletes. We are talking about everyone in all your life duties. Okay. Number 3, we have the psychological aspect. Psychological aspects, it's about how to behave, your conduct against whatever you will face inside in your life, in the competition, all the circumstances which you will face inside the competition, how you will act, what will be your reaction to face whatever you will face inside the competition. Also you have the physiological aspect. Physiological aspect, actually you must understand that we are not training the out shape of the body, okay? We are training you from inside. We are training your organs. And what if we succeed to develop your organs, it will have a reaction on your outside body, okay? So that we are starting actually to train you from inside. We are training your lungs, how to exchange the gases. We are training all your body from inside, okay? And the last thing, it is the mental aspect. Mental aspect meaning that you have some abilities, okay? You have like focusing, like concentration, how to use your brain abilities to plan and to play well inside the competition, okay? And the tactics also engaged with everything. It will be like, if you missed one of these 5 main aspects in your life, in the sport, in the game, you will not be able to get the full achievement. You will not be able to achieve the good results, okay? Because if you are well prepared physically, and you will prepare technically, well prepared physiologically, but you miss the psychological part. You don't have the self-confidence. Now you will not be able to show what you already learned. You will not be able, if you started to fear, you will not be able to show what already you have from your potentials, okay? So that these 5 main aspects must go up by the same level. If one of them dropped a little bit, you will not achieve more than this dropped one, okay? Now physical aspect. What is the physical aspect in weightlifting? Let's talk about the strength. If we will start to talk just for strength, we need strength. Okay, what type of strength you need? Because we have too much types of strength, okay? Now we'll talk about the maximum strength. Maximum strength meaning that all your body muscles, all your abilities to move or to lift something very heavy. So, first thing, it should be very heavy. We are talking about dynamic maximum strength. Dynamic maximum strength. It means that there is a resistance or load, you have to lift it or you have to push it, okay? Number 1, it should be very heavy. Number 2, if the resistance or the load is very heavy, you will not be able to push it for too long. It will be just one push. or it will be just one leg, because it is very heavy. Okay? So the second one, it should be very heavy. Number one, it should be very heavy, and number two, it will not be one repetition or two repetitions, not more. Okay? Number three, maximum strength. It is based on many factors. Your body position, your muscles preparation. Okay? If you are doing something like this movement, this is a very accurate movement. This is a very difficult position. If I ask any one of you to get down for all these angles, you will not be able maybe to stand again without using your hands to help yourself. Is it right? So sometimes this weight is very light for this point, but from this level. But when you go down to this level, actually this is a very difficult level, a very difficult position for anyone to stand up again. Okay, so that we need at this point, the first moment from leaving the platform, from leaving the floor, we need the dynamic maximum strength, because the barbell now is very heavy for me. It's very heavy for me because many factors. One of them is my position. Number two is the barbell will start to move. It's like when you are pushing a car. The first moment to push is the hardest one, but after moving, it will be easy for you even to push it with one hand. Okay? So the speed now is 0. I have to move it from 0. Number two, it is very heavy for me. Number three, my body position is very difficult for me to just adjust my body position. So at the first pull, we need dynamic maximum strength. I will not go too much in details because I have only 30 minutes, but also there is another thing you have to understand about anything in your life, not only in sport. If we are talking about anything in your life, you have to ask yourself 4 questions. What is the definition of this thing? If you know what is the definition, you will be able to analyze all the details. So, through the definition, we started to know what is the dynamic maximum strength. It should be against a very heavy load or resistance. It should be very slow motion, because I am not having this ability to push quite. Understanding the definition is very important. Number 2, it's about when I have to use this ability, when I have to use this thing. If you are looking to change your phone, you have to understand what is the definition of phone. What is the function of this phone? Number 2, what I will use of that. Okay, so that also it is about the physical abilities. If you understand the definition, when to use inside your performance. Okay. Number 3, how to assess. Because if you are not able to assess or evaluate your level, you will not be able to define, okay, I'm going on the right path or not, I'm doing well or not. So assessment is very important also. And the last thing is how to develop. If you are not knowing, if you don't know how to develop the physical abilities, the technical abilities, anything, if you are not able to develop it, you will not be ever be a coach. Okay? So that 4 things you have to know about anything. Definition, how to use or where exactly it will appear in your performance, how to assess, and how to develop. This is 4 things you must know about everything. And this is the dynamic maximum strength. Dynamic maximum strength as the first pull. I need it as the first pull. From which muscles? This is another story. We will talk about it in another session. Number 2. We will talk about explosive strength and power. Okay? You can call it power or speed strength. What is the difference between two actions, 2 movements, like a dumbbell? If I did it like that, this movement, what is this? What is the strength I used now? Again, what is the strength I used now? This is a little amount of strength with a little speed. This is what we call power. Speed strength. I'm controlling it. I can generate strength, but not the maximum strength. It's not the maximum strength. And it's not the fastest way to generate it, okay? But what is the difference between this one and this one? Now this is the maximum strength, is this right? And the fastest way. This is explosive strength. So the differences between power or speed strength and explosive strength is that the first one, I just generated strength fast. If I can generate a little amount of strength and fast, not the fastest thing, I'm now able to repeat it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, by the same performance. But if I started to do all my best, I will not be able to repeat. I have to recover, like shooting. I can't shoot one ball and at the same time shooting another one with the same strength, with the same accuracy, with the same everything. Okay, this is the difference between power and explosive strength. So, do we need? This is the definition. Now we just know the definition. Let's go. When exactly we will use that inside our performance? Do we need power in performance? Power meaning that it will not be the heaviest thing. So once the bar will move from down, my body angles started to be easy for me to control. And the barbell now started to be a little bit light. So from this level to this level, I need power. Because I can control the bar, my body angles helping me to move easy, better than this very difficult position. So I need power at this level. From which type of muscles? It is the same like extension and hip extension, okay? This is power. We know the definition, we know what exactly we use. How to assess and how to develop, this is a long story. We will just not exceed it now. Okay, explosive strength. From this level to this level, I'm just moving and controlling the bar. So this is power. From this level, we call the full extension, okay? Full extension meaning that I have to lift the bar with the highest strength ever, with all my abilities. It is not like only like that. When I'm moving here, I'm using a specific muscles. But once I will get to this level, I will engage more muscles. My calves will start to join me. My trapezius and scapular levator will join me. My arms and my triceps will join me. So now I have more shoulders to push the bar with me. And if you did all this engagement of the muscles at the same time, you will be able to lift the bar to the highest level. If you started to lift it to the highest level, it will be easy for you to catch it. But if you ignore one group of these muscles, you will just drop the bar at this level. So that you have to go down too much and you will miss it. You will miss it. So that you have to know how to engage all the muscles at the same time. And also it is about the timing, you know. Timing meaning that maybe you are very clever, but after the exam, you will have now exam and the duration for the exam is 1 hour. You are very clever, but out the exam. After the exam finished, what I can do is your cleverness. So that it's about, okay, I'm very clever at this movement, but it should be at its time. It's a specific time. If I didn't teach you how to use this movement at the same time, at the proper time, at the best time, there is no any useful of doing this movement. Okay? This is the 3 types of strengths which we need. Okay? But there is another type of strength we also might need it. The muscular endurance. What is the muscular endurance? Muscular endurance meaning that I can hold something not very heavy, but I can do too much activities. I can walk, I can hold when you are all of you going to the market and your wife make you bought too much bag, then you have to hold it and go to the stairs and throw the waist, okay? You need the muscular strength to be able to perform these movements, okay? In sports, it is the same also. When you are facing too much repetitions, you will not be able to do too much repetitions, okay? If the weight or resistance is very heavy for you. So the first thing is the definition. Definition is meaning that it is about generating strength, but not too much, not against too much heavy barbells. Because if it is a heavy barbell, it is a heavy bag, I will not be able to work too much. It should be light. This is number one. Number two, it's about the repetitions. It should be too much repetition. I can't do too much repetitions because it is a little bit heavy for light for me. Okay? It's about the performance. Okay? What is the best performance to do? To take the best position inside my competition lifts. Do we need? This is number one about the definition. Do we need actually muscular endurance in weightlifting? Weightlifting consists of snatch and clean and jerk. It's about 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. According to the definition, do we need muscular endurance? Actually, no. Actually, no. Because I said it should be against a light resistance. In competition, I'm lifting very heavy barbells. According to the definition, it should be repetitions. But here, there is no repetition. I will lift it only one time. Is this right? So we don't need muscular endurance. Is this right? No, we need it. But in training goals, without the muscular endurance, I will not be able to give you too much repetition, too much sets to prepare you and give you the ability to continue training to prepare you for the competitions. So I need the 4 things. But you must differentiate between, do I need this ability inside the competition itself or inside the training hall? And according to that, I'm not talking only about here, you know. If we are talking about boxing, you have to understand how to analyze the performance. Now I will give this boxing. I don't know what is the name of this punch, okay? I have to move. Number one, I have to start to move too much quick. Is it right? So this is explosive strength. Is it right? Okay, it is explosive strength, but I'm like this. It's not accurate. It's not at a specific point. So that I need explosive strength. I need it to be accurate in a specific point of the body. So it's about understanding when exactly you will use this ability, okay? Motor speed. What is the motor speed? Motor speed meaning that your ability to move your body parts too quickly, okay? When you are moving, one of us, maybe if I ask you to do this movement, you will be able to do it but like that. Another one will do it very quick. So this quickness meaning that motor speed is combination between you have strength and you know how to use it, okay, and exert it very quick. It is a mixture between power, strength, explosive strength. It is how to move your body parts. Do we need motor speed in weightlifting? Yes, I need motor speed. Once the bar will go up like that to this level, if I didn't go down too quickly, I will lose it. So that moving my body parts, my legs must go down too quick, and my arms must go up very quick. Without this quickness, I will not be able to catch the bar. So that I need motor speed. Is that right? When and from which body parts? I need it from the 2 body parts, okay? This one, your legs must go down too quick, and your arms must go up too quick. So that if you are about to select the new weightlifters, you must assist, you must evaluate the motor speed for the arms and the legs, because I need the 2 body parts to move very quick. Flexibility, okay? It changes here, but not here. We use it to say that flexibility is related to your joints. okay? But new researchers, and most of them is therapists, this is a new school, they started to describe the muscles by flexibility, okay? Whatever I will not discuss. But to make it easy for you, let's say that flexibility is related to your joints, okay? It means that you can do any movement to the full range of your joint. Okay, there is no any obstacle to do the movement to the full range of your joints. Okay, this is the traditional definition. Okay, do we need flexibility in weightlifting? Let's go back. There is no catching. Look at this position. You started to have all the full range of your muscles. Now you need flexibility at your hips, at your ankle joint, at your knees, at your shoulder. So I need to have this smoothly in all my joints to go down to catch the bar. So I need the flexibility at all these joints, so that I need also to, if I want to select the lifters from the beginning, I have to assess the flexibility for all these joints. Okay? Okay. And this is the differences between the old school and the new school. Okay? As I told you, some new researchers, recent researchers, they started to talk about flexibility and start to stack it with the muscles. Okay? We have, on my own, this is my own perspective. Flexibility, let's put it with the joint. Stretching, let's put it with the muscles. How to be able to stretch your muscle to the full range. When you have this mixture, let's call it mobility. How to use the full stretching muscle with the full range of your joint to move. Now this is, let's call it mobility, okay? And in real time, there is no this separation. We are just separated to you to make it easy for you to understand. But in real life, there is no only one movement we will use this ability. No, it's not like that. You will use everything. You will use everything. But what is the percentage to use this ability, okay? It's about who will come first, what will come second, it's like that, okay? Coordination. What is the coordination? Coordination means that you have to do two movements with your body in different direction at the same time, okay? So, if I started to ask you just to do one of your arms to move it forward and the other one is to back. Try to do it now. If you are able to do that, you have what we call coordination. But also coordination means that the test to evaluate or to assess the coordination must be at the same level of your age. Okay, this is maybe okay, easy for you because you are adult enough. But when we are talking about something very difficult, okay, using a tiny muscles, it will be difficult for you. Coordination meaning that you can do many movements at the same time within the too much parts of your body without hesitation, without misconducting, without fearlessness, without and you must reach the final position successfully. Okay, I will not say that you have coordination if you started to do any movement with different direction with your body parts and at the end you failed. You must success at the end, okay? So coordination. What is the type of coordination we need here? I need coordination between your body and the additional tool, the bar. So I will move, I will conduct, I will execute a lift with external bar. It's not only bar, it is a very heavy bar. So I need coordination between my full body and additional tool. I need coordination also between my arms and my legs, because sometimes my arms and my legs is going to the same direction And another time I have to go down and my arms must go to do something else. And at jerk, my arms will go up and my legs will go in different ways. It is splitting. So you need coordination between all your body parts if you want to succeed in weightlifting. So according to that, if I started to select the new weightlifters from understanding, we are just talking now about the physical abilities, okay? From understanding the physical abilities, you must select them according to the dynamic maximal strength for specific muscles in a specific range of movement, okay? We need power, we need explosive strength, and we need flexibility, okay? And we need coordination. What else? Agility. What is agility? Agility meaning that you can change your body direction smoothly, seamless, without any interruption, okay? You can change your body direction from this side to this side. And you have to success. In of these abilities, you have to finish it with successful movement, with successful finish. If you are not able to finish successfully, I will not say that you have this ability, okay? So, agility. According to the definition now, when exactly we need agility? First thing, I started squatting, full squatting like that. This is a little bit of movement. Number two, I started to change my body direction to full standing. Number three, I got down again. So this is, I'm changing my body direction, my body position from at 1 second, not 1 second. It is a very, very, very less time, you know. So that I need agility also here. So if I will start to select a new talent in weightlifting, I have also to put agility tests, okay, to select them. Balance. Balance is a long story, okay? Balance is a long story. And I will try to say it very quick. But to maintain your balance, you have many things to watch, okay? One of them is the base of support. Base of support meaning that if this is your feet, okay, the distance from the outside here to the outside here. If you started to make it wider, you will be able to maintain your balance. If you have a very tight base of support, you will not be able to maintain your balance. If you make it lesser, you will not be able to maintain your support. If you make it harder, it is very easy to maintain your support, okay? To maintain your balance. So first thing is the base of support. Okay, why I have to make it a little bit wider? Because I have another point here called center of mass. Center of mass is the point between the two things, okay? It is about, if we are talking about this stick, there is no stick. This one, the midpoint which divided this pin into two equal pieces. Yes, fulcrum. It is like fulcrum. So I have the center of gravity at this point for my body. If you handed my body from this point, you will find me equal from these two sides, So if we are talking about the base of support and center of mass, if you succeed to move.
Good question. People mix these up all the time.
The position of the leg, the feet, how much according to the age,
Okay.
according to the shoulders or that.
Okay, this is a good question. Okay, so center of I will answer. Okay, center of mass. If you succeed while you are moving, while you are doing any dangerous movement, okay, to keep your center of mass up to the midpoint, it should be at the midpoint, okay, up the midpoint of your base of support, you will be able to maintain your balance. I want one of the researchers. One of the researchers, come. Come. And you, Ahmedov, Mr. Ahmedov, will help us. For example, stop like that. To maintain his balance, this is the center of his mass, his body mass, and he must keep it up the midpoint between his support base. In judo, if I want to start any movement, first thing I have to, no, keep your, don't move, okay? I have to take his body mass, here, don't worry, I will not let you. I have to take his body mass away from his base of support. Now it is easy for me to do anything with him. Okay, so that just if you didn't keep your base of support, your body mass, your center of body mass inside and up the midpoint of your base of support, you will lose your balance. Okay, so that in any movement, if you started to move, you will find yourself going like that. Why I'm going like that a little bit, like swinging? I'm swinging because when I will put just this leg, my base of support will change. So that I'm trying to keep my center of mass up to the new midpoint of the base of support. You will find yourself moving a little bit like that. It's not like that. Just example, okay? So maintaining balance. While I'm moving here, I have to, you must understand, this is the center of gravity, the center of mass for my body, without any additional tools, without any additional barbells, okay? But when you hold another additional weight like that, anything, please. When I lift something heavy like that, now you will find yourself a little bit went back like that. Why? Because the center of mass will move from, I said that it is a point inside my body. But once I have a little bit heavy thing to help, like big bellies or big butts, you will find yourself started your body automatically will adjust your body position like that. Because the center of mass will move to be between, to be able to separate your body parts into equal parts. Now there is too much heavy thing here. So my center of gravity will move automatically forward to the heavy thing. So that you will find yourself like pregnant woman. Okay? So in weightlifting it is the same. When you start to lift the bar, once you will move, you will find yourself trying to do what we call this automatic movement. Because you are trying to grab a new heavy thing, it started to be a load with you on your muscles. And you have to maintain your midpoint, your center of gravity up the midpoint of your base of support. Is it clear? Also at the end position, now the center of gravity will move from here to here. Because if you hang it, the weightlifter with the barbells from each side, it will be at this point. And whenever you will increase the barbell, this movement, this point will go to reach the bar. So if I started to catch the bar, and it's 1 millimeter forward, I will not be able to grab it again. Because the midpoint of my center of gravity already outside my basic support. Clear? We finished the physical abilities. According to what we just explained, I need all these physical abilities to be tested if I want to select the new weightlifters. According to one branch, the physical abilities. According to physical abilities, if I'm selecting the new talent, boys or girls, I have to do one test for everything I just explained now. The technical aspect. This is the second one, and this is very important. What is the technical aspect? Technical aspect meaning that you can use what we trained now, your physical abilities, inside the skills. I can use the explosive strength in the accurate time for the proper movement, so I will succeed to lift the bar. So before Amsterdam 28, okay, we used to be 5 lifts. And between Amsterdam and Munich, 72 I think, we used to be 3 lifts. And after that, we just 2 lifts, snatch and clean. Okay? Snatch, this is Russian. Snatch is one movement. You have to move to lift the bar from through one movement from the down, from the platform to the up, to over your head, full extended arms, okay? This is very important. You will use all your body abilities, all your physical abilities, okay? You will use dynamic maximum strength, now power. Now you are using, now this is explosive strength. Now motor speed, to move your arms and your legs. Now your agility, to change your body direction. Now flexibility to all your joints. And the last thing is balance. And the last thing also, dynamic maximum strength. I have to just stand up. That's why in all CrossFit exercises you will find weightlifting. I think that CrossFit is belonging to weightlifting because the main exercise in CrossFit is just weightlifting. Weightlifting is moving all your body parts at the same time in one movement. There is not anything in all life like that. Weightlifting is the only sport you can control. Everything is equal something. If we are talking about 1 kilogram, it will be equal, for example, 1%. It will equal 2% of your strength. I can be very accurate with everything in weightlifting. Okay? Jerk, clean and jerk. Move. Yes. This is from Uzbekistan. Same like snatch. Okay? You use dynamic maximum strength, then power, then explosive strength. Now you have to join all your muscles, motor speed, agility, balance, flexibility, dynamic maximum strength again. Now you have plus coordination. Okay? Now you have also coordination. You have explosive strength to go down and push very quick. You have motor speed, your arms, your legs, very, very quick. Balance, coordination. And the last thing, finishing. Maintain balance. Okay? This is what we need inside our performance. This is what you have to test if you are about to select the new weightlifters. Okay? And this is the second thing for you as a coach. You must know these details about the performance if you want to be a good coach, if you want to train them. Because it will be like I will take this young athletes to the weightlifting hall, but I will start and keep developing his strength, dynamic maximum strength, but without putting it engaged with the performance, so that they will be very strong, but without any benefits inside my performance. If you didn't understand when to use that inside your performance, you will not be able to make it able to show in your performance. Okay? This is the phases. I will not explain it. Third section, okay? Okay, to complete. Psychological aspect, okay? What is psychological aspect? There is too much cases, okay? We watch it during Olympic Games. Some of best weightlifters, and they missed the attempts, the 3 attempts, because they was fear, okay? I will be honest with all of you, especially our new coaches. While I'm sitting and I know my turn will come, I have to feel fear, because I'm a human. I will go on the stage in front of professors, coaches, executive directors, all of you. So fear is a very natural thing to feel. Okay? It is a very natural emotion. But if you let your fears lead you, you will fail. To feel fear, it is very normal. But you have to control your fears. You have to lead your fears to succeed, okay? Not let it just damaging your life. If you are about to start a new job interview, okay, I will go to meet Mr. Vinit Kumar. But you have to think that Mr. Vinit is just also a human. I have to speak because I wanted to tell him all my ideas. If I started to feel, some of us at this situation, you will just freezing like that. Say anything, I want to make you succeed. You will not be able even to say one word. Because you just let your fears lead you. Try to lead your fears, okay? This is also in weightlifting. While you are taking your athletes and going through the warming hole, okay, in the competition, if you put your hand on their chest, you will find there is a mess inside their heart. You know, they are feeling too fear, too worry, something is wrong, is happening. So that you have to control that, okay? With young boys, girls, you have to control them. You have to lead them how to regulate these feelings, okay? But for you, you have to regulate yourself. You are adult enough, okay? So, we need the first thing, courage, and the overcoming fears of everyone. If I come to any of you and I ask you, oh, don't worry, this is a very simple and easy activity. Okay. I love weightlifting. What I have to do? You have to lift these barbells and go down it and lift it over your head. You will look at me. You want me to do that? To go down this barbell and just extend my arms over my head? What if she got down on my head? You will start to think like that. Okay? If the weightlifters started to fear of failing or something like that, getting the injury, they will fail to execute the lift. This is very important. Courage is very important trait in psychological traits of weightlifters, okay? And you have to test it. Now you know why I have to be courage. To take new lifts, to take new numbers, okay? It means that I have from time to time to put you under serious and difficult situations. To test your controlling fears, okay? To test your regulation to your emotions. To test that if you are feeling the courage to take the new lift or not. Because if you started to hesitate, I will not be able to take this situation, to take you by this way to the competition. You will fail, okay? So sometimes visualization, to make me see some things, to make me see models, to see videos, will make me able to enhance my courage. Okay, I will be courage like these boys, like these girls, like this weightlifter. Self-control. When we are talking about self-control, it is about also how to maintain your fears. Okay, inside the. I will see this also. Leadership. Leadership in team. Some of you will say that we don't need leadership in weightlifting. Why I have to be a leader? Weightlifting is just an individual sport, so that there is no need ever to be a leadership inside this. There is no team. I'm not like basketball, like handball, like football, but actually we need that. Actually we need that. Because in training I have to grab you into groups, I have to put you into groups, and appoint one of you to be a leader from time to time. Why? If you are able enough to guide your friends, in the competition you will be able to guide yourself. You will say to yourself, I used to encourage them. I will come now to feel fear. No, I'm old enough. I'm a leader. You will start to have something to encourage yourself, okay? Resilience and overcoming setbacks. In competitions, sometimes, I remember one of the competition, once I went into the warming up area, I found a very, my competitor was having this shoulder like that. How I will compete with this? His shoulder only is like that, full of muscles like that. There is a hypertrophy. You will start to feel fear, Sometimes inside the competition area, you will see some of your competitors lifting in warming up area, very heavy weight. You came only to lift it. So I came to lift, for example, 100 kg in the competition as a lift, but there is another 3 or 4 guys in the warming up area is doing warming up with my 100%. You must have what we call the self-control or overcoming setbacks. This is might happen. And you have to focus only on your task. If you came here to learn, focus on your learn. Okay? If you come here to lift 100 kg as a snatch, 130 as clean and jerk, this is my task. I came to do that, so that I have to do that without thinking in whatever I'm seeing. If you started to focus on your goals, if you have goals and you started to focus on it, you will not be able to distract it, okay? You will not be able to distract it through your goals. You will find yourself just doing your job. And who knows, maybe these 3 boys or these 2 boys or your competitors will miss 1 lift or 2 lifts and they will be eliminated from the game. We saw too much cases, boys at the 4th, men at the 4th place in Olympic Games, and after 1 year or 2 years, they got bronze medals because of elimination of doping or anything like that. So just, you have to focus on your task. Mental toughness. In weightlifting, you have to, your mentality, you know, it is the same like regulate your emotions, okay? You have to speak to yourself, positive spoken to yourself, okay? You have to speak to yourself from time to time. You have to encourage yourself from time to time. You have to keep your brain focusing on your job, on your task, because this is very important in weightlifting. If you started to look after everyone, your competitors, the fans, the media, the whatever you are facing and whatever you are seeing inside the competition, you will not be able to focus on your task. So this is very important. Self-discipline, this is very important. You have to maintain, coming to your training session, you have to be very committed with your duties. You have to be, as a coach and as an athlete, okay? This is very important. It's killing, you know? I'm trying to speak. Focusing and concentration. Stop moving. Are you escape all this? Okay. Now let's talk about the anaerobic system. Okay. Now we are talking. We will take one slide. Okay, one slide about the physiological aspect. Okay. This is a point. I'm moving out of down. Okay. Now, anaerobic system. I told you that when you are doing the repetitions, 1, 2, 3, when you are doing the lift, now you are depending on anaerobic system to generating the energy inside your muscle. Okay? How it will come? I want you just to notice the phosphokeratan, okay, and the ATP. The ATP will transfer to ADP and VI. And the phosphokeratan will give you what we call one of the phosphate, one atom of phosphate to regenerate again the ADP to ATP. What I mean, if you have inside your body, inside your cells, inside your muscle cells, for example, 100 units of ATP. At the first repetition, you will lose, for example, 40 of these units. Second repetition, you are using these units to generate what we call energy without oxygen. Number 2, the repetition number 2, you will lose another 40 units. The repetition number 3, you will use all the ATP. What will be inside your body now, inside your cells? Just ADP plus CR, okay? You need this ADP to change again to be able to do the fourth repetition. So you need to take what we call the keratin monoplate, okay? This keratin will go to your cells as in the shape of phosphokeratin, okay? And once the phosphokeratin inside your cells, that's why we give our weightlifters or any athletes the keratin. Once it will get inside the cells, the phosphocreatine will give one atom of phosphate to ADP, and the ADP will change again to ATP, so that he will be able to regenerate, to keep maintaining, to keep doing the forced repetition and the fixed repetition again. Okay? This is without oxygen. Outside the repetitions, outside the repetition itself, now you are taking your oxygen, your regular oxygen, okay? In your body, you are taking your oxygen. Now, you have what we call the glucose. Glucose in your body, in your blood, okay? The glucose will go to knock the door of the cells, let me in. I will help you to regenerate again the ATP. And once it will go through the mitochondria, okay, through some electronic change, to change again, to transfer to ATP, okay? This is very important information, okay? In regular times, you need insulin to open the lock of the cells to make the glucose get in the cells. In regular time, all of you now, you have glucose inside your blood, okay? And this glucose is going to your cells, to go inside your cells, okay? Just to regenerate the ATP, the energy. Some of you don't have a good amount of insulin. Why is the insulin is very important? The insulin is the key to open the door for glucose, to make the glucose get inside the cells. So without insulin, you will have too much glucose inside your blood, and you are a sick man, okay? In high-intensity exercises, there is something very important. After finishing the sessions up from 0 up to 1 hour, you don't need this insulin to open the door for you to get inside as a glucose. Why? All the windows will open automatically 1 hour after all training sessions, okay? Especially high-intensity sessions. The doors will start to open and waiting for the glucose to come. There is something, we call it GLUT4, will come automatically from inside the cell. This is long story, to open the doors and waiting you without insulin. That's why we always keep guiding the diabetes patients to do any movements, to do any activities, because it will enhance the glucose to get inside your cells without insulin. Okay? This is actually what happened inside outside the training, the repetitions, and outside the training hall. Okay, you needed to recover. Last thing, we need to keep control. Finish? Okay. Okay. Thank you, guys. Any questions?
It's actually very knowledgeable, and I can say it's a very practical, visual, practical session. Yes, sir, the dais is now open for questions, straightforward questions.
Sir, actually, really that you delivered a very good lecture regarding this weightlifting, and particularly the demo of this post-fact one. But my question is, because this weightlifting is also useful for the other game, also for with any others. So that which type of the body structure of the weightlifters is that?
Body structure. We have too much exercises, okay, of pulling. You have Romanian pulling, you have Bulgarian squatting, you have too much of pulling, okay? It's according to, if you are talking about a specific field, a specific activity, a specific skill, you must know there is another also some rules about selecting the exercises for you. If you are any other sports, any sport, and you want, and you are now about to select some exercises to you field, you have to focus on the natural of your exercises, of your competition skills. If I'm moving up like that, in my activity, in my native activity, I have to select all the exercises at this direction. This is number one, the natural of movement inside your field, okay? If I'm using this group of muscle inside my, for example, basketball or handball, but to focus on the muscles you are using in your activity, in your field, and you have to use the same exercise which using the same muscles inside activity. Number 3, the energy system. If you are anaerobic, if you are anaerobic system, you have to select the exercises which use the same energy system. So it's according to the field which you will use this exercise.
Okay. I just have a question. You touched other factors which are assisting in weightlifting, but anthropometry and biomechanics were left out.
Yes.
So my question is, let's say if you are doing a lift and if let's say the female length and the tibial length is equal, does this help in triple extension, or if there is a fibular length is more than the tibia, does it have an advantage, or the tibial length is more than fibula?
This is an expert question. This is a very good question. At the beginning of selection, sometimes you will have to go to the anthropometric method, but it is easy for anyone to get it through ChatGPT. Where is ChatGPT? You can get it from anywhere. Okay. In weightlifting, we need much long trunk, long torso. Okay, compared with legs. Because if you have long trunk, it will make you away from your knees, okay? Because if your arms touch your knees during executing the lift, this is wrong, legally. So that, number 1, we need long trunk, compared with your legs. Number 2, we need short arms, okay, compared with your trunk. Because short arms, if you have short arms, long trunk with short legs, whatever you are doing, you will not touch your knee. So this is very, very important. But it is simple to mention.
Yes, my question was on triple extension. So does this help or not?
Yes, of course. Yes, of course.
Which one?
What I just mentioned for me in weightlifting, I prefer to get and do weightlifters with long trunk, short legs, short arms.
No, my question was on fibula and tibia.
Fibula
and tibia.
This is I compare all this this part like one part, okay? But if you are talking about long femur, it means that when you are going down, your glutes will be away, so that you will not be able to maintain your balance. Okay? There is an excellent ratio between these two bones. Okay? If one of them is too long, it will have what we call damaging your scale, your left. Okay? Your femur, if it is long away, it will push your glutes away. If your tibia is long more, you will have what we call a high squatting. So that the equal percentage between these two bones is very important in your mathematics.
Dr. Hassan, for how long are you associated with weightlifting Federation of India now?
1.5 years.
1.5 years. So my question is, I should be asking you this, why there is only 1 year by child?
Yes.
Where are we lacking?
Yes. Actually, preparing an Olympic weightlifters, this is not an easy process. You will not get it from 1 year or 2 years. All the nations would at minimum 8 years to prepare new generation for Olympic Games. So we will start, for example, at the age of 9, 10 to select them. We started with the Warriors Academy, and I asked the federation that he must have at least 5 centers same like this, because if you want a gold medal, if you want an Olympic medal, you have to prepare them for long time. It is not an easy sport to get high elite lifters easy, So minimum 8 years of preparation just to get this high elite. Number 2, and this is very important, all these coaches here, they will not get a job. We already teach them how to do the right process, but if they didn't use it in the field, how we will get the coaches? How we will get the high elite lifters? So this is the second thing I told the SAI committee when they came to visit us. Okay, guys, we try to do our best, but actually these boys will not get a real job in the real life to get to use the information which AI? I believe in AI, of course.
Because whatever parameters you have mentioned in your lecture, if we have a software and we can measure everything that you have just mentioned,
I already.
Is it easy at grassroots level to identify talent? Because you cannot be everywhere.
Yes,
and all of them are not as expert as you are. So will AI help?
I already prepared something with not to level AI. It is just Excel sheet. I got this formula for them, for this Warriors Academy. They just will group the numbers and they will get the results. So using the artificial intelligence is very important in everywhere, but how to use it? It's how to use it. It will not ever take your place as a coach.
Dr. Hussain.
Sir, I don't know if you said anything prior to this. I'm just hearing you.
Last question.
Is this visible now? And am I being audible?
The presentation was very dynamic. Thank you very much for that. On requisites of weightlifting, you categorized physiology, physical, psychology, technical, tactical, and mental in tactics. Beautifully you explained it. For example, our Indian elite weightlifters coming from different states under different coaches of different cultural aspects, they fulfill all the requisites. And when they come to the camp, national camp, under you, how you convert that requisites to your expectations, and in which way it will be helpful for India to get medals?
That's a good question. When we are talking about beginners, in any sports, you would test them according to, I said we have 5 main aspects, is this right? Physical, technical, psychological, physiological, mental. Okay? So if we are about to select you from the beginning, I will test, assessment, evaluate the physical ability because it is innate. Something we are talking about strength, we are talking about motor speed. Number 1, physical ability. Number 2, technical. He don't know anything about weightlifting. How I will test or evaluate the technical performance. So that I will not, for beginners, for early beginners, I will not select them according to the technical abilities. Number 1, physical abilities, okay? Technical abilities more. Psychological abilities, this is very important. Because also this is in a check, it is something you will born with it, okay? So this is very important. Physiological, I have also to evaluate it according to evaluate them according to the physiological. Mental, not too much. So with beginners, with early beginners, I will select them according to physical abilities, psychological abilities, physiological abilities. This is the first line. After taking the wide, like Dr. Martin said, when they talk, for example, 4 months, 5 months for a general practicing, I will go now with the technical side. I have to test them again for the technical side. How fast they learn, how they can perform and use this physical ability inside performance. Okay, so it is how to divide it just like that. And about, you are talking about psychological traits, how to divide it. This is very easy, guys. You know, if you are looking in my diploma classes, and even in my living courses, okay, from time to time I select you come on the stage. If I'm feeling that he is not having this self-confidence to, or he is feeling shy, or he's not having this initial initiative, you know, come, tell me a story on the stage in front of all your friends. They are your friends who are not in class now. Tell us a story. At the beginning, you will start to shy. Okay, how you come here? Tell me about the transportation to come here. Tell me about your brother, your sister. This is you can develop the psychological traits very easy, but you have to use your brain as a coach.
Thank you.
Last question.
Yes.
Can you?
Sorry to have interrupted you. First of all, I'll request all the senior, my respected coaches, let's give chance to our young brigade also to ask questions because they are the future. Thank you. Thank you. One or two questions will take 15 minutes. Nobody in younger brigade? I was wrong.
Thanks. In fact, yesterday I asked that we're looking forward the future coaches, but no one has come, so we have to ask. Doctor, it's not from the talent and identification, since we touch one of our greatest athlete, Mirabai Chanu, and it's over universal and particular Indian. How you touch the fail to failure and perform to my first question was to, do you use in the weightlifting also muscle memory to enhance the muscle memory?
Muscle memory?
Yeah.
What is the muscle memory? This is very important.
Just
this is very important. Wait here. This is very important. You know why we take away? I have to say that. Okay, complete.
Yeah, because I don't want to interfere in between that. And the second one is the fear to fail and pressure to perform, and how you address, particularly going in the Olympic and World Cup like the Mirabai Chanu and others.
Number one, what is the muscle memory? Muscle memory meaning that how your brain is thinking. Give me a paper. I want paper and pen. For example, paper and pen. This one. How you are thinking? Number one, if I started to teach you to lift your right arm, this point in your brain will start to send the signal. Okay? Number two, lift your left arm. Okay? This point in your brain will start to send the signal. Now, lift your right arm, right leg. This point will start to move. Okay? To send the signal. And for left foot and leg also, this point. And your head, for example, is this point. So when you are doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it means that this chain will start to move. Right arm, 2. Left arm, 2. Right leg, 2. Left leg, to your head. This is the chain which will chain inside your brain. At the first time to have this chain inside your brain, you will find yourself doing it like that. Because you don't have the right time, the right signals in the right time for every part of your body to move. But after training a little bit, you will have this chain accurated, fixed inside your brain. So that without thinking, you will find yourself doing the movement without thinking. Without even thinking. Some of you is driving your car to go, for example, to this camp. You came to this camp and then, and you continue going. You are coming to this point, but you missed it. You drive well, you watch the way, you are very careful, but your brain is not here. You are doing what we call the driven or the driving chain, okay? You are using this chain to do something you used it to do without thinking. This is what I call the memory, the muscle memory. The muscles started to move without thinking because you already have what we call the fixed chain inside your brain. Also, there is another thing about the mechanism inside what we call the muscles protein synthesis and breakdown. When you have too much testosterone, when you have some doping, what it will do, it will go smoothly inside your cells. And it will enhance your cells to synthesis, to generate protein more. So every nucleus has a limit of the maximum limit of generating this protein. Okay? This protein will help you to grow, will help you to have muscles. What will happen? These steroids will go to take the DNA from the nucleus to create a new one. Because we already reached the full generation, the full limit of this nucleus. So that you will have 2 or 3 nucleus inside your atom. And this will transfer also to be automatically. That's also what we call the memory inside the brain, inside the muscle. Okay? The muscles memory is very important. When you get used to something, you will not use to think again about it. When you are driving your car, you are not thinking how I will start to move. When you are getting your clothes, you are not trying to think, I have to wear the pantaloon first or the shirt first. You are not thinking about that. You are just get dressed. Sometimes you are walking and doing something and going to some place and you miss this place. You are not thinking because you train your muscles to do a specific job without thinking. This is what I'm calling the memory muscle. And this is very important for skills, for high elite professionals, weightlifters, because in the competition I don't need to tell you about the performance again. This is an old story. We have to focus on something new. I have just to motivate you. I'm not coming to Olympic Games to tell you, you didn't move your shoulder. You must learn that with fixed chain, and there is no negotiation about that. We finished from that. So that building this chain is very important for high elite competitors. And inside the competition, I have to focus only how to motivate you. You are very beautiful today. Your performance is very beautiful. Today, you are very powerful. All the other competitors is feeling fear from you. Wow, your performance is amazing. This is how to motivate you. Okay? So, the muscle memory is very important. How to regulate the psychological traits, the fear of failure inside the competition. This is also for talking about psychological traits. This is easy if you are clever enough. This is easy if you are clever enough. For example, if we are talking about any competitions, okay? If we are talking about, so you have a new weightlifters and advanced weightlifters, and they have these fears from competition. What you have to do? You have to do fake competitions. Fake competitions. Number one. During this fake competition, you will experience how to be defeated without feeling defeated. Okay, I did my best, but I already got the third place or the second place. So that I'm training you through fake competitions to be able to be satisfied about the second place, the third place. But you have to focus on your mission, on your task. Sometimes I will put you with the strongest weightlifter ever in the whole country, just to make you able to be satisfied about the second place or third place. Only focus on your job. Only focus on your task. So this is how to regulate and deal with this phase of competition.
Thank you very much. Ma'am, time is really very late. One speaker is waiting online, that's right. Sorry, the audience, I can feel that it's a very good presentation, so questions are also coming up very more. So tea break will be there, lunch break will be there, so the speaker will be with us only, so please meet him personally and go for one or two questions.
Thank you.
So for the felicitation part, I would like to call Colonel Nachandra Singh Johal sir, CEO Top. You please come on the stage and felicitate Mr. Ahmed. Give him a big round of applause as because you are waiting for the question. So it's being a very visually and impactful presentation today. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So now we are moving to the third speaker of today's morning session. She is not able to join us physically as because due to the visa issue. So she will be joining us through online. And Dr. Punat Yapra, she is the speaker. She is an assistant professor at the Faculty of Sports Science, Gazi University, Turkey. She has immense academic and teaching experience in sports science and sports management. Her research work was specially focused on sport, sociology, inclusion of sport, youth community participation, and also the women disability in sport. So without wasting any more time, ma'am, I'm handing over to you to start the session.
Thank you so much. Hello everyone. First, can we check if this presentation is visible, and when I move, and also, do you see if I move to next page? Did you
please put in the slide
mode?
Slideshow mode, so that the slides will not be visible.
Slides are not visible?
Slides are visible, ma'am. Yeah, only the slideshow mode. Yeah, correct. Perfect.
Now you can see when I move it, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Move.
Okay.
Move.
Okay, thanks. Thank you very much. Again, hello everyone. Good morning. I think it's still morning. Yes, 8 o'clock, around 8 o'clock in Turkey now. 9 almost. I didn't realize. So I will not waste time to proceed for you too. And with the excellence in sports and play from grassroots to global context speech about advancing safe sport culture, safeguarding children's welfare and athletes' rights. So I will continue with this fast. The first slides, I didn't hear if they introduced me, but I think they did as I received the messages. I just hearing you, so quickly, I'm from Gazi University, Ankara, Turkey, and they mentioned about my education. I'm involved with the sports sociology mostly, and I'm also the physical educator and sports manager and sociologist. So I have some groups I'm leading and doing my research with. One of them is about cultural heritage, Turkish Sign Language and Deaf Studies. Another one, interdisciplinary research group on sports sociology. And this topic I'm talking about is one of those groups also working areas, one of the prominent areas. So I've been involved with these issues for long, since my studentship actually, when I started especially the graduate school. It's a longitudinal ethnographic immersion in the field. I had lots of observation, fieldwork, critical meetings and events that I'm involved with, some educations or, a lot of activities I've been in. I made some research with my students or myself and made several speeches about this issue in the past. So, quickly moving to the presentation. So, while the culture for child best interests and or human rights is not internalized, even in so-called best conditions, in the best countries, they are sometimes evaluated in terms of their development levels, in terms of their economic development or human rights. It doesn't matter, even you are in the best conditions. If you are not internalized this concept of child best interest, numerous other agendas and interests may be prioritizing certain settings can easily supersede such best practice of being safe and protected. We see examples, and it's well reported in the literature. For example, outside sports. Why we focus on outside also? Because it influences the inside sports, so we cannot separate them totally. For example, in public spaces, mostly what we see violence between young men, that also interprets in the sports side too. We see violence between young men. In our research, for example, with my students, we found a similar. The more male than female were reported as both perpetrators and survivors. This is usually in past in literature was overlooked, but more male also exposed to violence in sports settings. So those outside sport also expected with high tolerance like saying things, boys will be boys, that's normal. Normalizing it, it's not normal, but society normalizes it. So low tolerance response can result in breakdown in social order. It affects the influences sports too and other sides too. The private spaces, or like it's in feminist discourse they say it's a public space actually, more than being private or confidential area. The domestic violence to women and children. When you are with high tolerance response to those, that problems becomes invisible. Low tolerance response also result in breakdown in traditional values and threats to the family. So today we see a lot of family campaigns in governments to protect a family, to carry the future. It's important for our societies, but the problem lies in those high tolerances to the violence. We have to deal with those roots in order to solve these problems if we are really serious about solving them. So inside sport, when we see the culture is not internalized the human rights or child's best interest perspective, we see this like public arena, violence between players on the field. I have another invited speech in India in 2019 and explained this violence perspectives and dimensions very in detail, how it can be, expected with high tolerance or what can be considered as not violence and violence. So it's a very wide issue. You can read more about this too. So it's similar. They can say boys will be boys, then break down in normative morality of sports. Less respect to sports from public, less support from them. Those kind of, number of problems arise with those things. Another example, mostly reported in literature, bullying, harassment, sexual exploitation between peers and by authority figures especially. In literature we see authority figures more, and peers following that, and male figures more in perpetrator profile. So high tolerance to response to those all parts of the game. Then breakdown in peer bonding and normative morality of sport again. So everyone is responsible. It's not just the academics or management levels job, but everyone is responsible to protect, respect and protect child and human rights. By failing this, harbor numerous risks to safety and welfare. Concerned parties need to ensure awareness is overreaching and inclusive. For example, if you are a coordinating body like SAI and what we do right now here, we have to make sure that this awareness is overreaching and inclusive. So I would like to give another round of applause to this organization making this happen. So this awareness has to be with each of person to ensure it's all safe and protected. If the problems remain an impact of political coordinating bodies, for example, growth can be unseen and unmonitored as well. They can be overlooked in peripheral lines. It slows down, the growth slows down and at times can stop easily. In addition, no instrument can guarantee the actions occur just, fair, reasonable, equitable and protected in practice. So it's on both sides. It's not like when we change the politics and management and coordination perfectly, it will, the violence will just disappear. It's not like that. Each person matters. In another saying, any person with the qualities for responsible action regarding own practice or others can contribute to the succession of the rights and duties. So this is why the activity is aiming to ensure the actions of every person to be in line with human rights. Internalization of such standards are highly valuable interventions. So thanks to the organization for this opportunity. With this content, it is aimed to provide a set of critical knowledge on children's welfare and safeguarding and athletes' rights, and especially reorganize the relevant content in a way to contribute and ease the works of athletes and other persons in sports, including not limited to our audience, researchers, policymakers, sports managers, coaches. Moreover, the content is reflexive, of course, the aspects embedded in this title, Excellence in Sport Player, blah blah, consists of carefully assembled dimensions for such topic and audience. So, what kind of dimensions? We're going to be talking about insights and examples from international resources, literature, research, concepts, terminology, some critical insights from theories, institutions, instruments, perspectives, models explaining violence in sports, any best practices or worst experiences, spatial populations and trajectories. We cannot, cover everything here, but I'm trying to provide some critical insights so it will be easier to do the next steps and it will empower your work in this journey. So there are already some outstanding efforts in literature that still needs closer analysis and supportive publications to be understood better and to contribute further. It's like a not long history working on these issues. Breaker and Reach, Hartfield, Lang, Basting, including me, some of the prominent thinkers of this issue in sport created some sources for that, as well as the contributions from researchers providing critical insights. Doesn't have to be in relation to this topic. They don't have to say or write safeguarding on children and welfare, but contributors like providing critical insights, whether directly on this issue or uncovering the bigger truths in order to solve systematic problems influencing persons of groups with or without special needs. Our works to better this field influence directly the quality of our works to make this human rights concept more successful, achievable. So many aspects somehow related to child's safeguarding and welfare or athletes' rights, and they remain to be researched and well documented still, despite all research we have. But it's a good generation that made a lot of input. They just have to be read more, spread more, and organized more, and supported with new insights more, because there are lots of theories related to this issue, like power, masculinity, feminism, race, ethnicity, violence, economy, sociology, or in relation to child, family, social service, justice, sports, disability, politics, human rights, organizational cultures. You can relate almost any kind of topic with this issue, but they are not all researched. So there are well-researched areas like traditions, like Anglophone child protection, family service approaches, familialism, more traditionalized, long-time research areas too. In sports fields also, you need to understand those perspectives and paradigms too. What is research, what needs to be done in future, and which one provides what kind of perspective to us. So, child-focused approach we all talk about, but they have some critical insights. We will be able to talk about some in this presentation. So, Breckenridge, for example, in a theoretical perspective, puts forth sport as an exploitative family system. Sport seems, because in her book she talks about, the it must be around here, yeah, sports. If you are in this area, you might know this book well. It's like this is about sexual exploitation in sports book. That's why that's kind of insights is more visible in this book. So it's not like a sports management book talking about risk management. That's the point. So she puts forth that sports as an exploitative family system. Sports teams and clubs run as family-like social systems. Indeed, coach and club were regarded by athletes exposed to abuse, for example, substituted the parents and family with the coach and club. It's like a family system which brings some vulnerability in the table. So coaches, like a family member, share most intimate knowledge of an athlete, from cycles to mood states, which interactions can evolve into incursions into personal life easily if not controlled well. So it's justified on the grounds of performance enhancement and often lead to imposition of restricted regimes and loss of personal autonomy, especially the athlete's personal autonomy. But sometimes it can be vice versa too. So it's theory is showing that those like family system structure, you see that what kind of vulnerability is there in sports that makes it problems arise easier. So we should be aware of different perspectives, how they approach this issue. Some of them have some weaknesses too. We shouldn't accept them as true knowledge. We should test them in the field if this is really relevant or not. So we continue with those solid knowledge and based on research. So social perspectives, for example, see the issue as typical behavior within particular kinds of families or sections of the society. This also implies some prejudices too that we shouldn't be under influence of. We should be careful about looking at that way, because also in social perspectives, in sociology, it is also revealed that it's not as it is revealed, that it's not a typical behavior. In fact, it's imposed, or in Bourdieu's studies, for example, the certain habituses created in a way that people are led in certain lives and conditions, and not always the person's choice, or is not as said that typical sections of society's issues. So it's a critical lens has to be protected when looking at the issues like that. But there is a risk of seeing the issue like this, like a typical behavior. Yes, the actual typicalizing is also evident in safeguarding field too, because they make a typical perpetrator profile. They're profiling who is the victim or lean to be a victim and who is the perpetrator. That happens there too. In terms of protection, it has a different set of working standard. But in social perspectives, we need to make this more clear to be able to solve the root problems. Anyway, let's move to the next. Social learning approach and reinforcement theory, for example, focusing on failure of the relationships in family life, early the relationships. So it needs to be like in a psychology field of issue that needs to be healed and work on this way if you look at this perspectives. But cognitive psychology also contributes from another side. They see deviant sexuality and development through cognitive distortions, and they tell that some of the deviant behaviors cannot be changed because of character. It's a characterized part of personality in the end. Sometimes it's not possible to change the person. So that influence our decisions in the field. For example, if there is a perpetrator in the field doing it wrong and keep doing it, and we keep somehow keeping that perpetrator in the field, it's our problem too now, because the person's that person's character is obviously there and not changing, and we keep keeping it inside the system is a big problem. So the cognitive psychology provided this information to us. So, but the system is not in line with the science always, so we should consider those insights. Medical and allied sciences are well respected by the government and decision-making authorities. However, they look at the issue as an individualized behavior and as a treatment for abuser or victim. But it doesn't cover the whole situation, looking like social consequences, the roots. So those perspectives remain so limited for decision makers, in fact. So still today, in many countries, those social perspectives and interdisciplinarity is not internalized. So it's very limiting in when we see the decisions and implementations. It doesn't sound right sometimes, and very limiting because of this. The perspectives are limited actually, and not the sociology, for example. It's more comprehensive field to evaluate every interdisciplinary input. But our decision makers still mostly rely on medical reports, but they look at the issue more likely in the individualized way. So that's a limitation also. Also, critical feminist and social research criticize these approaches because they are pathologizing the issue and draws attention away from important cultural, situational and power dynamics. That's also important, but still pathologizing issue, if needed it to be, we should, because as from cognitive psychology, as I said, we should know our limits. From medical and allied sciences, we should know our limits. We cannot just rely on a person, keep doing the same, perpetrations, and we expect from the social learning perspectives, expect that person will change if we try more to support that person. That way, we are like being allies to the perpetrator. Instead of helping a person to become better, we are like being allies to that person. Because the cognitive psychology or medical sciences sometimes provide this information to us. That person is not able to change. So that's also necessary, but what the critical feminists or critical research, social research provide is more than that. What cannot be seen from those hard science, we can say. If we stop there with those hard science data, it's a trap that we don't see the problems, important critical, cultural, situational and power dynamics problems. So those perspectives are maybe much more relevant for politicians to draw attention to change those, social problems. What can changeable, focus on the things can changeable, and if we cannot change, then we should take another measures like isolating the person with whatever. So one of the issues I will emphasize in the speech is terminology, concepts. It's not just to provide you definitions. It's about what the critical side of it. So terminology can be used diversely and interchangeably, and this poses a challenge, for example, in comparative works, not only for that. And that's a general issue for many fields, maybe. When I use another concept there, and when I use something else here for the same issue, it can be challenging to compare our works if we don't know if we are talking about the same thing. So, but there are some other issues, critical issues too, in terms of safeguarding and child welfare. So, how the child and violence conceptualized, for example, named and defined in certain contexts, such as in legal instruments, in reports in society, can differ in time and place. Overall terminology matters to identify, distinguish, decide for legal action, compare, in short, to understand and act for better or best results. And distinguishing the concepts, whether they are generally agreed terms or controversial or even should be totally avoided, is critical for best practice. For example, this way you will better know where you stand legally. This is even more important, I was trying to point out. The comparison is important, but this is why when working with children is important. You will better know where you stand legally and professionally in a world where one can be overloaded with competing communications and manipulations. You can be skeptical or alert easier, recognizing the situation that are not complying with the indisputable green concept, such as person under 18 years of age with unauthorized person or inappropriate workload, as signs of child exploitation, and act on it, faster. You can report, assist officials with confidentiality. For example, you can avoid using orange-red concepts in your works irrelevantly. ECPAT is one of the international networks dedicated to ending sexual exploitation of children. Is one of the leading resources with their terminology matter approach, provided a terminology guideline. And this is a open access also, you can reach and read easily. So they also provide us in this guideline how certain terms can be used, indicated with green, orange, red colors. So their meaning in short terms marked with green circle suggests the list of green terms in the ECPAT guideline. So it appears to have a generally agreed meaning, or can be used without stigmatizing and otherwise harming the child. For example, I'm a deaf studies researcher also. Deaf is also a green sign. Still, there are things to be negotiable, but it is like not everyone knows. That's why, because it can be also an orange sign, but actually deaf with a lowercase and uppercase with identity implications, lowercase with just being not having hearing or something, whatever. That is a green sign, like a child concept. So if it's like here, if marked with orange, its special attention should be paid to how the term is used. And use of the term red circle should be avoided. You can see the list of those terms in ECPAT. I provide some of the prominent and critical concepts in relation to sport context and this issue, while some others also can be found in cited open access documents. So when we say child, it's a universal person under the age of 18 years. Following from the color codes, so child is a green, cause a universal, and not a controversial term compared to changing ways of using the terms youth, young person, or people, or adolescents, and somewhat is considered orange, in which some disagreement or slight or significant differences can be found in other, concepts of young and person. But child is not like that. Under the age of 18 years, everyone is child. So by using terms, young person or people with young people or youth, it can be used interchangeably in the documents too, even in the United Nations. So especially in the context of exploitation and abuse, it should be clarified whether they do or do not include persons aged under 18 or older. So, as you see, when we call young or young people youth, we should be critical, thinking that that person can be a child or maybe over 18 years old. So, this is important because special care should be taken to guarantee legal rights of the child. It's a different process to ensure both the welfare of safeguarding and both our children. So in this, for example, United Nations body suggests definition using 15 and 24 age cohort as youth, but you can see in some of the research and papers it can go up to 30s and even older ages too. It again depends on the fields and perspectives. Neurological works, for example, say the improvements and maturation actually never ends. So it's not like our maturation or development or growth in our brain or body just stops totally. It's not like that. But those limits are just used for example, statistical purposes or to target specific ages, common problems, So, in terms of best practice, this is important because, for instance, it helps considering their development and maturation levels to serve better, which by educational formation that teachers trainers are expected to be prepared for. In sport, when children grouped by their birth dates, it can mean that just by a day or month, if there's people and coaches in the audience, they would know that they can be placed in a much younger or older category just by a day or month, and not in the best group for their kinesthetic or else maturity. Moreover, sporting talent is not tied to one's birth month, and it is found in current setup that numerous talented but later born or less developed players have been systematically excluded from the system at a young age because of this. So this issue is still critical in which decisions are made for the performance goals that shouldn't undermine the developmental phases and shouldn't supersede the overall health and well-being of the child. So we have to consider, several levels. Such results reinforcing the need for more detailed evaluations, as the age may not always be the best and only reference, but still should be considered in sports settings, not for only performance sustainability, but also primarily for child's best interest. Thus, the most priority is given child's best interest. Forget that, don't forget. So, in the presence of child exploitation, events or cases include persons under 18 years of age we're talking about. Now, it requires calling the experts for their action. For example, why we consider this? Because of that. We should call the experts for their action who have been authorized, licensed, prepared to work with, and in child protection system. They can be reached if developed that system by calling an assigned officer but outside, and preferably outside the concerned organization. If not, the national line for child protection, you can at least get information how should you proceed in a specific way. Instead of informing just anyone, you should do this because whose involvement can be more harmful and derogatory for the child and for the relevant parties, because it can be much more difficult to uncover and handle this situation with spatial care. So that's why we don't just share and make it, public for everyone when any issue happens. We should just handle it with special care, work with people who are educated to handle this issue with special care. So confidentiality doesn't fully covering or hiding the event, which is also unwanted thing. It happens too, but this is unwanted. That's not what I mean. This is about being selective of contact person to communicate the issue and complying with the steps taken with special care for the child's best interest. To protect the child. So having said that, children in the presence of violence, for example, they are bullied or they encounter some kind of violence, they are encouraged to contact to a trusted adult, for example, teacher, parent, whoever. Thus, everyone in children's environment can be selected to be a trusted person. So all adults are expected and responsible to act, for example, to report to the right official person or right office when exploitation or any violence is observed, or if a child or else appears for help. So we are responsible, we are obliged to act on it. So let's talk about instruments and institutions, how we are, perspective should be on those things. Some critical issues again I'd like to share. There are lots of laws, regulations. It can be overwhelming sometimes. Thanks to I don't know how much we can think. I don't know really, but artificial intelligence may be helpful in those issues now. Even the courts, I heard research that they have more probability of a good decision when they use artificial intelligence. Anyway, we can, it will make our work easier with those regulations and finding the right title, etc. It's easier now today, but there are national laws, regulations, and close attributions to child youth athletes in order to protect and support their rights, which evidence may differ by country. In our country also there are laws protecting athletes and child and youth, also in sports area. So for example, instruments developed to secure child's fundamental rights to access to leisure, play, physical education, as well as their protection from harm and violation of their rights. They are evident in national laws. Moreover, laws and measures to protect athletes, for example, by giving them opportunities to strive, employment, awarding systems, there. So there are also such international instruments and courts in addition to those national ones, which were developed to ensure that the member states of the world sign them and secure the human rights as promised in those instruments. The list and some of the related articles and contents provided here, I will provide some of them. I was preparing a supplementary source for you. Maybe later I will share again. I'm not there, but I can share later when it's ready. So persons are expected to be protected by implementing units in a signatory country from the violating acts, while keeping submission channels open to relevant units in and beyond the state, such as the international courts. Now, your country may not be signed certain human rights documents, international human rights documents. When they sign it, they are responsible to act accordingly. surprisingly, you can see that the United States is not signing or withdrawing from those international human rights, so they don't want to be responsible, held responsible. It's an interesting issue and another day's topic. So nevertheless, the conditions of children's welfare and safeguarding in or beyond sport are not independent from the current and past conditions and qualities of global, political, economic, legal, cultural, or other impactful social and personal limitations or domains that continue to hold possibilities for actions that are not in line with the best interest of the child. No matter how much laws and regulations you create. Of course, they are very important, as I think I said in the beginning of my speech, or I will say it. If it's not there in the politics and management levels, it's even more worse. But when it's there, still we have those social relational problems that I mentioned in the theory page. So it can be deliberate, when there's a violence and it occurs, it can be deliberate, prejudiced wrongdoing, intentional, with reasonable accommodation, or unaware harmful action. We are now fighting against unaware harmful action with you, but still there are risks of deliberate wrongdoing. Despite we have all those regulations and laws and instruments. So global competitive realities can be far from values and of fairness set in sports field to widely, the Olympic ideals and things like that. But they put forefront those discourses of fairness, but the reality differs. So, for example, I don't know if you watched the football, international football games, but there was an issue, the case of Melih Demiral, who is a Turkish footballer, soccer player. So he used it was an important Final Four. It's a high competitive level, and Melih made a wolf sign language. That sign, the cultural heritage of his own Turkish identity. That's what the Turkish do in hundreds of years, telling that we have some kind of historical documents on that we love this wolf animal, and that's our sign. It's a cultural heritage for us. But it's similar to Namaste, which is used very widely in your country. Maybe it's similar to that. So it's continuously interpreted as offensive by prominent enablers in Europe, like the ministries of the Germany, or I don't want to name specifically, but the whole system, the top management from the countries and Europe, and to the top management from the international sports and football and other parties that are gaining from this, have some kind of interest for themselves, cling together to exclude Melih Demiral from the game, who was also the athlete, who has athlete rights, who need to be protected with those international laws, and who had some emotions too, and then his emotional rights are, disregarded. His sportsmanship rights were disregarded. Every right of him was disregarded. Even the people from, some Arabic countries, they got involved. Whoever had a say got involved to put pressure on Melih Demiral, the psychological stress. So he was excluded from the game just because he did this cultural heritage sign, because they find ways to relate it to some kind of what they believe, aggressive behaviors of some groups. But that was not what he did there. But this is what they choose to interpret, and they had no doubt to go on this athletes. So this is what happens in global context. This is what can happen in global context. It's not, when I say here, not independent from the current conditions and qualities of the global political, economical, cultural, or impact of social, personal domains and qualities. That's what I mean. There are many examples like this. You see instruments of institutions, there are like plenty of them regarding the world, regarding Europe, But what happens in the end is in our hands, in our own humanity, in our dignity. It comes to that point. So it actually shows who complies with those values and ideals we set forth in this course. You see, in reality, it can differ. So our governmental bodies in support should look closer to those issues, analyze those issues in terms of human rights, and confront those problems globally when it happens. If you can do this better, it is best for your athletes' rights. It's best for your country too. So let's move on. Those instruments, one of the most prominent is the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. There is Article 31 related to sports and leisure. You see, all child to rest. They have right to rest, leisure, and engage in play and recreational activities appropriate to age. So we didn't talk about, what's appropriateness. There is a vast knowledge in literature. It's also related to this issue, like adolescence is a transition period. It needs to be taken care of differently, and the earlier age is different. So, anyway, there are so many examples in my mind, but the time consuming, so I follow. So it says state parties shall respect and promote the right of the child to participate fully in cultural and artistic life, shall encourage the provision of appropriate and equal opportunities for cultural, artistic, recreational, leisure activity. As you know, in the history, leisure activity is sometimes seen like irrelevant. People should work. Leisure activity doesn't mean like something useful. It's another like leisure sociology issue and topic that I'm giving lessons of. Lots, to share about that too. So you may see that cultural life are why, they don't put those items there just to put them there, because there was need in history collected, recorded for long. That's why they make sure they include this all those concepts here, and people make sure they are being met. For example, the sign languages rights of deaf people were denied for decades, although it was very personal for them, very important for them, because there may no other accessible way to language for deaf person, not because they cannot learn it, but it's the way how they are built as a human being, as a biologically, physically also, and culturally also. Not just culturally though. It's like they're in their life, even though they start to hear somehow, it depends on their situation. It's very varies in the deaf culture and deaf people's world, but even if they hear at one time in their life, at the next session, next phase, they may not be hearing, or they cochlear implants or their hearing aids may not work at one time, and they will not hear anything from the world while they were hearing with the aids. So they always need some sort of sign language accessible to them. It's best if it is a sign language, total sign language, if it is a language like that. But this was denied. So that's why in the conventions of people with disabilities, for example, it is put there that deaf people should be provided with the sign language and in line with their culture. And especially that is stated in the parts of leisure and sports cultural activities Title 2. That's another example. So there are developed lists of people's rights in sports, especially children's rights in sport, like to play sport, organizations should make every effort to accommodate children's interest to participate, because those interests are influenced by society, by family, and it cannot be in best interest of the child all the time. That's why we have schools, education, that if a person is a disadvantage in a family, the schools run for the help. The sports institution run for the help. I mean, that's what we hope and we are working for, but it doesn't go always better in those institutions too. Sometimes family can be better than those institutions. So we just try to accommodate children's rights and interests. Even though whoever lead them to another way, we just need to make sure the children's best interest is taken care of. So there is those list of Oxford Institute, the Children's Bill of Rights in Sports with 8 rights. You can check. It's open access too. So the increasing attention paid to sport in the legal world, while we are talking about instruments, there are a few more examples for you. In particular, in community law with European Union. For many years there have been disputes. Now they were not always in agreement with those institutions. And in why this doesn't move? Okay. In the example of Meredith Demiral, they worked very well together, but they are not always working well together. It's like for many years there have been disputes, often made in public, between sports associations and commission concerning different sports. For example, European Court decided against the sports organizations, federations and FIFA whatsoever. So it's not a surprise finding people who lead changes were athletes themselves or those who from specific categories struggle themselves. As in decisions made in favor of football player. In Bosman case, there is a Bosman decision, maybe some of you heard. The Bosman is the surname of that footballer actually. So or Groza woman in Title 9 in USA, or in Serena Williams uniform case, or outfit case, whatever, in tennis. Maybe you remember those issues. For example, European Court ruled Bosman, not only ruled for Bosman's situation, but also for all. Dismissed the claims for a competition exemption for football market. Football was acting much different from those other sports, limiting the athletes, the soccer players to move from another to another club, and they were claiming so much money to do so. There are issues like that, but the court decided in favor of Bosman, and national federations, UEFA, FIFA, claimed the decision caused adverse effects afterwards. That happens too when we change in favor of athletes, in favor of human rights. Adverse effect can occur. That's okay. We will just keep making it better. we should follow up with those cases. It's okay if we follow up. Similarly, for example, in Title IX too, changes not only for men but also adversely for women occur. Title IX was made to make equal decisions in sports for women and men. They should be getting the similar uniforms, facilities as men getting. So that provided with Title IX more and more. And then more men with more experience in coaching and management applied to women's sports because there was equal pay and accommodation whatsoever. So, which led to inflation of men in position of power in women's sport, which was not originally intended to. So, you see that those kind of trajectories happen too. We just need to follow up, as I say, and good things happen too. Like Serena Williams, I make those, not always in book or articles, but share in social media when current issues occur like this. I make my comment on them on social media sometimes. If there is someone who's following me, would remember what I comment on those issues also. So limited time, I have to move on. UNICEF also provided some open access. You can use, practical things, but don't ever think that those are the only and enough for your work. You are like experts maybe at sports management field, or you are the coach and whoever. You should go more deeper in the issue, because those are like developed very currently, and they should be better. But in some ways it will be helpful for you. For example, in UNICEF, International Safeguard for Children's Sport Open Access Guideline, they provide these steps. If you are in a sports management, you will know what they mean. Developing your policy. All steps takes, special expertise. You should work with the management, someone with management diploma, for example, doing those things, and work together with those people who are involved. Developing your policy in line with safeguarding and welfare. Procedures for responding to safeguarding concerns. Advice and support, minimizing risk to children. Guidelines for behavior, including training, communicating, should be continuous. Working with partners, monitoring and evaluating. Those steps should be taken, and other recommendations, for example, we can divide between the fields like legal field, obligatory report, according to law. But to whom? We are obliged to report when we observe exploitation or violence, but who will you report is a critical question. In some of the cases, especially if it's like abuse, means long term, it's not like one time thing, it's exploitation, it's not an accident or something like that. So it needs more official reporting. When I see some of the practices of some of the clubs, they report to themselves. So they have a holding risk of covering the issue in a way not in child's best interest. So you should think what's for the child's best interest. It's recommended in the international and social service fields that reporting is better if it's made to some official person have expertise in child protection and safeguarding, and officially appointed to that maybe school, that club, whatever, but doesn't have like a very close relationships with them to interrupt their work. There has to be like some kind of distance between those people, so the child best interest is not overlooked, and the work is more smooth and wow. Anyway, so the reporting is an important issue. That means that if you have a child safeguarding department unit in your club, it can be good that they are working towards things are running well in line with the child's best interest. They are making like seminars, education seminars maybe to the athletes, to the officials, how they should act. You know, there are code of conducts. They maybe build the code of conducts for the club, and they make sure everyone knows it. For those kind of activities, those units within the sports club or within the institution is fine, but when it comes to the reporting to take care of the exploitation situation, it is recommended to also work with the national or regional responsible body in safeguarding children, like people from social service. It depends on your national setting of the institution. So we can talk about this later with your inputs. So there are some steps we should make requirements such as certification, background check to including programs with children, code of conduct, having code of conduct. If you don't have, for example, for your club, just try to do those. And better connection of judo skill system with sports fields. There are children in judo skill system, and they need sports to overcome many issues, and it's very helpful. So better connection with those systems is also good to remind to all of us. It's supposed to be listed as a form of child labor under specific conditions. National policies to include child focus and some feminist approaches. If you hate feminist concept to see the term, I just say that just look at the perspective, approaches, analysis, not be like prejudiced against some of the terms. It's just insight important. So see the dangers of power relationships, neoliberalism, some global context, and some of the things we mentioned before. So look at the further steps in services, better functioning, improved lines, services, including justice system and other municipalities, for example, ministries. Ethically informing media is important because they have a huge impact in, imposing fear or imposing development, growth feeling in the society. They speak to mass, they have a mass impact. So ethically informing media could be our best, allies, but it's not right now exactly. It goes both ways, and which is more superseding, I leave it to you to decide. Because it differs in countries. I know this experience in Russia, in Iran, in Europe, in, for example, northern countries like Denmark, countries or cities, Finland, in Swiss or Switzerland, or in other European countries, in Turkey. I've seen also United States and many more. And they differ. Their media differ. I've seen some best practices in Nordic countries. They don't.
Sorry for interrupting. We are actually showing that later time to
Yes, sure. I will close. Can I close? Can I have 1 or 2 minutes close? Alright, so, okay. I will go faster now than cutting the examples. So, further steps you see here, further steps recommended in the literature also, and we know, how those things should be taken care of as managers and in sports management or people who immersed in those situations. so we can be worked further in further situations, settings, maybe together too. So thank you very much for listening. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Yapra, for your really insightful presentation, especially in the safe post-sports culture, children welfare and athletics. We are really going out of time, late with time, so we can take only one single fast question, then we'll go to the next speaker. Any one single question, please, anyone from the audience? Okay, so I think ma'am, it's a very good and beautiful presentation, so there is no further question. Thank you once again for being with us and giving us so insightful and valuable input of yours.
Thank you too so much for the opportunity and wish you the best in the conference. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Record.
So we are coming to our fourth and last presentation of this presentation of the morning today. So our next presenter is Mr. Richard Lee Krooks. He is an American international basketball coach associated with FIBA level coaching and also global basketball programs. He has several years of experience in international basketball coaching. He has worked across different countries in Europe's highly competitive environment. His expertise also emphasizes in player development, coaching system and performance pathway from youth to elite level. Please give a warm welcome to Mr. Richard.
This over here. Where's the number? Show me how. This technology is new for me, guys, so I apologize. My son helped me with this. Okay, let me just try this. Left, right. Where's the pointer? Oh, pointer. Okay. I know you guys are tired back there, so we're going to change this up a little bit right now today. I know we've been talking about technology and talent identification, pretty much the same thing over and over. So I'm going to kind of repeat pretty much what they said, but I'm going to put my experience in this. So hopefully this will help the coaches. How many coaches do we have here? I know we have a lot of professionals up here, but how many coaches? Could you please raise your hand? Okay, this is important for me, so I'll be talking a lot about the identification, cutting kids at young age, and probably use different terminology, but it's more basic. So let me get my glasses. I'm old, so it's hard for me to see, but I pray that this really gets to somebody. You know, something that I can teach that you guys can use when you go into your field. I know you, like I said, I know you guys are hungry, tired now, but I just want to introduce myself. I've coached national team, men's team, I've coached women's team, I've coached youth teams, and I've coached every level teams, you know, and I think the hardest is probably the youth. By far. It's a lot more work. It's a lot more difficult. You deal with a lot more things like parents and it's tough, but I think it's the most important job. The grassroots job for me, that's a new word I heard last year. First time ever, I know. I told my wife, she said, you got to read more. I said, I never even heard of grassroots until I went to Luxembourg and they told me grassroots. And I'm like, what is this? And they go, oh, it's the basic. I'm like, okay, so we go back to basics. So that the words changing, but I love working with the young kids, and especially under 15 years of age. This year I'll be coaching the Slovak under 16 boys national team. I think nobody wants him, so they say, Coach, you please do it because nobody want to lose. So I think it's a good group, and I think, every job for me at this age, I'm blessed. So I hope you guys will feel like this as your career goes. Don't always keep looking ahead for the next job. Be blessed and thankful for where you are. And I'm happy to be here. I've been in India a few months ago. I've been traveling for about 5 months with my wife. And now I got a chance to come back to India, so I took this opportunity. I got to go to Japan for the first time, work with Japanese kids. I got to work in Philippines. I got to work in Kenya. I got to go back to Maui and work with my old coaches in Hawaii. And so I really had a blast the last few months. And to be back here in India, I came back because I'll be honest, Kerala, they kind of won a little soft spot in my heart. So I really love Kerala, the place I've been, and I told him when I come back I'm going to go visit again. I think we talk so much about technical and science class to me. The biggest thing for me is why I got into basketball. Basketball saved my life. I came from poor place in the projects. It got me out. It gave me the opportunity to get a college scholarship, to go to college, to meet the right people, to help me in my life, because I was probably going down the wrong way. It used to be a poor man's game. And I think it's changing very quickly to a rich man's game, where people are playing basketball. Fathers with money can pay their kids. The poor kid has less chance to become a player. So I'll be talking about basketball, but I hope you can apply it to your sports. I think sports is much more important than people realize. I think the kids really need it today. And there they go. Okay. They're hungry. Okay, the kids really need it today. And like I said, it's all about the kids. For me, I got a certain age, I thought I would retire. And so I went home for about 2 years. I gained about 15, 16 kilos. All I did was hear old people who hurt the most. So I said, you know what? This is a terrible life. I'm going back to coaching. So I realized I had to get back in shape and get out there and work with the young kids. So that's why I'm coaching again today. And they keep me young. The kids keep me young, and they keep me blessed. Like I said, I'm just so blessed to be here. I enjoyed yesterday listening to the technology part of the coaching, but I saw the young lady, and she was saying, I think we're going to lose our jobs. As long as we keep the connection, I don't think we'll ever lose our job. I think the technology might be important. I've never had the opportunity to use it a lot. I use it in videos, certain situations like that. But I'm going to try to speed it up because I know I just don't want to skip nothing. I think it's very, very important before I get started. Every one of these players I've coached thousands and thousands of players in camps and every one of them I've taken it very, very important. And one thing I can say, very, very few are going to become professional athletes. But every single one of them are going to become a professional person. And I think you have to treat them all like that. You have to treat everybody equal. Not the same, but you have to treat them equal. If you're going to do something for the star, you better do it for that last man on the team. You don't say, star, you get a second chance. You get cut because you did the same exact thing because you're no good. Okay, you got to treat them all the same. And I think what's very good about India, I think basketball's on a real grassroots. It's really just starting to grow. So you don't have to cut so much. And for me, that's the hardest thing in basketball. I'll say the two hardest things is probably, for me, is to cut a kid. And the second thing is when they practice so hard, I really am a hard coach in practice. I can't find 1 minute or 2 minutes to put them in a game. That's the hardest thing for me. So I think, I'll talk about the different ages. Other people have other things that are hard. They hate to lose in front of their family. Let me see if this is going the right way. I don't want to read everything but the pathway to grassroots, participation, athletic greatness. Let me see how this thing works. I got this. There we go. The greatness is one of the most fascinating and complex journeys in the world of sports. Every professional athlete goes through the grassroots. Okay, and I think, especially today, I don't know how it is in India. I know a little bit better than I did before, but in America, kids are in crisis. They're just a lot of depressed kids. And I don't know why. I've never seen so many depressed kids. I don't know how it is in India. Europe's going through the same thing. So many kids depressed. And I want to make them work because I think work is fun. I want them to see a result, but I care about them. I want them, when I come in the gym half hour early, I want to greet every kid to see what they're going through. And I want to be the last one to leave the gym to make sure that they don't go out with such a terrible feeling. They understand why they were disciplined or why something happened that day. But like I said, I think you're very lucky too. I saw Coach Nenad Tunic. He's probably one of the best coach speakers that I've ever seen. And I got to meet him last year in Romania to the national team, and I think you're very, very lucky to have him. He went over a lot of this stuff that we are covering over and over and over again. And I don't think you'll find a better coach than him. If you ever get another chance, and FIBA, you can work with them, coaches who work with the little kids, 6 to 9. He's my best friend, Maurizio Cremonini from Italy. I talked to him before I came here, and he said, all you got to do is ask FIBA, fill out some paper or something, and they'll send them over here free, and it'll be very, very low expense. And he's fantastic with the young kids. In fact, I get most of my things from him. So there is where passion meets potential, and where clubs and schools play a vital role in shaping the future of our players. Transforming young, enthusiasm athletes, elite performance requires more than just talent. It requires a system, thoughtful process of talent identification, long-term athlete development, and continuous support structure that nurtures both the athlete and the person behind. The technology, the data that I use, I don't use a lot, but I do use it for, especially with the youth, and I'm talking about when they start to become 12 years, a little bit older. I use data. We have a computer. I worked this year with under 15, under 14, under 13, under 12 Slovak national team. We started a project this year because we found out by the time they got to under 16 and the first time they ever met to go to national tournaments, that a lot of the kids were already destroyed mentally. They were already had so many bad habits we couldn't break them. So we started working with them, and we formed a database. How tall's the parents? People got all excited. We had a big selection, and like Coach Nina said, at these younger ages, the bigger the selection, for me, the better. They wanted me to select the 20 from each age group. I said, no, I will not do this. We have 80. We have 60. But we are not going to have less than 60. Because like I said, if I selected the 20 best players, age 12, 13, 14, they're going to be only guards probably at an older age. But when I sit and tell my president, the best kids are going to come from the second and third group. Those are the ones that have parents 2 meters 8, mothers 190, and they all run around like this. You guys probably have seen them before. They're all gangly and falling all over the place. But those are going to be the kids that are going to be the best players through hard work. So I said, we cannot let those kids go. And those will be our talent. But a lot of times, and I know you say, no, it won't happen to me. It will happen to you. You get all excited. There's a 195, 13-year-old kid come in dunking the ball. And I've seen it over and over. And we get so excited that kid, we forget about every other kid in the whole gym. So I think the big thing is, stay on course. Treat all the kids like they're going to become the best players. Don't let that kid think he's the best player. Keep them like Coach was saying yesterday, it's very true. All kids are equal. You got to treat them all equal. If you treat one special, you're not only going to lose those other 10 that know you're treating him special, you're going to lose him. He's going to lose your respect. So you've got to treat all kids equal in that way. Talk about, but you don't have to treat them the same. You treat them equal, but like I said, sensitive kids and me, we had a big problem when I first started out. I was really tough on the kids, like I said, and when I had a sensitive kid, I lost a lot of them. So as I got older, I always wrote down in my practice plans when the kids quit, why they quit, talk to their parents. And I think these are things that you should keep in your files. Why are kids quitting you? What kind of kids are quitting us? So like I said, for me this was very, very important. The importance of grassroots sports. Grassroots sports represent the entry point into organization, athletics for most young people. They are community-based programs often run by schools and local clubs. That provides the first opportunity to play and learn and compete. In America, I thought we had a big, big advantage over the rest of the world because our sports was very involved with our schools. So we had educators teaching the kids. We had people who actually really cared about the kids teaching the basketball. And I think it's even changed in America now. If there's a guy that can raise money better than somebody else, they're bringing coaches in from outside. These are business guys getting these jobs, and they only care about their self. They don't care so much about the kids. They care about the money, how they can raise the money, and all this that's really kind of hurt the American basketball. I think we have big problems now. When you get into clubs, we have a big problem. You guys stay with me. I know you're getting tired, but if you need to stand up and stretch a little bit, you can do that too. But stay with me here because when I'm looking at you, a couple of you right here, okay, that makes me very, very concerned. Okay, so like I said, at the grassroots level, the focus should not be on winning. But tell me a coach that don't care about winning or a kid that don't care about winning. So, it shouldn't be the main emphasis, but winning is important. I'm not going to lie to you. One Yugoslav coach told me a long time ago when I took a new job, he said, Rick, win and then do the right thing. Because once you win, they'll get your respect. And then after, you can do the right thing. And I kind of always listened to that and said, you know what? Sometimes you got to win. If you lose all the time, nobody's going to respect you. The kids won't, nobody else will. So you got to get a little bit of winning. And if you go through the process and you do it correctly, you will have the results. I promise. My coach told me when I left college, I was scared to death. I'm not good enough. I'm just not good enough to go out there and be a coach. And I played college ball. I just didn't feel good enough. And he goes, Rick, I promise you one thing. Outwork everybody. Make sure nobody outworks you. And you will always have over a 500 season. And he was absolutely right. I think in my whole career, I maybe had one team, and I used to coach 8, 9 teams in a year. So I had maybe one team that has been under 500. That was a bunch of little girls that never played basketball, that just started. So we used to try to win minutes. We didn't even try to win quarters. We tried to win minutes. But we worked for that. But big emphasis on developing, on social. We started, something I'm very proud of, under 9, we started in Slovakia and we started in Luxembourg called the Micro League. And the reason we started the Micro League was because the little kids were getting humiliated. Especially my son was on that team. He was 6, 7, he was playing against 11, 12. So of course, first game, 144-2, we lost. They're playing against American coach, so they want to press us the whole game. So we say, hey, we got to go a different route. I called Mauricio. He said, you think about the micro league that we talked about. So we tried it, and we brought in coaches that really cared about kids that wouldn't put their teams into these competitions because they were getting killed. We never played more than 3-on-3. Every kid got an opportunity to play equal kind. We played skill games, and the thing went very well, and to this day they both still run this for their 6 to 9-year-old kids. So I think as many kids as you get playing in India and enjoying it, I think that's going to be very, very important for your future. All grassroots level, the focus should, these environments create inclusive spaces where young athletes can build confidence, develop basic movement skills, and learn key values such as teamwork, discipline, and resilience. We talked about everything yesterday, but we talked very little bit about character. Okay, I'm a big, big believer in character. And I constantly preach it and constantly teach from young age. I heard people say, what age do you start with psychology? I think you start when you start teaching how to win, teach them how to lose, how to act. I think you teach that at 6 years old and up. You just progress it, progressively. Here we go. Okay, let me see. Understanding talent in sports. Before discussing identifications, let me see what page this is. This was in Japan. So before discussing identification development, it is important to clarify what we mean by talent. When people say talent here, we've talked about that. Everybody looks at the physical attributes. We've already discussed that, and that's what they're going to look at. They're going to look how tall you are. Even another coach, when they walk in the gym, look how big they are. Even my kids say, look how tall they are. That's the first thing everybody recognizes, the size. But it's, technical skills, ball handling, psychological. Some kids are just tough. And those are the kids that are going to develop to be very, very good players. The ones who have good character. And like I said, I try to teach every one of my kids, no matter who, if they don't make it in basketball, they're going to make it in life. And the things I'm most proud of, I'll be honest, is I went and see one of the kids, and he's not a kid now, he's 50, but he's in Kenya. His name's Danny Shuto, and he's like Mother Teresa. He turned down a life being a great doctor to help the people in Kenya. And he also was in India. He started a thing called Find the Cure. And he was the one who started. I think he's passed it on. I'm so proud of them guys. And I went back a few months ago when I started the trip, and they all had a big reunion for me. And it was funny what they became. I had one kid who used to draw futuristic cars all the time. And everybody's telling me he's wasting his time. You waste your time, And I used to always tell the kids, man, you can be what you want. I really believe that. You work hard, you believe in it. And now he designs for Ferrari. He designed 3 of the Ferraris they use. And he said, Coach, I thank you for, you were one that didn't criticize me all the time for drawing my futuristic cars. And I have so many success stories, and very few of them come from basketball. I have kids, but I'm more proud of the ones that went on to be a doctor to help somebody else, or a teacher, more than a basketball player. That doesn't excite me so much. I have some good basketball players, I can tell stories of them too, but the kids that made it in life, I really, and have their kids now, and want them to play basketball because they had such a good memory of basketball. And I don't know if all the kids nowadays are having that same feel that these kids had or that I had. And so I think that's something we really got to look at. I hope you guys are reading this, a little bit, because I kind of want to speed up. I know you guys, and I don't want to spend too much time, because I want you to definitely listen to Coach. In sports talent, often associated, we talked about it. And we talked about this. We all looked at these big kids You know, and we get so excited about them. Why is it the little guy that's always so tough? You know, I talk to a lot of coaches a lot of times when we're selecting. And these big guys, half the time, they get a free pass. They get a free pass, and we do everything bend over backwards to keep this kid. But that little kid, he's got to work so hard, twice as hard, do everything. And he becomes that tough character kid. And why don't we do the same with the bigger kids? You know, I think, you know, they take a little longer. We know it. They grow up a little bit slower, a little bit younger biologically, even though they're tall. But make them work for it too. Don't give them everything free ride. You know, you don't work hard. I give them more chances, I'll be honest, myself too. Especially like I got 2 kids now that are 14 years old that are 2 meters 18 and 2 meters 15. And they're a little bit, they get tired quicker, but I know they're going to be talented, so we work with them a little bit more patient. I'm getting this, guys. That's Coach there, if you don't know who that is. So, talent identification, it's not him. It's definitely not him we're trying to find. So, to talk about talent identification refers to the process of recognizing athletes that excel at higher levels in competition. I think also the coach is very, very important on this. A lot of times, you know, if a coach seems to think this kid has talent, it's strange how many times that kid develops into a talented player. You know, I made many, many wrong choices. I'm not going to say I know everything about selecting. Hey, I made many wrong choices. So, you know, I've also made a couple right ones. But I remember the best thing I ever did was I was coaching a 12-year-old team in Slovakia before I left to go back to the States. And we had 20 pretty good little kids. And the president came up to me and said, I want you to select the 8 kids that are going to be good for the future. So he said, here's all their names. So I think probably the best thing I did was I put question mark, question mark, question mark for all 20 kids. Because I don't know who's going to make it. But out of that group, we had one kid go to Alba Berlin who was recruited by Real Madrid. And he was probably our top athlete. He grew up to be about 6'10". And he quit basketball. Quit it. Right after he finished Alba, youth basketball, he didn't want to play professional basketball. He wanted to go to college. So we would have put all our time in him. I think, you know, we wasted our time. Great kid, though. He's got a great education. The 2 other kids, the one I said, this kid will never, ever be a basketball player. He's the absolute worst mentally that we ever had. We talked about kids developing late mentally. Okay, just like physically, they also develop late mentally. And this kid just signed a $1 million contract this year to go play at the University of Miami, play college basketball. His name is Malovic. His brother, I thought, was a short thing. He's playing university right now. Another kid playing at the University of Colorado, making $1 million a year, Ronchik. They grew up to be 6'10", 6'9". A lot of the guards ended up playing professional basketball or going to college like my son. It was just a special group, you know, and we treat them all the same. And it was just a group, and they go, Coach, we want you to make another group like that. And I said, well, you need a lot of help from God, because, you know, that group I didn't make. That was just, we got them started on the right path. So I think, you know, the talent identification is very, very hard. You know, even if you date and you hope and you pray they're going to grow that size and they got big parents, they might not grow. So just, if I give you any advice, treat them all like they're going to become great. And a lot of them get weeded out naturally. And they all had a great opportunity. And the rest will become coaches, work in your clubs, help advertise the basketball, and will stay for a long term. Coaches and scouts assess players, okay, physical ability. They say I'm pretty good at that. I just kind of always look out for the big kids. You know, I always make sure if they're a little bit bigger. Up until a certain age, with basketball, it's a little bit different than other sports. Up until 13, everybody's a guard. You know, everybody plays the outside position. The little guys, I have point guards too. And that's based on parents. You know, somebody said, don't choose the kid. This is what a great coach told me. Choose the parents. And I'm like, what is he talking about? He said, But it makes sense, because if the parents played sports, the kids are more likely going to stay in the sports. If the parents were a rocket scientist, probably when that kid gets a little bit older, he's going to go to university. So pick the parents, not the kids. You know, if you got a close decision of having to pick somebody as they get older. Sorry guys, this is taking longer than I thought. Talent identification, find the hidden gems. We talked about testing, the Cooper's test, the beep test. You know, a million of these tests. You know, the sprints, agility, vertical, the psychological assessment. You know, and this changes too. Psychological, it changes just like physical, you know, so it's the same. And the holistic evaluations. I think really, really important when you're testing them, you know, they asked me, like, when I came to the national team, they said, let's start testing them. I said, why do we want to test everything right now? Let's get the selection first, which is most important. Let's get this. This is a new project going. And I think, you know, a lot of the kids that I had were kids that were tested, failed all the tests. And it's strange because one of them was playing in France professionally, and another one, he's playing in Luxembourg professionally. You know, and even both of them, you would say, would never be a basketball player. Short arms, slow, but they can play basketball. I don't know, have you ever seen those kind of kids? They're some are kind of heavy, some are kind of weak, but somehow they got it. They know how to play basketball. So I think, you know, don't kick those kids out. Big thing in Slovakia now where I am, little kids' dreams. They're going, he's too little, he's too little. I'm like, oh my goodness. You know, thank God it wasn't like that when I came up, because I was little. So there's special places for the little kids, because right now, if I had a good little guy, a point guard, oh, I'd be so happy this summer coaching that under 16. I got big guys. I just don't have no little guy. So I need a guy that can, you know, bring the ball up, lead, and all that situation. So I think, be careful. I don't like cutting until the last possible minute. We have to do it. So, you know, we talked a lot about this science in the sports. I know it's very, very important, but there's still that human nature, and I hope that always stays. I hope, you know, putting our arm around the kid or something, you know, it doesn't get to a point, you can't touch the kid, you can't do this because this is wrong. That's how it is in America now. I remember I grabbed the kid and said, come here a second. And he, oh, coach, you can't touch the kid. I'm like, oh, God. I just put my arm around him. And, you know, kids aren't even used to it. You do that now in America, they go like this. They feel like it's strange for them. So, I mean, it's a bad feeling when they do it to you, because you're like, oh, God, I'm just trying to give you a little support. Talent identification, that's my son. So you never think he'll become something, but he's probably my gym. You know, we talk about gyms, that's my gym. You know, very, very proud of him. What he turned out to be, had to stop because of injuries as he got about 21. I don't know if I overtrained him or if he overtrained himself, and that's another way. You work, thinking he's going to be the national team point guard one day. At that point, had all the physical attributes, dunk backwards, run fast, defense, score, technically, but the body wouldn't hold up. So that's why I said don't put all your marbles into one kid, because that could happen to the best player too. We talked about the relative age, chronological, biological. I don't want to repeat that anymore. We know about acceleration growth. If you see a guy 13 years old, 6'5", and he's got a beard and a lot of hair on his legs, you know, he's probably going to stop growing. So try to move him out if he has a little talent to the perimeter. I think right here, overemphasize on size too early. Right in here where I was, right? We overemphasize on the size. Environmental inequality. Some talented youth may be unnoticed due to lack of exposure. And that's happened to us. Like, always they chose off of the 6 best teams in Luxembourg, or not Luxembourg, but in Slovakia for the national teams. And then what happened? We had another 74 teams that never got looked at. So what we did last year, we made a trip and went to every club And then we started finding kids. You know, we found the one kid that was 2 meters 13 at 14 years old. We found a lot of 1 meter 96 kids that, you know, could move pretty well. We started to find a lot of talent out there, but nobody knew about them. So I'm sure India, 1.4 billion people, you guys have a lot of talent hidden out there. So, you know, I think it would be really easy if you can get the foot soldiers out there working and coaching. Also, yeah, I put this down. I think it's important. A lot of times in our youth basketball from 6 to 12, we have two groups. You know, we have one that's a little more serious, more ready for competition. And if you can do this, we have a fun group. We have kids that, you know, they're just not ready. They don't want to play games yet. The parents don't want to play games. It's too much stress for them. We've tried to bring them in gradually to the group. But we also have fun, where it's a lot more games than practice. You know, we don't want to eliminate them and say, well, basketball's not for you, because we've had some good kids come out of those groups. And also there's clubs that do it for fun. You know, I don't want to look down on those clubs, because I have a friend that does it after the club I left, and he sends all his talents to better clubs. So, you know, I think you need fun clubs too. Environmental inequality. As many region groups possible, as long as possible. Evaluations. One-day evaluations are not, for me, are not always very good. Because, like I said, here's for example. When he would come in, he has a different mentality, more like his mother. You know, he doesn't want to show off. He kind of want to make friends. He believes more in the social thing. So I said, why don't you go out there and dominate? He goes, Dad, maybe the kids will all hate me. You know, and they would. You know, that's how America is. So I just kind of want to fit in. I go, well, they don't give you time to fit in over here. You got to go and show it the first day. But some kids take a little bit more time to kind of fit in, especially when they move to a new city or a new country or something like that. So give them a time, give all of them time as much as they can. Athletic development. I got a few more pages if you guys hold on. I think this is important. The stages, you know, 6 to 9, focus. You know, I believe in skills. A lot of people, oh, don't teach, just let them have fun. No. I think from a young age, they should little by little learn how to handle themselves in the gym. And I teach them. And I think they should have 10 minutes of really teaching each day of a skill or something like that. So they get the process. They start to understand as they get older. Learning to train. I think 10 to 13, leadership, that's when I start developing point guards and putting them in roles and giving them responsibility. Point guards to guards. You know, that's what I have in my young practice, 10 to 13. Athlete development training to train. 13 to 14, I think that's when it's got to start to become more serious. They got to start to learn to love the process. Now, a lot of kids are going to start at 13 years old. So they're going to be biologically or whatever behind. So it's going to be a little bit harder for them. You maybe put them in a younger group for a few months until, if they're new, until they can get into that group. Training to compete, 15 to 19. And a lot of people have this long process, how we're going to develop all the way up until 28. I'll be honest, to experience, you don't have that long. You have a short window. You better get good quick in basketball, in team sports. Because as soon as they're 18 years old, if they're good, they're going to go on the men's team. And if they're not ready, hey, they're not going to play. They're just going to be a practice player. Well, they're going to go to university, and I'll tell you what the coaches told me. I said, I got a 6'8" kid. This kid can play. He needs about another year and a half. Coach, we don't have time. We don't have time for a year and a half. We got to win now. If I don't win now, I won't have a job next year. That's America. So don't think you're going to send them over to America unless they're ready. Now, if they're ready, then they'll have a great opportunity, a great experience. If they're not ready, they're going to be coming home really, really fast. So I think by the time they're 18 years old and graduate high school, or 19 over here, they have better be ready. They better be mentally tough, physically tough, and then they can learn as they move up. Let's see, training, compete, athletic development, transition, retention. That's very important for me, the retention of the kids. You know, I think it's really hard when a kid quits me, and they're going to quit you. But I think to keep them in the sport as long as possible. So even when they get ready to quit, maybe they'll come on as your assistant coach, or like I said, keep score, or refereeing, or something. We're going to need them in our sports, no matter what it is. So I think that's really, really important. Balance academics. You know, I'm a big believer. I ended up turning down a job in Italy the first year I was down there because they told me 16, 15 years old, they didn't care about their academics. They're professional players now. And I'm just saying, you hear all the success stories, you don't hear the failure stories. A guy getting injured after, and all of a sudden he doesn't have a job or anything. So I'm a really, really big believer in academics. The kid is the #1 priority. If he doesn't make it in basketball, will he be able to make it in something else in life? We're killing these kids right now in America. If a kid is good, he can act any way he wants. And they change schools, and they have no character. A lot of them are just poor character. So I think very, very important support network. I think working with family, coaches, teachers, preachers, you know, whatever. Everybody needs to work together to help the kid. And I think we kind of all do our thing individually. Turn real quick. Coach's role. I think this is probably where I'd spend a lot of my time. If I had money and finances, I would spend my time on the coach. Okay? I think that's going to be an important thing. And the bad thing with the youth basketball, everybody wants to coach the professionals because that's where the money is. Okay? They want to go up there. That's where the recognition is. That's where... So what do we give the youth? We give the youth all the new coaches or the coaches who can't get any other job. So what happens a lot of time, those are volunteer coaches most of the time. They don't have the knowledge. They don't have the knowledge. So I would spend more time, if I was a country, helping these young volunteer coaches get an idea how to coach these young talents. Because when I went to India and I see 7-year-old kids playing zone defense, everybody in the world knows that's a no-no. You know, you have to have a progression, and that's a no-no. But you know, they want to win. They want the kids to be happy. I'm sure they're not doing it on a bad, idea. It's just how they're brought up. You know, like everybody else, win at all costs. And the best coaches, I believe this: the best coaches teach life lessons through sport. I always give a notebook. I do it with my men's team. They're like, "Coach, you're treating us like kids." And I'm like, you get a notebook, and we write down every practice, we write down the drills, and I say, you're going to be coaches one day. They said, Coach, I hate basketball coaching. I will never be a coach. And one of my teams in Austria, they're all coaches now. One's over there in England coaching, one's at Michigan State coaching. I got Nenad Vidica, he's over there in Croatia coaching. He said he'd never be a coach. So I got them all over the world coaching now. And I think that team is funny because every one of those kids I had are coaches, but they were never going to be coaches. Like Coach Krooks was never ever going to be a coach. Okay, so I make them do notebooks, and I put nutrition in there, motivation lessons in there, tactical lessons in. And I think that's important. Communicate effectively with the athlete's parents. This is very hard for me. I'm not very good at it. I think be really, really with the parents. Have a team meeting beginning of the year. Explain your rules, what you expect, how they can help. A lot of parents just want to be around their kids. They want to help. So maybe you can say, hey, we need drivers or we need certain things for... Get them involved as much as possible. You know, make them more of an ally if you can. Some of them you just can't. You know, you have to keep... Some of them drive you nuts. But... I think that's the negative part of the job, parenting. Recognize the signs of burnout or stress. This is where I push the kids so hard sometimes, and I know when the final exams are, a certain time of year. Sometimes I come in the gym, I see them like this, you know, and they're so stressed out. I'm like, today we're going to play. We're going to play today. And they're just so excited to play, you know, just happy. You know, sometimes you got to know when to pull back off those reins. Recognize, adapt to individual learning styles. Talk about problems with sensitive kids. That's what I talked about already. Each kid learns differently, so I think that's really, really important. At high level, coaches become talent managers, balancing data, science, intuition. But even then, the greatest power lies in human connection. The athlete who feels valued, supported, will always perform better than the one who feels pressured and disposable. Okay, I really believe in that. You know, I think really let them feel valued. As many times you can praise them, it's not enough. Psychological, we talked about that yesterday. I'm going to speed it up a little bit. From local, global pathways, successful models. I think right in here, I think the school competition is the most important. Local club competition, regional developments, national team trials, international tournaments, exposure camps. In America, okay, we have this AAU basketball, and I think it's a great idea, but I think money has corrupted it. You know, it's all about the money right now. So, you know, if you say how is it, I can explain that later, but I don't want to waste your time on that. So, I think because everybody sees a kid as a dollar sign or way out, you know, way to go to a higher, you know, position. These are guys, Coach talked about him yesterday, this is my guy, okay? He's everybody's guy, him. This is a guy you guys know. You guys might not know this guy. His name is Scottie Pippen. So, I remember when I got out of the military, out of the Navy, I went back to Arkansas to get a job. And they were telling me about, Coach, wait till you see this kid. It was a small, tiny college, NAIA school. It's where I went. So I said, Coach, I need a job. He goes, I want you to see this kid. He's going to be a great NBA player. And I'm like, man, I said, you always saying stuff like this. And he said, this is Scottie. Come on over. So Scottie Pippen came in as a young kid. And he has a funny story. He got cut from his college team. So at 18 years old, he got cut. He was the manager on the football team, which was basically cleaning the clothes for the football players. And all of a sudden, he was a point guard in high school, so he wasn't good enough. He was only like 6'1". He was my size. And he started growing late. Talk about late bloomers. And he got to be 6'4". All of a sudden, Coach brought him on the team, redshirted him. By the time he was a senior, he was 6'8". He kept all his athleticism, all his abilities, and got cut from college. You know, and that's very, very late in getting cut and getting selected. And he didn't get selected to a small program. He ended up being one of the best players in the NBA. So that's why I said, don't ever give up on the kids. You never know when God reaches down and touches them. So I think the last thing, we talked about this, future development, okay? A lot of it is also too, like Coach said something yesterday, be careful watching the YouTubes and all this. Be careful who you listen to. I always have people, you know, I always say to my assistant coaches, when we go to clinics, take notes. Close the notes when you're done. In 2 weeks, come back and see what you like. It's funny how you get all excited all of a sudden. This is great for motivation. But other than that, I think it's really, really important you get some kind of idea to be motivated, to look into it. Okay, you had a lot of topics, you know, a lot of it became the future development. And this is why this is my favorite place in India. They made me feel so good. This is Kerala. These are my guys. So this is after killing them for 3 hours in practice, you know, and just riding them. Because I coach them like they're my team. I always say, I'm going to coach you like you're my team. And they had a good time and I had a good time. So that's the way we're supposed to end at the end of the day. So the conclusion, you know, I like Germany, the way they go. Germany is like, they're like robots. They just kind of go at it. But the one thing they do really, really well, it's the last thing I'm going to say. Even though they don't like each other, they work together. In every other country I've been to, they work against each other. They will not work together. And that's one of the reasons I left Slovakia this year. Because I said, I'm 70 years old. I don't have time to play those games. My time is very valuable. And I'm not going to sit there and work if we can't work together. I mean, I'm not sitting there stealing your players. I'm trying to get to work together. But no one wants to work with each other. And I think India probably has similar type problem, what I heard, you know. So I think no matter if you don't like it, it's for the kids. You're going to have to work together if you're going to have something great. And there is no reason why you can't have great in every sport, because 1.4 billion, and you have the talent. I've seen it already. So God bless you guys. I make it quick. If you guys have any questions,
Practices. Now we are open for questions.
Oh, you got questions? Okay. Don't make them too scientific. I'll be lost.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
It was a wonderful presentation, which reflects no early specialization for young. No early specialization. Early specialization should not happen during the early stages.
What ages are you talking about?
I'm talking about, I'm basically athletics coach. I'm an athletic coach.
6 to 9? Are you talking 6 to 9?
8 to 12.
8 to 12? Specialization. What do you mean, like certain? I do basketball. I teach him skill training. You know, I'm specialized in that. I definitely teach.
Should be subjected to a particular discipline like athletics, football? Should they choose at this that?
Oh, okay. Thank you. At that age, here's the rough thing. You know, my answer, no. But I won't say that to nobody, because I'll be honest with you. If I sit there and go, I'm going to share you with my soccer team, and I'm going to share you with my, you know what's going to happen? Those soccer teams and them other teams are going to steal my kids. So how am I going to keep them busy all year? That's the world thing. Even though I know specialization at the young age is the worst thing possible. You know, for their bones and joints, and that's why we have so many.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I understand. Even from my point of view, also no early specialization. And even our World Athletics Federation also represented one code: athlete first, winning second, during the early stages.
I can't hear. It's hard for me.
So let me ask the direct question. Suppose if I select the student during the raw condition, raw talent, I trained him or her for a few years. I'm using the word few years because I don't know the specialization even for following his chronological age or biological age. Okay, after 1 year or 2 years. But I found he or she is not fit for me. Athletics.
Yeah.
Okay, suppose jumping event or any other sprinting event. So, sir, can you please figure out the important points to positive transfer of training for other games? Because here we are talking about grassroots to greatness. It is a big scenario. So there are so many scientific factors are representing in this. Some of growth patterns also chronological and biological age. These patterns are also reflecting. So, sir, what are the main key points so that I can follow? Because here in India, what happens, sir, no any federation or association or not working on that, a positive transfer of stream. Suppose I select the student, so I try to train him for 1 year, 2 year, 3 years from grassroots to become the great athlete. But sometimes what happens, I could not find him or her, she is not able to perform well. So then what should I do that time.
So transition from one sports to
Yes.
Another.
You know, this is my idea. That's why I hate to say like, oh, this is a must, because it's not a must, but this is my idea. I told my son, you know, my wife, I wanted my son at a very young age to make sure athletics and gymnastics. I think athletics and gymnastics should be the basic of all sport. And we made sure our son at a young age, 6 years old, went to gymnastics once a week, you know, twice a week. Athletics once a week, you know. I think those are your basic you need. And then basketball. Why did he do basketball? Because his dad did basketball. That's the only reason. And that was my relationship with him. Because he's way too smart for me. I can't even talk to him unless it's about basketball. So, but I think, you know, like I said, if you take him at athletics, and I think that's a specialized sport, you know, and then you move up, like you go on to the next sport, it'll be easier for him to transition. It's the kid that does no sport and then wants to start sport at 12 years old. That's what's a very hard transition. But if they do athletics, I'd grab an athletic kid any day. I grabbed a few athletic kids in my life, and they turned out to be pretty good basketball players.
Actually, that time, sir, we can't provide him a specialized training. If we started to give him or her specialized training, then his muscle maturation, muscle memory is shaped accordingly. So then it will be very difficult to shift another game. So during the grassroots level only, we can think about to change him or her that time. So how many years or how much time, sir, we can take for that?
That's what I'm saying. You know, that's what I'm talking about, this science stuff. I mean, there is no exact time. You know, for me, I wish there was. I wish we could make everything perfect. You know, I wish, but there is no perfect saying. I think when they come to basketball, for example, we want to retain them in basketball. We want to keep them in basketball. We want to put other sports in the basketball with them when it's year-round. But I don't want to give my kid, and I'm saying, at what age? I have enough time trying to coach this kid basketball. I'm not worrying so many things like the scientists worry about. I mean, the scientists worry about everything. I really don't worry about that, to me, truthfully.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Coach, I'd like to ask a question. So 2 questions actually. First is, I work with a lot of shooters, sir.
Where are you? Oh, there you are.
I work with a lot of shooters. And what I've seen is, since shooting is primarily a psychological game, not much of a physical game, there is not a lot of movement happening. So what are the psychological factors that winners have in particular? If you can name 3, so what you have observed in your coaching experience? That is the first question. And the next is, usually we have seen that early success leads...
Wait, let's go one at a time. Okay, that's about all Mr. Brain can handle. Okay. You say, what have you seen all successful people? I think, one, they've all had a tremendous work ethic. Okay, I think that they love the work. They love their craft. I think, 2, they always feel like they've got to get better. You know, they have this. They never arrive. They hit something else. They go to another level. They go to another level. They have where a lot of the, I don't want to call them losers. But a lot of them, they always feel they have already arrived. You know, I asked Tamika Dixon, I coached her, and she was an Olympian and a LA Sparks NBA champ. And I said, Tamika, when did you arrive? She said, she was the only one that answered right. She said, Coach, you never arrive. You work, you work, you work. And I think those are 2. And I think the third one, if I have to say a third one, they have a tremendous self-confidence through hard work, through their work. I think, you know, those are 3 to me. You know, they believe they can do anything. So, the real champions.
Thank you, Coach. And just a follow-up question. We have seen an example of Michael Jordan, where he did not have early success, and then he got successful later in life. What I have also seen is that some early success leads to complacency. So how do you usually handle such cases? I'd like to know your thoughts.
Yeah, we can talk about that. You know what? That's why we said, why does the kid that struggles, why does he become so tough? You know, like, I can use myself. I was the littlest kid. I was the last kid picked ever to play basketball. I was the worst player ever. I wasn't at a high level like those guys. But when you have all this, like Scottie Pippen, you got to work 10 times harder just to stay on the court with those guys. So you develop a better work ethic normally. You know, number two, you ask more responsibility. You know, you're asking more responsibility, and so you're pushing yourself constantly. And I think that's where you get better. A lot of times the kids that are really good, I don't know if they hurt themselves more than the coaches hurt the players. Because a lot of times the coaches, if a player is really, really good, they give them different rules. You know, and I think, you know, that's why we talk about they should have the same rules and be treated the same. All right, hopefully that answered.
Thank you, Coach Brooks, for your experience. To our last speaker, now I invite Dr. Ajay Chandra, in charge academics, senior volleyball coach. It is to felicitate you.
Oh, you're confusing me. See? Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you all our eminent speakers and participants for engaging discussion so far. We will now take a short tea break. After the break, we will continue with the next set of primary sessions. I request all the delegates, students, colleagues to kindly return to the hall as per the scheduled time so that we may resume the sessions smoothly. It's a 10-minute break.
कितने जाना 10 मिनट से पूरी आने नहीं आपका कितने जाना 10 मिनट पापा ने कितने जाना ब्रो
Announcement please. Next presentation will start at 1:35 sharp. 1:30 sharp.
और इधर चले हैं और चले इधर चले हैं और पिक भी ले लेंगे आपको बॉस के साथ
विश्व चैंपियन मुक्केबाज तैयार किए हैं तथा देश भर में राष्ट्रीय मुक्केबाजी प्रशिक्षण केंद्रों की स्थापना में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाई है। मैं पुनः द्रोणाचार्य पुरस्कार से सम्मानित श्री स्वतंत्र राज सिंह सर को आमंत्रित करूंगा मंच पर कि वो आके
Now I would like to invite the next panelist, Jeevan Sharma. Mr. Jeevan Sharma, Dronacharya Awardee, Judo coach, JSW Bellary. Sir is a highly decorated Indian Judo coach, renowned for training top national athletes, serving as a head Judo coach at Inspire Institute of JSW, and receiving the prestigious Dronacharya Award in 2018 for his exceptional contributions guiding players to national and international level. Sir has also served as a head coach for the Indian national judo team. Jeevan sir also leading an Indian judo celebrated judo coach with a world-class talent and advancing in the sport through dedicated coaching. Sir has monitored prominent judo coaches like L. Sushila Devi, Kalpana Devi, Garima Chaudhary, and others. He also emphasized both on physical and mental training, focusing on sports science and technique. I now welcome Mr. Jeevan Sharma, Dronacharya Awardee, Judo coach, JSW Bellary. Now it's my privilege to call Dr. Sunil Dabas. Ma'am is a legendary figure in Indian sports, distinguished as the first and only woman to receive both the Padma Shri and the Dronacharya Award. Ma'am have authored 30 books, 45 research papers and PhD in women's psychology. As a coach of the Indian national women's kabaddi team, she led the squad to an extraordinary streak of international success with 8 international gold medals with Asian Games and World Cup. She is recognized as a trailblazer. She is honored as a President of India in 2018 as one of the first ladies for the unprecedented contribution to kabaddi. I welcome you to the dance.
और अंत में मुझे अत्यंत सम्मान और गौरव के साथ परिचय कराने का सौभाग्य प्राप्त हो रहा है श्री एम सदानंद जी का, जो एक अंतर्राष्ट्रीय वुशु खिलाड़ी, अनुभवी प्रशिक्षक एवं प्रतिष्ठित तकनीकी विशेषज्ञ हैं। श्री एम सदानंद जी ने अपने शानदार खेल करियर में 44 से अधिक राष्ट्रीय एवं अंतर्राष्ट्रीय पदक अर्जित किए हैं। उनकी प्रमुख अंतर्राष्ट्रीय उपलब्धियों में दक्षिण एशियाई वुशु चैंपियनशिप में स्वर्ण पदक, रजत पदक, पार्स कप, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय वुशु चैंपियनशिप ईरान में रजत पदक, दक्षिण एशियाई खेलों में कांस्य पदक सम्मिलित हैं। विश्व वुशु चैंपियनशिप में उन्होंने विश्व रैंक 10 प्राप्त कर भारत का नाम वैश्विक मंच पर गौरवान्वित किया है। राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर राष्ट्रीय वुशु चैंपियनशिप एवं राष्ट्रीय खेलों में 40 से अधिक पदक अर्जित किए हैं, जिनमें अनेक स्वर्ण पदक एवं रिकॉर्ड शामिल हैं। मैं सदानंद सर को अनुरोध करूंगा कि वहाँ
Now I invite our moderator for the session, Mr. Sujit Kumar, Senior Coach Boxing Academics, NSNIS Patiala. Sir, please.
Thank you everyone. Good afternoon everyone, respected dignitaries and respected speakers on the panel. I would like to start our panel discussion of the topic talent identification in combat sports and its development to greatness. So I will start the discussion from S.A. Singh sir, Dronacharya Awardee, about what is the talent scouting and talent identification system in boxing and how it works. So, sir.
Namaskar. SAI, we have many schemes when it started in 1985, like NSTC, SAG, and even hostel schemes and residential, non-residential schemes also. In SAI, we selected after 12 years of age in the initial stages, 12, 13, 14 years. And those boxers were already, this scheme was started in 85, 86, already participated in national championships or state championships. That means they have already achieved something, particular level. And they were, initially there were 3 hostels in boxing: Bhiwani, Manipur, and Hyderabad, in part. Now we have more number of center of excellence is there, are there. But when we start with the selection, initially it was only through whatever they have already achieved in the net. They have won medals at the national level, come, okay, you give trial, and then they have to into the schemes. In my view, I was transferred to SAI, Nehru Stadium in 1984-5 from IG Stadium. Initially I was in IG Stadium, I just stayed there for 1 year and we started this youth center after 82 Asian Games. But whereas the other centers are having NSTC and residential schemes as well, and non-residential schemes, we have nothing in Delhi. I was in Delhi for about 5-6 years initially, and there was nothing. Only boys were coming and boys were going. So what we did to initially to encourage the boxers to come and participate and train in our centers was, we used to have, we used to go to different schools, different areas. We used to have little competition. We used to just arrange small rings, shadi wale tables. I'm just talking in shadi wale tables. Uspe hum log, we used to make a ring, and then we used to just conduct 2 bouts and just to tell the people that this is boxing, just to popularize in public, because people were not knowing anything about boxing initially, and they were afraid also. They were not sending their kids to for boxing, especially. They were initially interested in sending their kids for judo, even for kabaddi, kho-kho kabaddi, and other like kung fu karate, but not for boxing. It's a total lagne wali game hai. They were afraid. But there were, when we started these things, going to schools and other areas, kids started coming to our stadiums, and then the number increased. And initially, when the competition had national championship started for sub-juniors in 1985, and from there, after that we had small national camps. The identification, but we were talking about initially it was only through the positions they have already achieved at national level or state level. But I think, in my view, the initial should be, we should visit schools, we should visit different clubs even, where the training is there or where the training is not there. Both we have to be very careful about the selection in the initial stage at the grassroots level, because unless and until we visit schools with the main areas for any sport is school only, from where we can get the talent. We cannot get the sitting in the stadium and just, okay, aa jao bhai. Nobody will come. You have to go to the school, you have to visit even the colleges, and this is how, initially I selected in my, during my initial stages when I was in, even when I was in, before joining SAI or NS, I was in Ambala, and in 80-81 for 2 years. It was beginning of, coaches in Haryana Sports Department. And there was only one senior coach before us. He was Mr. Rajendra Yadav, posted in Bhiwani in 78. And we started coaching in 80, 81, 82 in different, 3-4 coaches were selected. And what we did, there was no equipment. What I did, I used to go to the schools, bring some boys, they come and play boxing, come and we'll give you some, toffees and all that, just to lure them. We'll give you some fruit also. So they used to come, but there was no equipment, not even a single glove. Because after 1 month or 2 months, the boy used to ask, "Sir, the stane gloves. What about gloves?" They have seen somewhere boxing with gloves, not with bare-handed. So, to go back after a few days, I used to write to our district sports officer that I need this and this equipment for the kids. We used to transfer that application to authorities in Chandigarh, like director or deputy director was there, and there was no reply for 5-6 months. But later on, I personally went to, you have to take initiative as a coach. I personally went to director sir, okay sir, we don't have any equipment, how come boxers will learn without equipment? That is, yesterday we were talking about the importance of equipment. This is where the importance also comes. Good equipment for injuries and other things. But initially, even those days, equipment was of not that quality. But boxers, your kids, they need to see the equipment, what all they have to wear and where they have to hit. So, I went to the director of it and asked him, sir, what about the equipment? For the last 6-7 months, I am without equipment. How come I will teach the boxing to these kids? They want to see, at least they want to wear it. Even if they have not learned the basic, I used to teach them basic about the footwork, their initial whatever we teach in boxing. The straight punches are initially what we teach them. But for how long they will stay without equipment? So he gave me a sanction for 500. Those days 500 was okay. So 500, I came back, I purchased 3-4 pairs of gloves, few skipping ropes and 2 punching bags. And there were no punching pads even. I used to show them on my hands. The punching pads were there, but quality was not that good. So this is how initially in SAI, later on when the hostel started, and because I was not in those schemes earlier, we got the hostel very late in 2000. At present, there is no scheme in Delhi, there is no common play, nothing in Delhi at the moment. And this is very, I don't know why it is happening. The SAI is closing so many centers. We have to increase the number of centers, whereas we have already NOCs are being closed, STCs being closed, and common play schemes are being closed. So this is all initially what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So now we move to Jeevan sir. In your views on talent scouting protocols, pros and cons, and the reality of the testing right now, what we are getting from the sports science, and your suggestion to what should be improved or what kind of testing should be there. Thank you, sir.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So thank you for inviting me here. So first of all, I would like to tell that something about how we were doing that talent identification while working in SAI. So I think the first coach when we started the sports system in Bangalore, and some of the members are there, Sajid sir, Anuradha madam, and our ED, Azopatik Shiva also that time in the national camp. So that time we were selecting. Why I am telling this, our young coaches should know how that time we were doing the selection and talent identification, now how we are doing now. So that time we were just on merit basis, they are performing at national level, and we selected some 4-5 athletes in Bangalore hostel. And later after 4-5 years, it was good results. They won senior Asian medal and qualified for 1996 Olympic Games, 2 athletes from Karnataka. So after that I got transferred to NSNIS Patiala. I spent 20 years here and in academics, 96 to 2000, but then I opted for coaching. And we started 4th Center of Excellence in NSNIS Patiala. And till 2016 I was working here. That time we were selecting athletes who were calling here for trials. And then we were screening them on their merit basis, and then scientific tests staff by conducting, and we were inducting them. But now presently, now I'm working in Inspire Institute of Sport. What we are doing there, I personally we visit a team to different parts of the country, from northeast to Ladakh, and we identify not on the basis of results. We see the talent. Talent in the means the coach eye, first of all. We see that really we were since we studied listening all these parameters, these motor qualities and all. So after seeing that, once you see the coach, you can see that is young athlete having talent, having basic movements, abilities, and he can come up. So we bring them, we call them to IF, and then we keep them minimum 4 weeks. And maximum, even sometimes we kept some athletes up to 6 months also. And then totally we screen them first, not only in judo, our scientific staff, they do their testing and all, mostly regarding that injuries part. What happens in grassroots level when we call them? Burnout is the main reason. Once they train there, if we select them on the basis of their performance in sub-junior level. So they are gold medalists and they expect they will keep us. But once they do testing and all, and we find that knees are gone, shoulders are gone, so it's very difficult to train them from that level. So that's the main part of medical assessment. And blood investigations and all to find out that any deficiency. And then comes the part to trainable abilities. Because some motor abilities they are trainable. We cannot, on that basis only, we do first testing and then keep on basis of those factors. This is our present criteria to do the TLD. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, ma'am, I just want to ask the protocol of testing in your kabaddi, because kabaddi is a very unique kind of sport where you need a lot of physical qualities as well as sometimes it's a very contact sport and injuries are there, and the performance of individual is depend on the others' performance also. So how you are doing the system of the talent identification kabaddi and in a long LTD?
थैंक यू। नमस्कार सभी को। मैं हरियाणा से हूँ और द स्पोर्टिंग कल्चर इज देयर, द बेसिक सपोर्टिंग कल्चर इज देयर। और किसी भी जगह पे अगर सपोर्टिंग कल्चर है तो वहाँ से एथलीट निकलना आसान है। इंडिया में हम बेसिक पूल की जहाँ बात कर रहे हैं, मैं कबड्डी पे आऊँगी, इंडिया में हम बेसिक पूल की बात करते हैं ओलंपिक पोडियम की। ओलंपिक पोडियम तक हमारा 20,000 अगर एथलीट पहुँच रहा है तो वो कम से कम 20-25 लाख में से आना चाहिए। हमने हरियाणा में जैसे एक एक्सपेरिमेंट किया था, स्पीड टेस्ट करके कि हमने स्कूलों को टच किया, और स्कूलों को टच करके 10 साल पहले की बता रही हूँ, स्कूलों को टच करके ग्रासरूट लेवल पे हमने स्कूल्स को पकड़ा, 5 लाख बच्चों को हमने टेस्टिंग किया। टेस्टिंग के बाद हमने उनमें से 50,000 स्टूडेंट्स हैं उनको हम आगे लेके आए, टैलेंट हंटिंग किया, और उस टैलेंट हंटिंग को हमने नर्सरीज में डाला। मोर देन 1500 नर्सरीज आते हैं, उन नर्सरीज में हमने कोचेज अपॉइंट किए। जब तक उस बच्चे को ट्रेन करने वाले परफेक्ट कोच नहीं होंगे तो कोचेज अपॉइंट किए। स्टेडियम्स हैं, हम सरकार आपके द्वार स्टेडियम्स हमने गांव में खुलवाए। मोर देन 275 स्टेडियम्स आर देयर इन डिफरेंट विलेजेस। हमने विलेजेस को आइडेंटिफाई किया, किस विलेज में कौन सा गेम फेवरेट है और किस विलेज में कौन से गेम का टैलेंट हमें मिल सकता है। हम उस टैलेंट के पास गए और वहां से हमारे पास टैलेंट निकल कर आया, तो उन गांव में हमने नर्सरी वहां गांव में शुरू कर दी, हमने पंचायतों में नर्सरी शुरू कर दी। और वो नर्सरी जो है वो हमें, क्योंकि स्पोर्ट्स क्या है, अगर कंटिन्यूटी रहेगी ट्रेनिंग में, और वो कंटिन्यूटी जो ट्रेनिंग की है, वेदर दे आर कोच और क्वालिफाइड कोच और नॉट, हमने स्टूडेंट्स जो हमारे वो खिलाड़ी जिन्होंने कभी गेम को अचीव ना कर पाए, हो सकता है इंजरी की वजह से या कुछ और, लेकिन उसका पैशन जिंदा है, उस पैशनेट एथलीट को हमने वहां डेप्यूट किया एज ए कोच और जूनियर कोच इन नर्सरीज में, और उन्होंने अपने पैशन को खिलाड़ियों के अंदर से निकाल के हमें रिजल्ट दिया। तो वो जो रिजल्ट हमें गाँव से मिला, क्योंकि आज हरियाणा को आप हर जगह देखते हैं कि हरियाणा में कुछ खेल ऐसे हैं जो जिसकी लाखों नर्सरीज है। आप ये मत सोचिए कि हमारे पास हम नर्सरी, इंडिया की 78 अकेडमीज आर देयर फ्रॉम साई। इंडिया में टोटल नर्सरीज की अभी भी कमी है। नर्सरीज हमारे पास जितनी बढ़ेंगी उतना टैलेंट बढ़ेगा, उतना बेसिक पूल बढ़ेगा, बेसिक पूल बढ़ेगा तो टैलेंट हमारा ऑटोमेटिक निकल कर आएगा। तो सबसे पहले तो हम हमारी 1.4 बिलियन पॉपुलेशन को टच कहाँ कर पा रहे हैं, हमारी 20 लाख पॉपुलेशन भी अगर टच हो जाए तो मेडल्स आ सकते हैं, पहला। दूसरा, हमने प्लानिंग जो की, अभी कल एक पॉइंट पे चल रहे थे कि रोल मॉडल्स क्रिएट किए, तो हरियाणा ने रोल मॉडल्स क्रिएट किए। हरियाणा ने एथलीट्स को ओपन आउटर, जैसे एक पॉलिटिशियंस की हम पब्लिक डोमेन में जाके उसको हम वो करते हैं, अप्रिशिएट करते हैं, ऐसे एथलीट्स को हमने अप्रिशिएट किया ओपन पब्लिक डोमेन में। पब्लिक डोमेन में जब उसको अप्रिशिएशन मिलता है तो क्या होता है, उस एथलीट के अंदर मोटिवेशन आता है और एक रोल मॉडल 50,000 रोल मॉडल वहां उस एरिया में तैयार कर देता है। उसको हम फॉलो करते हैं, हम फॉलोवर हैं। अगर शाहरुख खान ने 8 पैक्स बना लिया तो हमारे जिम कल्चर में 8 पैक्स का इतना ज्यादा क्रेज बढ़ गया, तो वैसे ही क्रेज बढ़ाना है तो एथलीट्स को हमने क्रेज बढ़ाया कि एक एथलीट आया तो कैश अवार्ड्स बढ़ाए, कैश अवार्ड्स और जो गए ओरिएंटेड। हमारे एजुकेशनल सिस्टम के साथ हमने कोलैबोरेट किया। एजुकेशनल सिस्टम का फर्स्ट टाइम हमारी NSP 2025 में आया है 5th पिलर के तौर पे, इंटीग्रेशन विद एजुकेशन। एजुकेशन के साथ कोलैबोरेशन है। अगर हम नेशनल लेवल पे एजुकेशन के साथ कोलैबोरेशन कर दें, क्योंकि हमारे पास, मैंने एक बार आपको वो भी दिया था, सजेशन भी दिया था कि हमारे पास मोर देन 600 जो है नवोदय विद्यालय जहाँ पे पूरी फैसिलिटीज है। पिछले दिनों मनसुख मांडविया जी जब ग्वालियर में वो एड्रेस करे थे तो उन्होंने कहा कि हमारे पास इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर सफिशिएंट है। हमारे पास इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को कोलैबोरेट करके कोऑर्डिनेट करने की जरूरत है। मोर देन 600 नवोदय विद्यालय जहाँ पे बच्चे डेली रूटीन में प्रैक्टिस करते हैं, उनका रूटीन मॉर्निंग 6 o'clock 5 o'clock स्टार्ट हो जाता है। वहाँ पे हर बच्चे को फिजिकल एक्टिविटी करना कंपलसरी है। हमारा जो स्पोर्टिंग कल्चर है वहाँ से हम कम से कम भी लाखों बेसिक पूल हमारा ओलंपिक पोडियम तक लेके आ सकते हैं, तो वो भी एक न्यू जनरेशन आएगी। ये जो छोटे छोटे एक्सपेरिमेंट्स किए हैं, क्योंकि स्पोर्ट्स है वो राज्य का विषय, खेल जो है कंकरेंट लिस्ट में नहीं है कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में, तो हर एक स्टेट का अपना अपना कानून है, अपने अपने तरीके से हर स्टेट उसको डील करता है। जब ओलंपिक से मेडल लेके आता है कोई बच्चा या टीम मेडल लेके आती है तो उस टीम के बच्चे हरियाणा अलग डील करता है, राजस्थान अलग डील करता है, बिहार अलग डील करता है। तो वो खिलाड़ी वहां तो भारत के थे, लेकिन जैसे एयरपोर्ट पे आते हैं तो वो खिलाड़ी बढ़ जाते हैं और उनका जो एप्रिसिएशन है, उनका फेलिसिटेशन है, वो भी बढ़ जाता है। तो वो खिलाड़ी वहां पे आके अपने आप को बहुत ही नर्वस फील करता है कि हमें तो कोई एयरपोर्ट पे लेने तक भी नहीं आता, और कुछ बच्चों को लेने के लिए वहां पे एयरपोर्ट पे हजारों गाड़ियां आ जाती हैं, फूलों की मालाएं आ जाती हैं। तो ये जो डिस्क्रिमिनेशन है ये पॉलिसीज में भी कहीं ना कहीं इंटीग्रेट होना चाहिए, क्योंकि एक सेंट्रल पॉलिसी है जो एयरपोर्ट से लेके उसको घर तक कोऑर्डिनेट करे। अब मैं आती हूँ कबड्डी पे। कबड्डी जो है, कोई भी खेल फेडरेशंस के माध्यम से इंडिया में चल रहे हैं। कबड्डी भी एक ऐसा खेल है जो कॉम्पिटिटिव स्पोर्ट्स है, गांव से निकल कर आता है। मोस्टली जो हमारा टैलेंट है वो गांव में मिलता है। अभी थोड़ा सा उसका जो PKL शुरू होने के बाद उसको हम शहरों में भी देख पा रहे हैं, लेकिन उसका बेसिक जो पूल है हमारा ऑलमोस्ट रूरल स्पोर्ट्स है। अब जब हमारा कबड्डी में फेडरेशंस जो है पूरे 7 साल से मुझे लगता है कि कोर्ट में चल रहा है, कहीं ना कहीं उसका सोल्यूशन नहीं हो पाया, जिसकी वजह से कबड्डी का डाउनफॉल स्टार्ट हो चुका 7 साल से। अब फेडरेशंस, ऑलमोस्ट फेडरेशंस क्या करते हैं कि फेडरेशंस के पास सिलेक्शन की पावर है, और वो सिलेक्शन डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल से डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पे, बेसिक लेवल पे प्रभावित हो रहा है। अगर डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पे नेपोटिज्म और फेवरेटिज्म आ गया तो वो वहां से टैलेंट वहीं से गायब हो जाता है। तो टैलेंट को ऊपर लाने के लिए हमारा सिस्टम है वो कहीं ना कहीं फेडरेशंस के सिस्टम पे चेक एंड बैलेंस की कमी है फ्रॉम डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल। जब एथलीट एक हायर लेवल पे आ जाता है तो उसको हम कहीं ना कहीं चैनलाइज कर देते हैं, लेकिन बेसिक जो टैलेंट जो गांव में ही दब गया उस टैलेंट को हम निकाल नहीं पा रहे हैं। तो फेडरेशंस का जो सिलेक्शन प्रोसेस है मेरिटोरियस, उसमें चेक एंड बैलेंस फ्रॉम डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल टू स्टेट टू नेशनल्स, क्योंकि नेशनल्स में अगर वो फेवरेटिज्म हावी हो जाता है तो वो एथलीट है कहीं न कहीं दब के रह जाता है। और कुछ स्टेट्स में कुछ खेल बहुत ज्यादा है, कुछ स्टेट्स में कुछ खेल है वो कम डेवलप हो पा रहे हैं। हमारे कुछ ही स्टेट्स हैं जो स्पोर्ट्स में अच्छी पॉलिसी लेके आई हैं, चाहे आप साउथ में तमिलनाडु से, केरला या कर्नाटका से कुछ टैलेंट निकलता है, नॉर्थ ईस्ट में थोड़ा सा निकलता है, नॉर्थ काफी निकल रहा है। तो स्टेट्स की जो पॉलिसीज है, हालांकि हमारा ऐसा नहीं है कि हमारा DNA हर जगह ऐसा नहीं है कि वहां पे वो बच्चे फाइट नहीं कर सकते हैं, उस गेम से रिलेटेड खिलाड़ी नहीं निकल सकते हैं, लेकिन फिर भी हमारा कहीं ना कहीं जो ये स्टेट वाइज है वो पॉलिसीज को इफेक्ट करता है, वही हमारे कबड्डी को भी इफेक्ट कर रहा है। कबड्डी हमारे 4 स्टेट में सिमट के रह गया है। पंजाब जो कभी किसी टाइम पे, पंजाब के सर बैठे, मैंने इनको पहले भी कहा था, किसी टाइम पे हम खेलते थे तो हम पंजाब से डरते थे, पंजाब डाउनफॉल में है क्योंकि वहां पे कबड्डी के फेवरेबल फिजिक है, पंजाब की फिजिक है वो कबड्डी के बिल्कुल फेवरेबल है, पंजाब का टैलेंट है वो कबड्डी के बिल्कुल फेवरेबल है, लेकिन ड्यू टू सम हो सकता है वहां का जो कल्चर कैसा स्पोर्ट्स का कबड्डी का डाउनफॉल पे क्यों गया वो बेटर बता सकते हैं, लेकिन कबड्डी का जो रिक्वायरमेंट है फिजिकल वो बहुत ज्यादा हमारे पंजाब में मिलती है, लेकिन वो डाउनफॉल पे है। हरियाणा, महाराष्ट्र, तमिलनाडु और छोटा मोटा 1-2 स्टेट और रह गए हैं जो कबड्डी कुछ ही स्टेट्स में सिमट कर रह गए हैं ड्यू टू फेडरेशंस का जो हमारे 7-8 साल से जो लगातार फेडरेशंस की जो कमियां हैं वो एथलीट्स पर हावी हो रही है और एथलीट्स के सिलेक्शन को इफेक्ट कर रही है, और सिलेक्शन जब इफेक्ट होता है तो टैलेंट मर जाता है। टैलेंट है, उस टैलेंट को हम ऊपर नहीं लेके आ पा रहे हैं, ये ड्यू टू सम पॉलिसीज। अब इसके बाद कबड्डी में जो मेन है इंटरनेशनल लेवल पर, कबड्डी एक ऐसा स्पोर्ट है, सेलिब्रल गेम है, उसको हम इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे पूरे वर्ल्ड में ला सकते हैं और इवन हम ट्राई करें तो ओलंपिक में जा सकता है। इसमें बहुत कंट्रीज इसमें आ गए, मोर देन 50 कंट्रीज आर देयर, लेकिन कबड्डी का जो इंडिया का लीडरशिप है, इंडिजिनस गेम है, इंडिया की लीडरशिप है वो अफेक्ट हो रही है। किससे? क्योंकि हमारा जो इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे बॉडी है उसमें इंडिया का लीडरशिप खत्म हो गई है। ये जो इलेक्टेड बॉडी, ऑटोनोमस बॉडी होनी चाहिए, तो वहां से लीडरशिप खत्म हो गई है। तो इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे अभी इस टाइम पर आपको जान के हैरानी होगी कि पाकिस्तान लीड करता है, हमारी लीडरशिप वहां खत्म है। वर्ल्ड कप में इंडिया को बैन कर दिया जाता है, ईरान प्रेसिडेंट है हमारा, इंडिया का जब तक यहाँ पे सॉल्यूशन नहीं होगा तो कबड्डी का डाउनफॉल है। इसलिए मेरी तो सारे अधिकारियों से, साई से भी रिक्वेस्ट है कि कबड्डी को कोर्ट से बाहर लाके उसको चैनलाइज किया जाए और उसको स्ट्रीमलाइन करना बहुत जरूरी है। रही बात लड़कियों की, गर्ल्स 20 साल पीछे हैं, चाहे वो किसी भी स्टेप पे। मैं हर बार राइटिंग में भी सजेशन भेजती हूँ। गर्ल्स, हालांकि मानती हूं मैं, लड़कियों को जब सोशल रिस्ट्रिक्शंस थी, गांव से निकलती थी तो कबड्डी जैसे कॉम्पिटिटिव स्पोर्ट्स को लड़कियों के लिए बहुत अच्छा नहीं माना जाता था। हमारे टाइम पे लड़कियां ट्रैक सूट तक भी नहीं पहन सकती थी, लड़कियों को कबड्डी खेलना मतलब वो सोच भी नहीं सकते थे। लेकिन आज थोड़ा सा सोसाइटी के अंदर मेंटली ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन हुआ है, मेंटली चेंजेस आए हैं, एक्सेप्टेंस बढ़ी है, लेकिन फिर भी लड़कियों के इवेंट्स हैं उसको उतनी ग्रेसफुली आगे नहीं बढ़ाया जा रहा, वो बढ़ाना जरूरी है। जैसे लीग का मैं सर से भी डिस्कस कर रही थी कि लीग जो है, प्रो कबड्डी लीग का जो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट हुआ था 20, क्योंकि लीग ने बहुत हाइप दिया कबड्डी को, इंटरनेशनली उसका व्यूअरशिप बढ़ा, लेकिन कबड्डी में गर्ल्स की लीग शुरू होते 13 सीजन तो जा चुके हैं, हम वेट कर रहे हैं। तो गर्ल्स का 20 साल बाद, जब भी बहुत ज्यादा फाइट करके हमने 20 साल बाद एशियन गेम्स में 2010 में इंक्लूड करवाया। मैं फर्स्ट टाइम गई थी, फर्स्ट टाइम हमने फाइट करके इंडोर एशियन गेम्स में इंक्लूड करवाया, फर्स्ट टाइम हमने फाइट करके वर्ल्ड कप करवाया, फर्स्ट टाइम हमने एशियन चैंपियनशिप करवाई। तो हमारा गर्ल्स का उतना फेडरेशन कोई भी हो, गर्ल्स को मोटिवेशन नहीं मिलता अगर ऊपर से गर्ल्स को सेम स्ट्रीम लाइन से दोनों को इक्विवेलेंट नहीं, दोनों को सेम नहीं माना जाता, एट पार करके नहीं लेके चलेंगे तो गर्ल्स का भी डाउनफॉल है। इसलिए उस लेवल पे सुधार की थोड़ी सी आवश्यकता है। रही कबड्डी के जो बेसिक ग्रास रूट लेवल पे टैलेंट की, तो टैलेंट कबड्डी का बहुत है। टैलेंट हम 3 तरीके से टैलेंट को आइडेंटिफाई करते हैं। फर्स्ट, हम ग्रास रूट लेवल पे स्कूलों में हमारे पास, जैसे हरियाणा में तो है ही एकेडमी, लेकिन पूरा ऑल ओवर इंडिया हमारे पास एकेडमीज इतनी है, क्योंकि प्रो कबड्डी को देखिए एकेडमीज बहुत आ गई। तो प्राइवेट एकेडमीज का ये दौर है जिसमें प्राइवेट एकेडमीज ने आज पूरे इंडिया में कबड्डी को बहुत ऊपर लेके आई है, फ्लरिश किया है। दूसरा, उन जो जहां से चल रहा है, जिन स्टेट्स में अपनी स्टेट्स की लीग भी उन्होंने शुरू की है, तो स्टेट वाइज जो है गवर्नमेंट्स ने भी हेल्प किया है की लीग, जैसे यूपी की लीग हुआ, हरियाणा की लीग हुआ, तमिलनाडु की लीग हुआ, कर्नाटक की लीग हो, छत्तीसगढ़ लीग हो, ऐसे जो स्पेसिफिक उस स्टेट बेस्ड लीग्स है वहां से भी टैलेंट निकल के आता है। अल्टीमेटली क्या है कि वहां पे इन्वॉल्वमेंट ऑफ द एथलीट्स डे बाय डे इंक्रीज हुआ है। तो जो एथलीट्स का इंक्रीज होना, ये भी कबड्डी में एक पॉजिटिव साइन है, और आगे हम और भी पॉजिटिव कुछ करने की कोशिश करेंगे मिलके सरकार से, ताकि कोर्ट से हम बाहर आए तो कुछ और अच्छा कर पाए। थैंक यू।
मैम, एक जुड़ा हुआ सवाल आपने जिक्र किया कि प्रो कबड्डी लीग से काफी बेनिफिट हुआ, तो मैं इसी से पूछना चाह रहा हूँ कि एमेचर कबड्डी में क्या आपका प्रो लीग का बेनिफिशियल है अनहेल्दी है? कई बार क्या होता है कि पूरी जान लगाते इंजरी हो जाती है और मेन इवेंट नहीं खेलते क्योंकि पैसा इन्वॉल्व है। सो उस पर मैं
देखो, प्रो कबड्डी लीग से डेफिनेटली बेनिफिट हुआ है, मैं उसको नेगेटिव नहीं लूंगी, और बॉयज को हुआ है, गर्ल्स को नहीं। इसमें सबसे बड़ी बात क्या है कि प्रो कबड्डी लीग जैसे बीसीसीआई बहुत ज्यादा रीच हो गया। क्यों? क्योंकि आईपीएल से, आईपीएल का जो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट था, उस कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में बीसीसीआई को एक रॉयल्टी के तौर पे एक मनी दी जाती है। 12 साल तक कबड्डी में भी पीकेएल के माध्यम से एक रॉयल्टी के तौर पर मनी मिली, और वो बहुत थोड़ी थी। जो टोटल बिजनेस है वो कितना है इस टाइम पे? आप इमेजिन करके बताओ कबड्डी का, पीकेएल का, थोड़ा सा आइडिया। 60 हाँ 60 to 100, इट्स 1000 करोड़ कबड्डी का इस टाइम पे बिजनेस है। प्रो कबड्डी का इस 1000 करोड़, और 1000 करोड़ अगर बिजनेस है तो हमारे AKFI को कितना मिल रहा है? फेडरेशंस जो है, अगर हमारा रिच हुआ है, क्या बीसीसीआई रिच हुआ है ड्यू टू आईपीएल से जो करोड़ों रुपए वहां मिल रहे हैं, तो उससे उस गेम की डेवलपमेंट ऑटोमेटिक मोड में हो गई है। हमारे अभी भी ग्रास रूट लेवल पे मैट, जो अब मैट में आ गई, मैट जो कम से कम 4-5 लाख रुपए का आता है, ग्रास रूट लेवल पे अगर हम स्टार्टिंग में मैट से नहीं खेलेंगे तो बच्चे क्या होंगे? जैसे हॉकी में हुआ था, हॉकी में क्या हुआ था, ग्रास रूट लेवल पे जो ग्राउंड थे वो हमारा टर्फ पे चला गया, और वहां पे वो गीला होके बॉल गीली होगी, तो बॉल की जो एक्यूरेसी है हिटिंग की या पासिंग की, वो भी अफेक्ट हुई है। हरिंदर सर ज्यादा जानते हैं हमारे बेसिक ग्राउंड्स कितने हैं टर्फ के, जहां से हम टैलेंट को लेके आते हैं, हम बेसिक उसकी जो रिक्वायरमेंट इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे है, वो ग्राउंड है हमारे पास, इक्विपमेंट की सर ने भी बात की, सभी ने की, इक्विपमेंट है वो इफेक्ट करता है हमारा गेम कबड्डी का। जैसे ही मिट्टी से मैट पे आ गया, मैट पे क्या हुआ कि स्पीड बढ़ गई, स्ट्रेंथ की यूटिलाइजेशन कम हो गई। अब स्ट्रेंथ जहां पे इफेक्ट हुई है, वहां पे हमारे एथलीट्स जो गांव से निकल के आते हैं तो स्ट्रेंथ बेस्ड गेम खेलते हैं, और जैसे ही स्टेट और नेशनल लेवल पे जाते हैं तो स्पीड बेस्ड गेम हो गया, तो इंजरी बढ़ेगी। तो इंजरी बढ़ी तो इंजरी का जो भी है, इंजरी प्रोन गेम ऑलरेडी है। इंजरी का हमने कोई भी दूसरा साइड में कुछ भी नहीं लिया कि हम इसके प्रिकॉशंस मेजर्स क्या रखें, प्रिकॉशनरी मेजर्स नहीं लिए गए, तो इंजरी कबड्डी में बढ़ी है। दूसरा, पीकेएल में जब तक AKFI का इंटरफेरेंस नहीं होगा, पीकेएल 3 मंथ्स का कॉन्टिन्यू इवेंट है, और उसमें एथलीट को ट्रांजिशन नहीं मिलता, उसका स्टैग्नेशन आ रहा है। एक एथलीट जिसको हम प्रिपेयर कर रहे थे ओलंपिक, एशियाड के लिए या वर्ल्ड कप के लिए, उस खिलाड़ी को पीकेएल ने, कई ऐसे खिलाड़ी हैं जो टॉप लेवल पीक परफॉर्मेंस पीकेएल में दे गया, उसके बाद एशियन गेम्स में 0 हो गया, क्योंकि हमारा मेन टारगेट तो एशियन गेम्स था, लेकिन पीकेएल के अंदर उस खिलाड़ी को निचोड़ लिया गया, क्योंकि वो अनप्लान्ड, अनसाइंटिफिक प्लान है। अनसाइंटिफिक प्लान बिजनेस बेस्ड है, बिजनेस प्लान है वो हमारी इंजरीज को बढ़ा रहा है, क्योंकि खिलाड़ी का वहां पे उसको निचोड़ देना, उसका एक्चुअली जो है साइंटिफिक वे से उसका प्लानिंग नहीं, कंपटीशन है वो साइंटिफिक नहीं है, जिसकी वजह से कहीं ना कहीं खिलाड़ियों के अंदर जो बहुत ज्यादा खिलाड़ी को अगर आप कंटिन्यू धकेलते रहोगे तो ये फिजिक इज ए साइंस, और फिजिक का हमारे वहां पे निचोड़ना कहीं ना कहीं खिलाड़ियों को स्ट्रेस में भी डाल रहा है, और खिलाड़ी को, और एक वन मोर थिंग, ड्रग्स एंड डोपिंग, ड्रग्स और डोपिंग अभी पीकेएल में शुरू नहीं किया गया है। वहां पे खिलाड़ी फॉर डू एंड डाई, कुछ भी करके वो डू एंड डाई करता है, और उसको तो रिजल्ट देना है, उसको तो चमकना है, उसको तो टीवी का स्टार बनना है, उसको कुछ नहीं पता पीछे से कि उसको क्या लेना है, लेकिन वो बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ गया है। डोपिंग का हमारा कवरेज है, वो आपके पास तो पूरा सिस्टम है डोपिंग का कवरेज है, वो पीकेएल में जाना चाहिए, नहीं तो एथलीट वहां पे बर्बाद हो रहे हैं। क्योंकि किसी भी फ्रेंचाइजीज के अगर रूम्स में, चेंजिंग रूम में जाके देखेंगे तो आपको इंजेक्शंस मिलेंगे और डिब्बे मिलेंगे, और वो ओपनली मिलेंगे, तो वो जो बड़ा है एथलीट वहां पे, उसकी जो फ्यूचर हेल्थ है, हम जिसके बारे में सोच रहे हैं, एथलीट का वेलफेयर वहां डाउनफॉल है, तो वो कवरेज भी हमारा बढ़ना चाहिए, ताकि एथलीट्स की इंजरी, स्ट्रेस और मैनेजमेंट ये सारा हम कर सके, और वेल तरीके से हमारा कबड्डी जो है इंटरनेशनल ओलंपिक तक हम पहुंचा सके।
what is your experience in the Wushu event? Because we have two kind of event in Wushu, Sensu and Taolu. One is demonstrative and one is contact sports. So how you search a talent in which age and how you differentiate in both the events?
Thank you so much, and thank you so much everyone for giving us such a precious time. And thank you so much, Executive Director sir, and all the delegates. Yes, everyone might know what is the Wushu. Wushu is a kind of Chinese martial art. It's a combination of two categories, combination of two arts. That is the one part is the we call Shanda, which is Sancho. It is a combination of punching, kicking, and throwing. And another part as a form. What form? Is a just like gymnastic. It's a bare hand, free hand movements. And the next one is short weapon program, it's training program. And another one is a long weapon. And these are the main target program in Wushu, and categorized by two sections. One is the fighting part, it's a combat game. Another part is demonstration part, using what we were using, bare hand like free hand, short weapon, and a long weapon. And important part. What's important in Wushu? We focus on strength. We focus on speed, power, explosive, endurance. Not much like endurance, like athletics, long running, and flexibility. These are hyper flexibility. And second important is psychology. It's very important. And next important part is philosophy. It includes the culture. What's the meaning of self-defense, attack, defense? It's very important, psychological part. We train the psychology and mentally and physically in this art. And this is the very important. And martial art means yin and yang. It's balancing hard and softness. It's very important. And we can apply this yin and yang in present life also. And this is a exercise like Tai Chi. It includes a softness training program to fast training program. Like Changquan, we say this event in Taolu, it's a Changquan, it's very fast event. And Tai Chi is like very soft and slow movements program. It's like meditation with exercise. It's world famous. Everyone is following not only for the sports purpose, it is only for the health benefit also. And it is, we are bringing in the sports spirit and supporting the Olympics ideas. And how we conduct the grassroots means new athlete. How we conducted this new athletes and induction process. And first of all, we introduce the athlete. How do we introduce the athlete? Like social media, like cultural influence, like society introduce someone is achieving great some medals in the international standard. Then this influence makes to introduce the athlete or some beginners, and then they come to the government sector, either in the private sector or unit. Like there's some tests we conduct, especially in the Wushu. 6 tests is very compulsory, very important to conduct some new beginners in the initial stage. First general test, then we test the motor ability test. Strength, speed, endurance, coordination, flexibility. This is very, very common. We don't know how athletes have a quality, hidden quality. We try to find out the hidden quality. And next, we find out the specific ability game related. Like for the Sanda, we try to find out how fast the athlete punch with power, how they kick, and how they are throwing. and different types of punching technique like straight, cross, zap, uppercut, back turn, and then kick. We try to find out which type of kick he has the ability, like slap kick, side kick, back kick, roundhouse kick, round kick, and throwing neck, shoulder, which technique they are using. We try to find out. This is the man important we are trying to find out from the new beginners athlete. This is the two major importance testings we are conduct while we are initially induct an athlete. Next, fitness is very important. People are trying to hide their fitness because try to sort out because they bring some documents and try to show this is our fitness. No, we should follow all the medical process, psychological, physiological, injury, and their history, and try to find out this all are fulfilled or not. And second, the achievements. We are not considering about achievement regarding our band specific. We are considering from the other event also to transform their talent to our event. And education. People say sports player not require much education. No, education is the best and the best requirement for the sports person, because nowadays the sports is the scientifically best game. So athlete is well knowledge for education. They can learn the scientific knowledge, then they can improve in the sports field like wushu. And ACE, according to ACE wise, we develop different programs like sub-junior, junior, youth, and adults. According to the ACE wise, we differentiate how to be conduct their testings and their specific game-related skills. This is the way how we induct our new athletes from grassroots, from many villages, rural areas, and different parts of the India, as per their achievements, as per their achievements in another game also. This is the way. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Now again I call upon Singh sir about, apart from testing protocol, sometimes you take a test for new talent and they fail in that testing protocol. But what kind of quality you see apart from testing protocol? You take them in your induction and you train them, and they prove themselves a special, special product, and they prove themselves having a great performance. So, any contradiction you have in your experience, any examples you can give?
I will go back to again my initial training times in Nehru Stadium. When I was posted there, we had certain 9-10 years old boys. Those days there were no competition. I told you there were no competition for sub-juniors. They started very late. So what I used to do, we used to tell the box, okay, now we'll see, we'll give you a number also, we'll give you some certificate type or some small medal also. Or you go, okay, we'll test your footwork today. Who does the best footwork? Who has the best coordination? Who can perform best punching ability? Who can give you can do the best body movements? Like this, we used to give different set of tests, and then they were applied and they continued boxing. Earlier, otherwise they used to go out. So we have to keep the group same weight category. Only one boy will go. So initially, when first sub-junior, and before that we used to have one All India YMCA competition. Dharmender was there as number 1, but he was underweight. he was underweight. He couldn't participate. So what we helped him in increasing his weight through good diet, and there were no nutritionists those days. We were only nutritionists. I went to the administration people that this boy is good and he needs some specific diet so that he can build. Okay, क्या चाहिए आपको? तो जो वहाँ पर कैंप्स लगते थे जहाँ हमारी वो थी मैस, उसको बोल दिया कि हाँ इसको स्पेशल जो है डाइट देनी है. लेकिन 2-3 दिन के बाद बोलने लगे पैसे कौन देगा. मैं नाम नहीं लेना चाहता उस टाइम के जो हमारे वो थे वहाँ पर कॉन्ट्रैक्ट पे, अच्छा नहीं लगता. तो मैंने कहा धर्मेंद्र कम बैक, वी विल मैनेज आवरसेल्फ. वो पैसे मांग रहा है तो वी विल मैनेज आवरसेल्फ. तो ऐसे केसेस हैं जहाँ, और वो यू नो मोस्ट ऑफ लाइक कबड्डी, वी आर फ्रॉम रूरल एरिया. ज़्यादातर बच्चे रूरल के हैं जहाँ गरीब घरों से हैं जो कि कंटिन्यू करना चाहते हैं, लेकिन पैसे की वजह से या अच्छी डाइट की वजह से कंटिन्यू नहीं कर पाते. यही मैं आगे लेके चलता हूँ कि हमारे कुछ और केसेस भी हैं. जैसे SAG का मैं नाम ले रहा था, पहले शुरू में लिया गया SAG स्कीम थी. SAG में दूसरी गेम को लेकर चलता हूँ. SAG हमारी गेम में भी थी. नॉर्थ ईस्ट में डिंको सिंह है, जोरम थांगा है जो कि इस SAG स्कीम से ही आए और गेम के एशियन गोल्ड मेडलिस्ट एंड वर्ल्ड कप ब्रॉन्ज मेडलिस्ट. They were the first to get the gold medal. Dinko Singh in 98, and then Zoram Thanga in 90. He won first World Cup silver bronze medal. So, like schemes also are helping, but we as coaches should think that analyze that what else is required from administration, what else is required from the parents. It is not one-man show. It can't be only a boxer का okay मैं तो वर्ल्ड चैंपियन बन गया आज, वो अकेला नहीं बन पाता. ना ही कोच कह सकता है कि मैंने बना दिया. इससे टीम वर्क, बॉक्सर है, उसके पेरेंट्स हैं, उसके क्लास फेलोज हैं, उसके सर्कल है जो फ्रेंड सर्कल है जो उसको मोटिवेट करता है, डीमोटिवेट भी करता है. तो ये सारी चीज़ें देखनी है. और इधर आ जाओ तो हमारी फेडरेशन है, स्टेट एसोसिएशंस हैं, SAI है, या कुछ और डिपार्टमेंट हैं. जैसे मैडम ने बोला कि हरियाणा में, आई एम ऑल्सो फ्रॉम हरियाणा. और एक बहुत अच्छी बात है कि पहले पंजाब में बहुत अच्छा लेवल था. मैं खुद स्पोर्ट्स कॉलेज जलंधर में पढ़ा हूँ. उस टाइम में पंजाब का लेवल हर गेम में अच्छा था, कारण कि हमारे पास अकेडमीज लगा लो चाहे उसको जो है, या स्कूल्स में जो है स्टेट गवर्नमेंट ने काफ़ी जो है हर गेम में, अलग अलग गेम में वो सेंटर्स बनाए हुए थे स्पेशलाइजेशन के लिए. उसमें चाहे वो टीचर थे, कोच तो बहुत कम होते थे, लेकिन वही उनको ट्रेनिंग, चाहे वो खो खो, कबड्डी, एथलेटिक्स, बास्केटबॉल, वॉलीबॉल, किसी भी गेम में, बॉक्सिंग तो खैर नामो नाम निशाने थे. इवन हम जब 75 में कोर्स शुरू हुआ, दैट वाज द फर्स्ट बैच 75-76 जबकि कोचिज को यहाँ पर निकालना शुरू किया. तो वो जाके जब सिविल में हम लोग गए हैं. अदरवाइज डोमिनेशन वाज फ्रॉम सर्विसेज. हर नेशनल चैंपियनशिप में डोमिनेशन सर्विस की होती थी. लेकिन एक टाइम आया जब सिविलियंस डोमिनेट करने लगे. सिविल से आप देखोगे तो आप सिविल से जा रहे हैं, चाहे वो आपकी कोई भी स्कीम है, चाहे वो SAI की स्कीम है, चाहे वो आर्मी की स्कीम है, कि एयरफोर्स की स्कीम है, नेवी के बच्चे हैं जो सारे की आर्मी स्पोर्ट्स इंस्टीट्यूट में जो जा रहे हैं, जो इंडक्ट कर रहे हैं, वो बच्चों को अर्लियर देयर वाज इन आर्मी देयर वाज बॉयज कंपनी, इट वाज स्टॉप. ये सारे पुराने हमारे जितने ओलंपियंस हैं, वेनु, नोरन, इवन और भी नेम्स हैं, अपने क्या नाम, हवा सिंह जी, आपके मेहताब सिंह, ये सारे बॉयज कंपनी के ही प्रोडक्ट्स हैं. लेकिन वो बीच में बंद कर दी गई. दोबारा स्पोर्ट्स अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया और आर्मी ने जब मिलकर दोबारा स्पोर्ट्स दोबारा चाहते थे कि हम आर्मी स्पोर्ट्स जो है इंस्टीट्यूट भी है, उसके साथ साथ हर यूनिट में आर्मी स्पोर्ट्स जो है इनके जो बनाए गए हैं उनमें जो उसका फायदा मिला है। तो उसमें SAI ने कोचेज भी दिए हर यूनिट के साथ। ये नहीं कि ऐसे ही भी SAI के कोचेज हैं, आर्मी स्पोर्ट्स के जितने भी अलग अलग यूनिट्स में सेंटर्स हैं वो SAI के साथ कोलैबोरेट है और उसका फायदा मिल रहा है कि हमारा ग्रासरूट लेवल पे काफ़ी फायदा मिल रहा है। लेकिन हमारे को उस कल्चर को और बढ़ाना पड़ेगा। हमारे को सभी को एज ए जो अभी यंग जनरेशन, मैं चाहता हूँ कि जो यंग जनरेशन अभी NS कर रही है या कर चुके हैं पहले, उन सभी के लिए मेरी तरफ से गुजारिश है कि आप टैलेंट हंट के लिए डीपली जाइए, रिमोट एरियाज में जाइए, स्कूल्स में जाइए, जहाँ भी आपको टैलेंट में, क्योंकि जरूरी नहीं कि बना बनाया खीर तो सब खा सकते हैं। बनी बनाई चीज को तो आगे बढ़ाना ही है ना। जैसे अभी मैं इसलिए जानबूझ के हिंदी में बोल रहा हूँ कि हमारे पास दूसरे लोग भी बैठे हैं, ताकि जो हम लोग फिर फेस करते हैं गोरी चमड़ी पे, अल्टीमेटली जब ऊपर टॉप लेवल पे चले जाते हैं तो वो हम उनके ऊपर फेस करके उनको यहाँ बुलाते हैं कि आओ हमारे देश के बॉक्सर्स को या किसी भी गेम में उनको ट्रेनिंग दो। तो क्या हमारे कोच इतने केपेबल, हाँ आए तो ग्रासरूट लेवल पे ट्रेनिंग शुरू करें ना, बनाए फिर। हाँ ठीक है, कुछ कोच जिन्होंने बहुत मेहनत की, फर्नांडिस उन्होंने 90 में आकर 2008 में 18 साल बाद गोल्ड मेडल आया है। हम कहते थे उसने काम किया है उसने, लेकिन लॉन्ग टर्म में जाकर जो है बीच में गैप से डिंको का मेडल है, लेकिन उसमें हमारे कोचिज का भी बहुत हाथ है। हमारे कोचिज बिना एक कान भी देने के पहले जैसे बोला कि एक अकेला बंदा नहीं कर सकता, तो अकेला वो, क्योंकि लास्ट जब मैं 17-18 में यहाँ एज ए चीफ कोच था तो मेरे साथ अपना सेंटियागो वाज देयर एज ए कोच, तो वो हमारे से ही सीखता था 2-3 हफ्ते, और 2-3 हफ्ते के बाद वही चीजें लागू कर देता था। ये फैक्ट है ये। और वो ये कहता था कि इनको कुछ नहीं आता। और मेरी फेडरेशन के साथ और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ स्पोर्ट्स एंड मिस्टर भटनागर को सेक्रेटरी स्पोर्ट्स दैट टाइम वी वर इन इस चैम्बर on 27th of December 2017। उसमें बात ये हुई कि ये हमारे कोई तो कुछ करते नहीं, जो करता है तो बाहर वाला करता है। मैंने कहा सॉरी सर, there are 70 boxers in the camp. Can one coach train everybody for showing pad every day? Not possible. जो मेरे 10-12 कोच हैं मेरे साथ, they are the main.
जी सर,
they are doing.
Thank you sir. Thank you. Okay sir. Just one more minute. Sorry, everybody is waiting for lunch. We are getting too late. But sorry, मैं इस चीज को इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ कि हमें अपने कोचिज के ऊपर फेथ होना बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है। मैंने कहा आप हमें देते क्या हो, हमारे कोचिज को देते का हमारा कोच जो आता है वो सिर्फ अपने जो उसका डिपार्टमेंट है, जो SAI से है, आर्मी से है, रेलवे से है, उसका जो डिपार्टमेंट दे रहा है उसको 40 लाख, 40,000, 50,000, 60 जो भी उसकी पे है वही तो रहे। और बाहर वाले को आप जो है 8 लाख, 10 लाख, 15 लाख देते हो। और उसका आपने ये देखा भी होगा कि पिछले जो लास्ट जो हमारे पास ईरान के आयरलैंड के आया तो वो कितना डाउन हो गया, हमारा परफॉर्मेंस कहाँ गई डाउन, क्योंकि कैंप में सिर्फ जस्ट 1 मिनट मोर, कैंप में आप 2-2 लड़के रखते, मैंने 7-7, 8-8 लड़के रखे थे एक कैंप में। रीजन कि हम हर बच्चे को मैंने एक्सपोजर भी दिया और अल्टीमेटली हमारा वो फायदा मिला कि जो आपने इनिशियली बताया कि 2018 में हमारे एशियन गेम में भी गोल्ड मेडल था और कॉमनवेल्थ गेम में भी गोल्ड मेडल, और 8 लड़कों ने मेडल जीते 100% रिजल्ट। आई एम नॉट वो अपने मुंह मियां मिठू नहीं बनना चाहता, लेकिन सिस्टम से अगर हम चलेंगे तो रिजल्ट आएंगे। थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू,
थैंक यू।
One last question from Jeevan sir. So, in talent identification scouting team, induction too early or elimination? And one more question with this: early burnout. because हम जल्दी ले लेते हैं, then we train them hard in every age group, like in junior, youth. So उस पे सर आपका comments please.
See that first of all, since जो मैं बोलना चाहता था मैं बोला बड़ा इमोशनल हो गया, so I don't want to go in that detail. I will come to point only. The only thing that I feel, I want to suggest that our authorities who are sitting here, who are sitting at the top level, and Ministry or in Sports Authority of India, where we are lacking, and what we should do that. This is very important. Because this data collection, this AI, this testing and all, this is all common. We are repeating since a student every day we listen to this. But why our results are not coming? First thing, I think being Indian, मैं भी थोड़ा हिंदी में बोलता हूँ समझेंगे कि एक कुछ बार बार ये बोला जाता है कि 1.4 बिलियन की पॉपुलेशन है ये बहुत कॉमन कोर्स सा हो गया कि जो भी कितनी है, लेकिन हम ये देखना कि हमारे पास कितने स्पोर्ट्स वाली हेल्दी पॉपुलेशन आती है. डोंट गेट दैट टैलेंट, हम टैलेंट चूज कहाँ से करें? जो हमारे पास आता है कोचिंग का क्या है, उनको जो आता है उनमें से उन्हें चुनना है. Then we have to work on them. उसमें से कुछ बच्चे निकलते हैं तो उसमें कुछ हमारा सिस्टम ऐसा आ जाता है कि we are not going to change that. अब ऑल हमारे जो स्कूल गेम फेडरेशंस हैं, ऑल इंडिया यूनिवर्सिटीज हैं और स्पोर्ट्स फेडरेशंस हैं, they are being funded by government, either state or with central government. तो अगर हम लोग उनको थोड़ा सा कंट्रोल करें, अभी गिविंग एग्जांपल कि आप ग्रासरूट लेवल से बोल रहे हो, उसके बाद ऊपर क्यों नहीं आते? 2 days बैक आई वाज इन दिल्ली, फिर मैं को हिंदी में बोलना पड़ेगा कि वही बात है कि उनको नहीं चाहते कि उनको भी हमारा वीकनेस पता चले कि वहाँ पर वो रूल फॉलो करते हैं ग्रासरूट लेवल पे कॉम्पिटिशन में जो 20 साल पहले खत्म हो गए हैं. नोबडी देयर टू चेक. अब फर्स्ट टाइम मैं गया उनको बोला, मैंने बोला नहीं स्कूल गेम्स का जो आता है उनको फॉलो करना है. लाइक हमारे में चोकिंग टेक्निक होती है, आर्म लॉक चोकिंग होता है, दैट इज नॉट अलाउड बिलो 15 ईयर्स. और 12-12 साल के बच्चे अप्लाइंग दैट टेक्निक. मैंने उनको बोला, उनके जो फेडरेशन के प्राइस प्रेसिडेंट थे तो बॉर्डर हमने, तो हमें जो हमारे टेक्निकल आदमी बैठे हुए हैं हमारे अथॉरिटीज, दे शुड ये फेडरेशन को करना चाहिए, लेकिन नोबडी बॉदर्स. सेम थिंग ऑल इंडिया यूनिवर्सिटी में जहाँ से भी पूरे ओलंपिक मेडलिस्ट निकलते हैं वर्ल्ड में, जापान, यूके, यूएसए, ऑल ओलंपिक मेडलिस्ट कमिंग फ्रॉम यूनिवर्सिटीज. एंड व्हाट हमारे कंट्री में क्या हो रहा है, हम हायर करते हैं दूसरी यूनिवर्सिटी के बच्चों, तो वो जो बच्चों को आपको नर्चर करना है वो तो आपका खत्म ही होगा ना काम. और उसमें से जो कुछ कैटेगरीज ऐसे होते हैं, बॉक्सिंग में हमारी वेट कैटेगरी स्पोर्ट्स है, उसमें क्या है कि in some categories there is no competition and they win medal and we induct them, especially SAI schemes. And when we start training them, there is no talent there, and after next time beat them out. This is a process going on. And second is that we talk about periodization. Where is that periodization we practically implement? Anytime any state or district or the national body or even SAI जो इवेंट चलते हैं, they are not very date. We don't know, we are in preparatory phase, we are in preparing time, is general preparation, or we are in pre-competition period or in competition period. Every time we have to be ready. And what happens? Injuries or early burnout. So this is the main reason. Till we don't make the correct calendar and we have to choose, it's not easy. What we can do as a coaches, we have to choose the right competition for the talented athletes. Now see that, I will give you the example. We inducted some athletes and they were 10 and 11 years from Manipur. And we didn't expose them for many competitions except some important competitions. Out of those 2-3 athletes, so one became first cadet world champion, the second yesterday Martin Tom was showing a picture, Limthoi, and she after 3 years, after 2 years she had some injury and then didn't allow her to participate anywhere, and after 2-3 years she got the first world junior medal of the country. So that is the grooming, because she was at the same place and we were monitoring her progress and we were controlling her training, her competition participation. What in some players who were very talented, we overexposed them, early burnout. They gave some result, and now they are injured or they are nowhere. So these things we have to plan out. Coming to that again, our assessment camps what we SAI organized. You see also, I don't know, we conduct tests to reject the athletes or to test them to further do their development. It's not clarity. Okay, assessment camp once in a year. Come everybody, we don't see they have exam, they have competition period, or they are in which phase. So everybody has to come because government is paying Khelo India money. वो पैसे देते हैं तो उनको बच्चों को आना पड़ता है, लेकिन उससे उनका कितना पढ़ाई का लॉस होता है, कितना उनका ट्रेनिंग का लॉस होता है, ट्रैवलिंग में. इंडिया नॉट ए स्मॉल कंट्री, somebody traveling from Manipur, some from J&K. So we don't see all these things, but we make it compulsion. So my request is that ये जो चीजें हैं, why my child is going to school, उनको टेस्ट कौन करता है? उनके टीचर्स वो देते हैं. I am training, but somebody else is conducting a test, doing testing for them. Because they cannot believe. Either if you want result, we have to all together. And testing should be at the place where they are training. Coach should keep testing according to their training phases. It's not, once in a year you come and one test. No, it is continuous process, I think.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So one short comment from
मैं एक सबसे पहले तो मैं साई को बहुत बधाई दूंगी क्योंकि 2036 ओलंपिक में जब हम पार्टिसिपेट करेंगे तो 2006 का ये पहला बहुत ही ग्रेट इनिशिएटिव है एंड आई वुड लाइक टू कंग्रेचुलेट ऑल मेंबर्स टू इनिशिएट दिस इवेंट. एक जब ब्रेन वॉन्डर्स से हम सभी जानते हैं कि ब्रेन से बहुत कुछ निकलता है. एक मेरे सामने एक बार एक क्वेश्चन आया था कि लेफ्ट और राइट विंग सभी गेम्स में होती हैं. लेफ्ट विंग में जो बच्चा राइट जिसका ब्रेन अपोजिट काम करता है, जिसका राइट स्ट्रांग है वो लेफ्ट विंग पे अच्छा काम करेगा, जिसका लेफ्ट स्ट्रांग है वो राइट विंग पे अच्छा काम करेगा. तो ब्रेन अपोजिट काम करता है. तो एक बार मैंने ऐसे ही कबड्डी में एक लड़की को इंडक्ट किया और शी वॉज फ्रॉम रेसलिंग. बहुत अच्छा उसका बैक फॉल था, बैक कैच था. तो वर्ल्ड कप की हमारी ट्रेनिंग चल रही थी तो मुझे एकदम से ये आया कि इसका हमेशा पैर राइट की तरफ क्यों जाता है. तो वैसे उसका मैंने होप टेस्ट किया. होप टेस्ट के बाद उसका लैंडिंग देखा कि स्ट्रॉन्ग लेग तो उसका राइट है और वो हम ले रहे हैं उसको लेफ्ट विंग पे. तो उसको मैंने जैसे ही चेंज किया, उसका ट्रेनिंग मुझे बहुत हार्ड करवाना पड़ा, लेकिन उसकी विंग चेंज करने के बाद, क्योंकि जब बच्चा अडेप्ट कर लेता है तो उसकी ट्रेनिंग में बहुत ज्यादा हम चेंजेस नहीं ला सकते. लेकिन अगर वो बच्चा बचपन से अगर हम होप टेस्ट करके लेफ्ट और राइट विंग डिसाइड कर देते हैं तो वो मेरे ख्याल से वो बेटर जाता है. ऐसे ही एक टेस्ट मैंने शुरू किया है, अभी उस पर मैं पूरा उस पर नहीं पहुंची हूँ. टैलेंट हंटिंग थ्रू डीएनए टेस्टिंग. ब्रेन के 4 लोब्स हैं, 8 पार्ट्स में डिवाइडेड हैं. उसमें 2 लोब ऐसे हैं जिसके अंदर डायनामिक क्वालिटीज और दूसरी हमारी उसी लॉब के अंदर दूसरी होती है रिदमिक क्वालिटीज. हमारे मैक्सिमम गेम्स है वो डायनामिक और रिदमिक क्वालिटीज के विद इन अंडर आते हैं. और उन दोनों क्वालिटीज का क्या है, जो मैंने अभी तक पहले 30 एथलीट्स पे, इंटरनेशनल एथलीट्स पे टेस्ट किया, वो टेस्टिंग से रिजल्ट आया. वो रिजल्ट ये था कि जो एथलीट्स ऑलमोस्ट जो है उनके अंदर डायनामिक क्वालिटीज है उसका एक रेशियो हमारे पास आता है. सपोज करो 900 रेशियो आया. इनहेरेंट क्वालिटीज उसके अंदर कितना है, हम बचपन से हर बच्चे के अंदर इनहेरेंट है. हाइट है वो इनहेरेंट है, उसके अंदर गुण भी सारे इनहेरेंट है. तो इनहेरेंट जो उसकी इंसेस्ट्रल क्वालिटीज है वो हमारे पास एक फिक्स बॉक्स में आ जाती हैं. और उसके बाद उस बॉक्स में हाउ मच टू एक्सीड थ्रू ट्रेनिंग, उसको हम ट्रेनिंग के माध्यम से कितना एक्सीड कर सकते हैं. किसी बच्चे का पीक परफॉर्मेंस बहुत जल्दी आ जाता है, किसी का लेट आता है, किसी का बहुत ही देर से आता है. तो ये जो मैच्योरेशन एज है वो भी उसी के साथ अटैच है. उसी टेस्टिंग में ब्रेन के माध्यम से हम बच्चे का डीएनए टेस्टिंग केवल हमने फिंगर प्रिंटिंग से डीएनए निकाला, डीएनए से उसका रिजर्व निकलता. वो रिजर्व हमें आने वाले टाइम में उस पर हम काम कर रहे हैं. लेकिन जब भी हम ब्रेन से रिलेटेड कोई काम करते हैं तो हमारा जो बच्चा बचपन में पैदा होते ही हमें पता लग जाएगा कि ये किस फील्ड में जा सकता है. लॉजिकल फील्ड में जा सकता है, या आपकी स्पोर्ट्स फील्ड में जा सकता है, या रिदमिक फील्ड में जा सकता है, लॉजिकल फील्ड में जा सकता है. जो भी फील्ड उसकी इनहेरेंट क्वालिटीज से डिसाइड होगी वो ही खिलाड़ी उस फील्ड में जा सकता है. सकता है, हम बचपन से ही बच्चे का ये टेस्ट करके और जा सकते हैं। हर एक गेम के उससे कोचेज से भी मैं ये रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी कि हम बहुत ज्यादा फॉरेन जो टेस्टिंग बैटरीज हैं उन पे डिपेंड है। हमारे अपने कंट्री के कोचेज, हमारे अपने कंट्री की टेस्ट बैटरीज हैं, उसके ऊपर थोड़ा सा फोकस जरूर करना चाहिए ताकि हमारे अपने कंट्री के टेस्ट बैटरीज निकले। जैसे मैंने कबड्डी में भी टेस्ट बैटरी बनाई है और वो टेस्ट बैटरी कबड्डी से रिलेटेड और इंडिया का गेम है, इंडियन जो क्वालिटीज है हम उन क्वालिटीज को इंडक्ट करके वो टेस्ट बैटरीज बनाए। जैसे वीडिंग आउट प्रोसेस है तो अर्ली जो वीडिंग आउट हो जाता है, किसी बच्चे का लेट मैच्योरिटी आता है वो अर्ली वीडिंग आउट हो गया, तो एक प्रोसेस में हमें ये भी देखना पड़ेगा कि जो बच्चा हमारा निकल गया उसको कहीं ना कहीं दोबारा इंडक्ट करने का हमारे पास कोई प्रोसेस होना चाहिए ताकि हम उसको ऊपर तक ला सके। तो टेस्ट बैटरीज है वो भी डेवलप होनी चाहिए।
Thank you very much. With this we sum up the discussion with having a great discussion with all panelists. Thank you very much. Now, if anybody from audience want to ask any question.
That is very important, and without that, I think nothing is possible. Second thing is, we need unity amongst all sections who are promoting sports. Once I was in Calcutta, Mr. Vardarajan, he was Secretary Sports. He asked me one question. He said, "What is your suggestion?" I said, "First thing which you should do is make sports as included in the concurrent list." He said, "How can we do it? They are all autonomous bodies." I said, "You only can do it. We can't do it as coaches. So we should do our duty, and people in the government, they should do their duty, and we should work in. We should cooperate with each other, and we also need foreign experts also, because whatever they have studied, that is also very beneficial for us, because there are so many things. We have to compete in Olympics and get medals, then we cannot take it easy.
Absolutely.
Every second is important for us.
Ji sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Sir, Wushu is in Youth Olympic Games, which is happening this year in Ghana. Are we in the process of sending our athletes to the games? Or I just wanted to know what's happening in India.
See, there's a qualifying round. So athletes, it's depend on the athlete's achievement. If they are qualified, then they will participate. Otherwise, we cancel.
I have one more question to the panelists. Maybe sir gonna answer. Sir, what I have observed from my experience, because I am coming from sports science background and my specialization is sports nutrition. But whenever at grassroots level, we are having conversation with our coaches, and if we talk about the nutritional ergogenic aids hona chahiye, importance of bone development at early ages, somehow it is lacking. वो अभी भी, to be very frank, अगर हिंदी में कहूँ, वो भी अंडा एंड केले को न्यूट्रिशन समझते हैं. I want to convey this message with your mouth so that जितने भी coaches यहाँ पर present हैं, they will understand that it's not only about अंडा and केला खा करके and they can excel, because sports nutrition is an integral part of enhancing performance, making our youth leading towards getting into the Olympics, and maybe they're gonna get more medals for ourselves. And it takes time. So I just want to convey this message from your mouth.
I think you forgot milk and ghee.
Yes, yeah.
And then banana is still better, but our culture that very good, because it's a very important one. When we induct our athletes in the schemes, they are not taking anything. They don't have any knowledge, and when we provide them anything, what they will eat, what they are used to. So we have to educate them, and who can educate better than coaches? And then we can take help of science, what he is telling. I think there is no lack of funds in Sports Authority of India, corporate is there, and many academies are coming there, and very nice food they are giving. What their eating habits, we have to educate them. Otherwise, they will not change their habit. When we go abroad also with the team, same thing. And that is psychologically, they feel, oh, we didn't have parantha, we didn't drink milk. But then we tell them, see that what others are eating. They are winning medal. They are not drinking milk, 2-liter milk early morning or ghee or only anda and banana. So this is very important. And for grassroots level, I missed that point. Top coaches should work on grassroots level, like Japan. That's why standard will come up. What will happen? Any passport coach, they go there to grassroots level. आप नहीं किया आपने तो आपको कुछ नहीं आता. लेकिन grassroots level पे we need who can make strong foundation, and then we can go. Because once the player has come up to that elite level, anybody can who has knowledge of basic periodization and coaching, he can manage. So it's a combined effort. Nutrition is a very important part, and we have to educate, take help of dietitian, nutrition, what is required, not that supplements, but not that bandwidth. Thank you.
Okay, one last question. It's not related to this. I want to convey this message to the higher authority also, because one side we are talking about winning medals for the coming 2036 and other XYZ events, and whenever we are seeing any kinds of advertisements are coming, specifically related to sports science, those who are having specialization, we are not making eligible to appear to that curriculum. For example, we have one advertisement related to performance analysis, meeting an alumnus of this very institute. We have completed and we have got our post-study diploma in sports nutrition, biomechanics, exercise physiology. But whenever we are seeing that eligibility, it's missing over there. They are allowing normal dietitian, those who don't even know what exactly is combat sport, don't even have ever tried to step into any court or something. So this is really important. Maybe in future, whenever we are getting advertisement, we can take this thing.
I think we have to make good rapport with our scientific team, with coaches and athletes, because that is the only solution. You cannot think with one word you can explain.
Thank you so much. Means a lot.
Okay, with this, we are summarizing this session. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
इस अत्यंत सारगर्भित वार्तालाप के पश्चात मैं ससम्मान मंच पर आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगा नेताजी सुभाष राष्ट्रीय खेल संस्थान पटियाला के उप महानिदेशक वरिष्ठ कार्यकारी निदेशक श्री वीरेंद्र कुमार सर को कि वो आकर सम्मान करें हमारे पैनल का। सर्वप्रथम सर सबसे पहले मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगा श्री स्वतंत्र राज सिंह जी को।
मिनट की पई 45 मिनट की
तत्पश्चात श्री जीवन शर्मा जी, तत्पश्चात पद्मश्री
There are many things which we have missed now here. I think if it is possible later on in the classes, we can discuss with the upcoming books. I mean trainees. It is my request. Thank you.
तत्पश्चात भारतीय महिला कबड्डी टीम की पूर्व मुख्य प्रशिक्षक डॉक्टर सुनील दवाल जी, इस सम्मान समारोह के अंतिम क्रम में एम सदानंद सर, Sadanand sir, Chief Coach Butu, NSNIS Patiala. धन्यवाद सर। भोजनावकाश के पश्चात हम 3:20 पर अपना सायकाल का सेशन स्टार्ट करेंगे। वी विल स्टार्ट अवर सेशन एट 3:20 PM। चलो आ जाओ। खाने की व्यवस्था कल की तरह सेम प्लेस पर की गई। धन्यवाद।
अरे सर 3:20 थोड़ा अर्ली नहीं हो जाएगा? खाना खा के आने के लिए टाइम तो थोड़ा सा मतलब एक आधा
long-term development, and then what to do. You can see on this picture, starting from foundation where we are coming at the top of the pyramid, there is not a lot of places over there for coaches and for players. So before to start, with full respect of the human rights and full respect of the players' rights, we had one presentation of the Turkish expert before. We should understand that we cannot, especially in long-term development and in talent identification, we cannot make happy everyone. I would like to use one sentence of famous American football coach Vince Lombardi, who say, if you want to make happy everyone, sell ice cream, don't be a coach, which is nice. So sometimes we should make tough decisions. Tough decision, and this is something that we should start with. Yesterday we were here. I talk. It's not going to change here. Why is not going to change here?
It's slow.
Okay, now it's late. So, box previous approach on talent identification was something in the box. Now it's dynamic system. So let's start from this. So we should understand what is the talent. We talked yesterday about that. Then shortly we have some phases in the player's development and artist development. There are different categorization. My advice for you is to use Canadian long-term athlete development model, which is very good and very useful with all explanations about physical, technical, tactical, psychological, and coaching guidance. What coaches should do this, we will talk later about that. But let's start to go more deeply. So can we play in basketball career? Of course, yes. We cannot be 100% sure, but we are using knowledge to minimize mistakes. So more facts we have, we are reducing possibility to make mistakes in talent identification and talent development. Because when we are select and identify talented players, next step is development. In talent identification we have group of experts, now we have coach as a main person over there, but coach surrounded by other experts too. It's not now only coaching job. Still we should be surrounded by everybody. As you can see, we have different aspects of preparation, so definitely we are trying to eliminate, to reduce X factor in a player's presentation, because winners are made, definitely the rest are not born. So this is process and we should think what to do. Before to start, for every sport, today I will speak about basketball, of course, we should understand requirements of the sport. What's happening in the game? We have two approaches, from bottom to the top and from top to the bottom. Here we start from top to the bottom. To understand what's happened on the basketball game on top level, in order to understand how to lead our identified talents from the bottom to the top. So here you can see some qualities about the basketball players. Just keep in mind more than 100 high intensity movements. So basketball is intermittent high intensity sport. Then you should see that peak heart rate is very on a high level, more than sometimes 200 per minute. So this is very, very difficult to maintain that level. How many meters basketball players are running depends on the pace of the game, depends on the duration of the game. NBA 48 minutes, other FIBA competitions, 40 minutes of competition. We should understand how many stuff. So anaerobic power is very important, or most important ability of players, but from the other side, we should develop also aerobic endurance because of recovering time, to shorter recovering time from anaerobic endurance. So this is very important. So definitely basketball is anaerobic sport, all combat sports and other sports, but we should have foundation in anaerobic endurance because we need to recover faster from anaerobic stuff over there. Then, physiological demands of top level players. Just be focused on the blue letters here. So high VO2 max, definitely, because it's high intensity sport. Efficient lactate clearance, because there are a lot of sprints and a lot of activities in lactate zone. This is something that is must. Then, we are talking about speed. But in basketball, as you know, as an expert, we are never arriving on the full speed because basketball court is 28 meters. So we have only accelerations. And when we are talking about acceleration or about agility as one of the main qualities, what is agility? Ability to change direction quickly in short space, in short time. That means that we have a lot of deceleration, and statistical analysis are showing to us that most of the injuries are going to happen when we are landing and when we are decelerating. So those moments are critical. That's why we should prepare our players with that stuff of activities, not for sprint. Then, of course, neuromuscular efficiency. It's related also to motor learning, to execution of the motor qualities, and of course, stretch shortening cycle, plyometric stuff. Because basketball players, when you're talking about plyometric, a lot of people are still on the way old Russian system that they say plyometric is just deep jumps. No, this is not plyometric. Plyometric is do something after the deep jump. So after landing, move quickly. This is what we need, and this is cycles called short strengthening cycle, which we are going to develop in basketball activities. Then, of course, coordination as a main quality. We discussed previous sessions, plenary session. We saw also for combat sport, speed coordination. Also yesterday in sprint activities we need that. Then recovery, because recovery is very important. So I will talk more about recovery, but recovery is very important. But don't understand me wrongly. Today we are talking too much about recovery. We are not talking about loading. Especially youth program, whenever we are talking about recovering, I'm asking, recovering from what? Just to tell you one example from top level basketball. Last season, end of the season, EuroLeague, which is second most important competition in the world of basketball after NBA. So during the final four of the EuroLeague, so top level competition, 3 games, 2 semifinals and 1 final. Okay, I saw just watching on the TV 16 times players asking for substitution. Don't tell me that they need recovery. They are prepared bad. And I'm asking coaches how players who are coming on the top competition, top event of the season, are coming to change substitution. They're healthy. That means that preparation is not good. So we cannot talk about recovery over there. First preparation and then recover after preparation. Especially in youth program, because kids are very resistant on any effort here. Then of course, injuries. Injuries are going to happen in basketball mostly on one leg activities. So this is because when we are landing and when we are decelerating and changing direction. We should understand when and how injuries are happening and understand the nature of the common injuries in basketball in order to avoid that. To train coaches in different places in that way that they will not be injured. So definitely we should understand what's happened. Then if you are coming deeper, we should understand what is the basketball. So here you can see some requirements of the basketball as a sport in simplest possible way. Because if you're going deeper, we can talk 5 days only about this. Okay, what they need, how to do, and what to do. But basically, we should start from that. Then you as a coaches, you are going to develop all other procedures in this situation. Movement activities. We have a lot of 35% of the movements in basketball lateral movements. So lateral movements, and we should understand that during the lateral movements, injuries happen. Usually, typical injury in basketball is ankle injury. They are twisting ankle. But sometimes they are twisting ankle because of bad hip mobility, because of bad knee mobility. So we should understand why. Everybody is talking about physiotherapy, but best medicine is prevention. So we should understand that basketball is a sport. We have hips active in every activity, and hip mobility is something most important after core strength. Hip mobility, because we have different stuff. For example, if you're talking about cycling, you have just one plane activity. In basketball, we have 3 planes: sagittal, frontal, and transversal. So we are moving up and under, we are moving left, right, and we are rotating. That's why we should understand what's happening in the game in order to understand how to prevent injuries. Of course, as I already mentioned, exceptional breakers. So deceleration, probably most important part, because after deceleration, you should react and you should beat your opponent both defensively and offensively, shoot the ball and create any advantage. So you can see, for example, here in 2 pictures, position of the legs. Very dangerous. But they should be prepared. So you can see here. Look, ankle here. This is basketball. You never can find this when Usain Bolt was running 100 meters, one of the best athletes in the world. But when now Djokovic is playing, yes. Especially because he's playing on different surfaces. So you can see what's happened. So don't tell me that we don't need ankle mobility. But ankle mobility is related with knee mobility and first of all with hip mobility. And hip mobility is related with core strength. So we should look our body like integral part, not like separated part of the body. Okay, so lateral movements we already discussed. So abductor, adductors, moving in sagittal plane. Okay, moving sagittal and frontal plane. Then of course acceleration, wrestling. This is typical layup basketball moves. Players are jumping and they are landing from 1 meter on one leg. And a lot of coaches, I'm telling you from experience, where a lot of coaches, when they are working on jumping, they are working on jumping on 2 legs. Hardless 2 legs, one angle, only frontal angle. That's never happened in the game. So this is angled jump and landing on one leg. This is very important. And we can start with kids. Mini basket kids, 6 years old, they can jump over the line with one leg. Jump rope, left, right. This is prevention at the beginning. So we should start, we are not starting from top level. We are starting from grassroots before to understand what's happening. Then, contact. Here you have example, of course, all those examples are illegal contact, but this is part of the body. Here I will connect those pictures with Coach Richard's speech. What's about character of the players? They can be physically super strong, supermans, but if they are avoiding contact, they cannot be good players. Especially on inside positions. Big guys, when they are playing under the basket, their job description is contact game. So if they don't like contact, they cannot play basketball. This is more character than body. So you can find a lot of big guys, our coach said before, big guys, they don't want, they are escaping from contact. They want to shoot free position. But if you want to shoot free, what my guards are going to do? Your job is under the basket. You should fight, you should do this if you want to be a member of my factory. And my factory is producing result in basketball, to keep it simple. So I cannot be driver and chief in the kitchen at the same time. So we must decide and we must define what they should do. And then, of course, we have different aspects, different stuff for any position. Just quickly, guards, wings is not so easy. And we have different constitution. And if we are putting all together, that means that really basketball players should be Superman. If you are watching top level basketball players, lastly, except European players, Jokic, Doncic, previous guys, Kobe Bryant, LeBron James, Michael Jordan, they are Ferraris. I think all of them, if they run 400 meters or 100 meters sprint, they will be successful also in other sports. Because they are really supermans, because they have great combination of the skills. Why? Because basketball is very demanding sport. We need to have everything. Size, speed, endurance, aerobic, anaerobic, agility, quickness, flexibility, everything. So they are really supermans, and that's why it's very difficult to understand. And going back to yesterday's session, all those abilities which are requirements for the basketball, most of them are genetically given. Most of them. So if you are making wrong selection at the beginning, if you are not understanding mother and father qualities or contribution to us, of course without making selection criteria which sometimes is going to be made in my country, That's mean good-looking mother and rich father. This is not selection criteria. When I'm saying mothers and fathers, I'm talking about qualities, body qualities and mental qualities of the parents. Of course, so it's very difficult then to create top-level players. But, as Coach Richard said, we have compensatory skills. If you're not big, you should be with strong character, you should play hard, you should be technically good, you should be hard worker. Work ethic is something that nobody's talking too much about it. Everybody looking size, quickness. Yes, quickness. As I said yesterday, but if you're a nice car, but if you're in garage, I cannot anything from you. As I said yesterday, better bicycle on the street than Ferrari in garage. If you have players like good body, everything, if they're not fighting, if they're not sprinting, if they have not character on daily basis, if they're not consistent in motivation, they cannot do anything in top level sport. They can be correct players, average. But here we are talking about top performance. So, again, something that you already read, I'm going to skip a lot of stuff. So, respect windows of trainability, sensitive zone. There are the periods in the development of the kids when, with appropriate practice, not with any practice, you can develop in specific way some abilities. I will tell you one true story. People from basketball, they know Sonny Kukoc. He was my teammate in the ex-Yugoslavian national team. He played NBA for years with Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen and everybody. He won 4 NBA titles. He was an extremely talented player, physically, technically, tactically, super. And we played together in under 16 national team. When he was under 16, he arrived on the test, under 16 national team, with very low level of aerobic endurance. After that, he was involved in best programs in the world. Benetton Treviso in Italy, ex-Yugoslavian national team, NBA. In '88, when he moved in NBA, he had 6 coaches. Strength conditioning coach, strength coach, everything. So, never ever he arrived on the good level of aerobic endurance at the end of his career because he missed window of trainability for aerobic endurance at the beginning of his career. So this is great example. When they play 9 games in 11 days in NBA, he said after 3 games, I was sitting over there with pajama, drinking Gatorade, without doing anything, because I wasn't able to recover from anaerobic efforts, and that's why I was unuseful for the team after 3-4 games. So this is just one example from the place about that. So then we are going now, that was introduction, now we are going on long-term development. Yesterday I said to you, that we cannot miss those fields in selection. So morphology, first, motor abilities or physical preparation, but specific for basketball and specific for position in basketball. Because in basketball we have players 180 or 185 like me, and we have 220 players. We cannot have same criteria for all of them. So totally different stuff. I'm not going to talk about mental stuff, this is another. Then we have psychological factor, and we have technical and tactical skills for all positions. And if you are talking about all positions in basketball, we can divide basketball game in 4 phases: half court defense, fast break, half court offense, and transition defense. What are requirements for each position and for each phase of the game? This is analytical approach, but it's simple. Coaches, young coaches, we can do it. Just draw on the paper, put on the paper what you need for players. Then you can use artificial intelligence. But to work, no. Because this is something else. This is methodology, this is program. To structure your job, you can use it. But to do it, no. Because nobody can replace player on the court and coach on the court. So here you can see tests. Why we need to do tests? Okay, there are different reasons. We already discussed yesterday about it. There are different reasons and much more. So how to return to the play, testing results, success in competition. It's not so easy to test in basketball because we are not swimming, we are not track and field, that it's everything measurable. In tennis, very difficult. You can play excellent match, you can have more points than opponent, but every time when it's 5-4, Novak Djokovic is making good stuff, other players not so good, and he's a winner. So it's important also to understand when that stuff happens. So we should use science. Players' data acquisition, starting from injuries prevention program or from his history of his injury when he was a kid and his parents also if we can, then to check what's happened during the practice, load monitoring. I will go quickly, because when we are going to make some trip, we are checking our car. Don't tell me that we don't need to check players, because they are great horses, they are great cars. So we should check them. And when we are coming there, so we can see some aspects to check what we should see, some aspects of players monitoring before to start practicing. We are not going to do this after. This is prior to practices. Before to start practices, and then how to practice. We have group of 20 players. We should have same program for all of them. Definitely, we should have something different. No individual program. Why? Because we are one coach with 20 kids. No way to organize. We are not NBA to have 18 or 9 coaches on the floor. So, but how to organize? We should make functional groups of the players with similar characteristics for one skill. If you are working on speed, 5 fastest guys are going to do one thing, second group of the players another thing, and third group of players another thing. Like this, we can use principles of individualization, but of course it's not related to person by person, because we are team sport. So this is how we do. So making functional group with homogeneous group according to characteristics which we are going to treat in the drills. This is very important to understand. So functional group of the players. Then for load monitoring, we should understand that we have 2 types of load. We have external load, physical demands, which we as a coaches are offering to players. How many kilos they are going to lift, how many sprints, how many meters, swimming easy to check, how many tons they are going to lift when they are going to weightlifting, external load. And then we have internal load, which is especially in long player development much important. This is how player's body is going to react on external load. And this is reaction. And over there we should use the science. So first of all, for external load monitoring, now we have a lot of stuff. We have no time to talk about it. We have all software, Skinexor, catapults, inertial measurement units, when everything is going to be counted. How many sprints, how many acceleration, deceleration, how many jumps on one leg, how high they jumps, how is the short the contact of the foot with surface, all those stuff. So we can check now. Of course, you need money. You can see everything over there for external loading. A lot of stuff to do now today. But if you're talking about internal load monitoring, we need money for something, but for something we can check a lot. So you can see this rating of perceived exertion, this scale, when players are going to evaluate how tough was practice. After the practice, you can create Viber or WhatsApp group. Players can say, this practice was 6, 7, 8, 9. Sometimes they're going to lie, of course. But for us, it's not important one practice. It's important tendency. I did it with Serbia national team, kids under 16. And believe me, every time when we did such scrimmage game, 5-on-5, they put 10. When we did extremely difficult physical practice, 6, 7, 8. That means that we as a coaches, we should count not only physical tiredness, but also emotional, technical, tactical, intellectual. Because sometimes when we are putting some effort on them, some demands, tactical demands, it's more difficult for them than run and lift weights. So we can control also by basic stuff like poral heart rate and stuff like that. So you can see here some ways how to check. So lactate levels using the blood. Money, we need money. We need expert, but for top level, for the national teams and some academies, we must provide that. Especially in individual sport, it's easier because you have not so much people as we have in basketball. So you can check everything, and then we are coming on practice schedule, basically G-7. 7 days before the game, 6 days before the game, 5 days before the game. So we are checking everything, and then we are putting content, recovery, technique, tactic, and then coaches, especially this is related for young students, then drills. Don't start to make practice plan with drills, because drills are just tools to achieve goals. Sometimes I'm calling coaches YouTube coaches who are just checking drills when they are throwing drills to players. No, why we should do this? What is the goal of the practice and how to achieve? So drills are just tools. I'm always saying we are not going to make practice using motto drills for drills. No, drills for skills. And then different drills for same skills in order to have enough repetition. So this is a very important approach. Then we have different force plate platforms to check neuromuscular performance, which is very important for load monitoring. I will go quickly. Players are just jumping, and in 30 seconds, also during the practice, you can check. So we don't need to test players every 6 months. If you're using force plate platform, they are now mobile force plate platform. You're putting on the side of the basketball court. Players are going to run fast break. When they are finishing fast break, they can make 2 jumps, and you have evaluation with 600 parameters. So this is something that is not so expensive, but is very useful to check performance. And then, from let's say 600 parameters, you are using different parameters for different stuff. One kind of parameters for performance profiling, another one for fatigue, for tiredness, and another one from the injury. For example, asymmetry of the muscles. In basketball, typical injury is ACL. So it's clear, all doctors agree with that you cannot start playing basketball when your hamstring is not 80% of your quad. If it's less, don't start. Don't go to practice because you will be re-injured for sure. So there are some standards or left-right leg. Because a lot of times injuries happen not because of overloading, but because of asymmetry in the body. And that's we use Kinexon. Coach, you asked me, we can use Kinexon for that. So we are using for different stuff. Then, of course, we have biomechanical analysis. We have no time to talk. I just put here some example to analyze how players are lifting, how players are executing normal move. And then we have simple paper with all discussion. Looks simple. It's not simple, but considering what we can take out or get out of that, this is simple. So you can see here, focus and priority, center of mass, side to side, left knee kinetic, right knee kinetics. And after that you choose drills. Before that you cannot say, this player needs this. We don't know. It's like going to the doctor. First of all, we should have blood analysis to understand which pills we should take. Without blood analysis, we cannot say, probably you have problem with your liver. No way. So same in sport. First analysis and then that stuff. And of course, sleep and recovery, especially for young players. We have a lot of activities outside of the practice, as we discussed yesterday. Young players, probably 2 hours per day, they are in the swimming pool or on a basketball court. What's about 20 hours outside of the court? Those 20 hours or 19 hours are influencing more on performance than practice time. So we should check and consider all those stuff. There are different stuff today. You can find on the market a lot of stuff. Not all stuff are good, but any tool is better than being without. So as a minimum, you can check heart rate before to sleep and heart rate when you wake up, and just follow up. If you see tendency, you will understand if your players are tired or if your players are ready for some peak performance, microcycle, or whatever you do. So this is very important to understand. Then, of course, body analysis. But at the end of the day, as you can see, I will be focused on the last sentence. You can't manage once you don't measure. It's how we can manage. If you don't know something, we cannot do anything. So from the other side, not everything that counts can be counted, especially in complex sport as a basketball, because we cannot measure angle of the pass. How strong was pass, timing of the pass, very difficult to measure. And this is part of the game, because I can shoot the ball, but because if I'm shooting half seconds after, probably I will receive block, and I cannot score. So something we cannot measure, but what we can measure, use it. Because we can change if you're going to measure those stuff. And then, as Coach Richard said, coach, basketball coach. Key person, not basketball agent. In Serbia and Europe, agents become more important than players, than coaches. So, coach, basketball coach, a lot of responsibilities, but let's stay on the last one. Keep me to do. We are not policemen. We don't need to control. We should teach them how they should behave when we are out of them, when we are not with them. What to do, how to behave, how to practice. We cannot like police service to run, sprint, jump, do. No, this is not our job. Our job is to teach them to become professional. And then to enjoy how they fly, like parenting, like parents. Then, of course, as we discussed, we should be in cooperation with players. We are not going to do something to them. We are going to do something with them. So they must be involved. They must understand why we are doing some stuff, including testing. Why we are doing, what are the test results, in which direction we are going to do, and stuff like that. Why they should eat good stuff. They should understand. So we should explain to them, we should engage some teachers, some experts to talk to them, we should send to them some papers, some books, something to teach them how to follow that stuff. And at the end and at the beginning, we should win the practice. Today again, I'm again saying this, don't talk about recovery. First, practice. Load first and then recovery. So we should teach them how to win every drill. Every drill is new challenge. Every practice is new challenge. And then, most probably, we can win the game. We are not sure, because also other teams and other players are doing probably the same stuff like us. But we should do our best. We are winner if we are doing our best. We can sleep well. If not, nothing to do. So it's very important to understand that. Then we have goals. Long-term goals and time frame to reach them. Approximately. We cannot be so sure. Here I just throw something. So starting 5 in the national team, Olympic Games, whatever. But for every goal should be specific. You have this stuff. Specific, smart goals. Specific, measurable. Then what is the smart? A, achievable. Then R, reachable. And then we should have time frame. We cannot say, I can say I want to lose 5 kilos. But losing 5 kilos in 5 years is not same like losing 5 kilos in 2 months. So totally different. Same for the players. So we have long-term goals, short-term goals. And we should agree with players, especially if you're talking about young players, we should agree about short-term goals more. About long, yes, but this is if you say to one kid, for 10 years you will be Olympic champion, it's so fun. But if you're saying, okay, next 2 months, let's work on improving shooting. Let's work on defensive slide. Let's work on body core. And let's test you after 2 months to see if you improve. This is something that is reachable. Like coming from here to the goal over there to a clutch. But if you're saying, okay, for 5 years you will be a national team player, yes, can be dream. This is more for them than for us. We don't need to share. But short-term goals, definitely we need to share with them. And then, of course, understand other factors. Health, academic education, living conditions, distance in countries big like here. Distance between your place and practice venue. Sometimes you should travel 2 hours and some kids are living 2 minutes from the home. So we should consider that it's not the same. Then personal discipline, which is very difficult for kids today. Sleeping 8 hours, but it's not same if you're sleeping from 10 to 6 or from 2 o'clock in the night till 10 o'clock in the morning. So absolutely different, we have different rhythms. So at age of 14, psychologists say that we can start to teach them routine of recovering, sleeping, eating, and also to give them some performance goals. What they should do. They must know in which direction they are going. Of course, in basketball we have, like in all sports today, big enemy mobile phone. Because we want to shoot the ball. When we are shooting ball, thumb should be out. Okay? 8 hours mobile phone. Thumb is here. Maybe probably next generation will born with thumb like this after 20 years. Who knows? So, but I'm sick because they are not using it the right way. And then we are saying, extend your thumb, extend your thumb. Yes, coach. But they are shooting like this because every day they are with mobile phone. We need physiotherapists to move every day like that, you know. So this is something else. Then other factors, of course we have other factors, and we have players' environment. I just put here because in Europe, agents become very, very dangerous people for the players. They are destroying players because they are promising everything without giving any policy of insurance about them. So they're just promising. Without, you will be Jokic, yes, how? Then coaches and professors, we are coming on the practice. And here, we should have different age category. This is usually European categorization by the age. And inside every category, we should have clear curriculum. Physical, technical, tactical, psychological. Like in the school. Because we cannot go from the kids garden to the high school. So same here in sport. We should teach them first of all how to land on two legs, and then we can teach how to land on one leg and to move laterally in doing that. So same stuff here. We should understand what we should do, how to plan practice plan. When we are talking about loads, to keep it simply from theory of sport training, we need 4 parameters: volume, intensity, rest periods, and intervals, and then drills. As I said before, most of the young coaches, they are starting from drills. But first of all, we should define volume, intensity, also training method, because of course if you are talking about sprinting, we are using interval method. If you are talking about aerobic endurance, we are using continuous method, sometimes also in athletic, in combat sports, in swimming, of course, but we should know which method we can use to achieve that goals of the practice. So how many here, there is a consensus in Europe about volume of the practice for specific age category. So you should go a little bit away, but you cannot totally go out of that, because it's proved. We need to find cold water, we don't need to find cold water. Just follow up holistic approach and most probably will be there. Then, number of the games for specific age category. This is FIBA recommendation for number of the games. Some coaches are just playing games because they don't know what to do in the practice, and some coaches are just practicing without games. What is the game for us? Test of technical and tactical skills. How to test players if not on the game. So we can test them outside games in the practice, but if I'm coming here to play against India, I don't know what I will expect from you, so this is perfect test for my team. Physically I can test them easily in laboratory, but technically and tactically, psychologically, game is best test for them. So this is something that we should do. Then, okay, biological, chronological age, just to say, because a lot of lecturers and speakers already talk about it. For example, in Belgium, very important and very good football league, they have a league based on biological age. They are not categories based on chronological age, and so many top level football or soccer, how you call it here, players are playing on the top level in England, in Europe, in Italy, Spain, and so on. So they should consider that, because at the end of the day, we are planning like that, okay? But my worst expectations are like this, but at the end of the day, our life is like that. You know, it's very difficult for us because always we have this X factor when you are thinking about it. So here you can see some basic recommendations for the practice. I already mentioned most of them. Just take a look a little bit quickly because we are out of time. I don't want to stay here for 2 hours to talk about it. But this is very important. Alright. Planning next training cycle based on the skills implementation in the previous one. We have some curriculum, but for example in the United States, coach correct me if I'm wrong, everybody are thinking about intensity, speed. Probably you can do it in India because you have huge number of people. But for me, methodology is when I'm reaching one goal, I can go on the next one. So when I'm satisfied with the execution of some specific skills, I can go on the next. So this is something that is methodologically and is holistic method, which is always for me good, because in some countries there are intensity, and who is surviving on the intensity is good. But this is also early specialization. This is relative age effect in the wrong way. So usually, first of all, you should think about technique, so correct execution, then repetition, then intensity. This is methodology. As well as in physical preparation, there are 3 steps: mobility, stability, strength. This is methodology. We cannot skip it. We cannot start with strength without mobility, because we are totally different. So, sensitive zones or windows of trainability, you can find in all sources possible. This is one of the oldest one, but still good. You can see also in Canadian model that stuff, you know what is going to be over there. And then we have different categories. Here I just put 3-4 categories just to give you an idea how it can be. Of course, for each category you have specific goals and specific curriculum. So then you can see we have 4 phases here. You can divide as you want according to your category and according to your country, what they should do. And there are some basic goals for phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4. Basic goals in conditioning, basic goal in technical and tactical skills, and basic goals in psychology, as we heard from the experts here, because psychological maturation is also not going in linear way. It's going with a lot of up and down. So we should try to put everybody on the same line to arrive when they are seniors over there. I'm going to repeat myself from yesterday. We have two basketballs, youth program, 6 to 18, and senior basketball. In youth program, main goal is have healthy kids and create possibilities to be successful in the senior program. In senior program, we have just one goal. Win. Second division in India or NBA senior teams, they have one goal, to win. And we are going to evaluate coaches and players by winning. In youth program, it's not like that. We try to win, but this is side effect. Of course, nobody likes to use, like Coach Richard said. Nobody likes to lose the game. But we have main priorities in the practice is how to develop that. So again, we have here some stuff like that you can see. And this is shortly just long-term athlete development program Canadian. They have active start, 0 to 6, fundamentals, funny games, but funny structured games. Not just funny to have fun. Funny with some content which is appropriate for that age category. Not just funny, throw them ball and say play basketball. No, this is not practice. We don't need coaches for that. We need mothers and fathers to throw ball and make happy kids. We don't want this. It's still fundamentals, 6 to 12, but with structured work. Which kind of skills we should learn, physical skills, technical skills, and so on. So this is example, and you can find this program here. And of course, we should record results as much as we can. We don't need IT expert. You can put in your notebook as a coach. You have 16, 20 kids, you can put information about everything. Because, as I said yesterday, friends, we need to follow tendencies. We don't need to follow one isolated movement or one isolated. We should test in which direction one player is going. If we have two players, one player who is always good, and one player who is developing slowly, but he's going over that, we will choose second one. Because tendency is to go on the top level. So, and probably previous one is accelerate. Then, to control players' development, I already discussed how. Okay, we need number of games. Some talented players are playing for two teams. If it's better, I'm asking, if I'm talented under 16 player who is playing for under 16 and under 18 team, if one day is under 16 game when he's playing 40 minutes, and next day is game for older group and he should play 5 minutes, for me it's better to stay home and to recover school activities, recover, than to travel 2 hours, sit on the bench, play 5 minutes and travel 2 hours again. So we should calculate all the stuff together, everybody with coach of under 16 and under 19 team, and of course understand that children are not little adults. This is way to lead them on early specialization. But specialization is not word on the paper. When I'm saying early specialization, I didn't touch anything. Here, it's going to change. So, early specialization is choosing wrong context on the practice. It's not just word. What we are practicing, we are making early specialization more. So, in that way, we are going to control situation over there. And of course, injury prevention. Good conditioning practice is best way for injury prevention. It's clear. So if you are doing appropriate stuff, they are not going to be injured. But when injuries happen, we must have some protocols. What to do? Immediately. Starting from simple stuff. Coaches, we have 20 kids on the floor. This week, who is going to run to take us if somebody is going to twist ankle? Today I will go, tomorrow too, day after tomorrow too. We should give them responsibility even in basic stuff. Who is going to run to bar across the streets to break ice if injuries happen? Starting from that, and of course, which kind of drills, which kinds of prevention. We should follow up also the rhythm outside, circadian rhythm, outside of the practice, as we already discussed. Never play with Mother Nature, never, ever, because we are always loser. If we are playing, when, how they are sleeping, what they are doing during the day, when is appropriate time to run practice, at what time they are on the high potential hours during the day. So if we can, we should consider also that. For sure. Sometimes we cannot because of school activities. In Serbia, somebody asked me today in Serbia, we are practicing kids under 16, they are practicing almost every day, twice per day. If they are going in the school at 7:30, they are going on the practice at 6 o'clock. Of course, according to circadian rhythm, this is wrong. But this is way better to make practice at 6 than sleep and be on Instagram till 2 o'clock and sleep till 10. So, of course, we cannot be perfect situation. And then some simple stuff, not only for players, but also for us. What to do before to sleep or what not to do. What to avoid before sleeping. Okay, as you can see here today, mobile phone, we are watching 3 hours, then putting next to our head, and we are waking up. We are crazy the day after, you know. So we should avoid some stuff to avoid before sleeping or things to do before sleeping. In long term, those factors are very, very important for career of the player. Think about guy who is doing things from the first slide and about guy who is not doing or who is doing things from the second slide. Year by year, is going to be winner. Then, of course, train hard first and rest harder. What we can do in recovering procedures, this is the Borg scale or rate of perceived exertion. Players should say to us how they feel and stuff like that, because we have some objective markers of recovery and some subjective. We should try to mix both, if possible. But it's possible. It's not so expensive, believe me. Why not to ask players every day? Why not to put on the WhatsApp group heart rate before to sleep and in the morning? So this is something that is also a responsibility, because players cannot be in comfort zone doing nothing and expecting great results. Never happen in any activity in the world. So don't tell me that for kids who are able to play 55 video games, it's difficult to measure heart rate and to put on the WhatsApp group. It's take 30 seconds. 15 seconds measure and put one number. And they know how to play 100 video games. So this is ridiculous for them. But we should create good habits. This is very important. Of course, we have some other recovering modalities. This is for top level. But if you want to create young players, from young players good, we should provide sometimes also for them that kind of recovery. Not every day, because they're not deserving to have, they don't need every day. But sometimes, yes, because if we want to have good horses for nice race, we should invest in that horse. So, other recovery modalities, we can check. There are different scientific papers, which kind of recovering is good, which kind is not good. We should think about it, we should stop, but at the end of the day, we should understand what's happened with players. We should look to them. We should have feedback, you know, because player is really best researcher. We should have two-direction sleep. If you are saying just one stuff is not enough, you should check and come back over there. At the end of the day, patience, it's marathon run, long-term development, it's minimum 10 years. So in 10 years, everything can change. Coaches, I can understand, absolutely I can understand some potentially good player, 16, 17 years old, who like more to go around the campus to kiss nice lady instead to come on the practice with crazy coach Richard and me. It's normal, correct? So we should explain. You can do it, but not every night 5 hours. Okay, so after practice you can do the stuff. So there are normal challenges in their life. They cannot understand from our perspective. And we should understand also those steps. Sometimes give them possibility to explore, of course, because this is part of the life. But they should understand priorities in their life. And this is in long term, this is very important. And then keep them motivated for a long time. This is easier to say than to do, but this is consistency of motivation is something that is going to be always winning pill. Magic stick. There is not magic stick, but if you are consistently doing stuff, you can do it, you can support them. When they are losing, explain that they are losing. I find some, you can see, you saw also probably on internet, Michael Jordan, in his career, his shooting percentage is under 40%. That's mean that from 10 shots, he scored 3 or 5 or 4. But in the playoff, in the tight games, 60. That's why he's Michael Jordan. Because he's scoring in a moment when he's much more important. So it's not just lucky Michael. No, it's not. It's hard work behind him. So there are the difference between them. And of course, simple things on daily basis. Daily bread. Repeat, 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 repeat. Because like old Latin, in Latin language, you can say repetitio est madre of studiorum. So it's mother of learning. You should do like that. It's integral sport performance, so as we discussed also in panel discussions, my colleague, this is integral stuff, a lot of people must be involved in. And to finish, just look at those pictures here. You know what is this? Do you have idea what is this? Plane. Nike plane with companies. Brazilian football team is using that plane for intercontinental flights. Probably nobody of us will be there, but we should understand what's happened on the top level. We should understand this is also possibility. There are a million pictures over there, so we should understand, because somebody say if you are shooting on the moon, if you miss, you are always failing through the stars. So this is good message to finish. So this is playing for players. I say, I hope some of us will going to be part of some top level team to enjoy. We should understand, because at the end of the day, to make it simplest possible, so we have body of the players, players' mind, players' brain, and players' movement. What is our goal? To protect body from the injuries and from specific movements, to provoke mind, because we should provoke mind, keep them always there, and to prepare them for specific basketball movement. How to score, how to block shot, how to shoot. So this is something that we should do. And some final messages, I always like to do this. You can read it, I don't need to translate. So always inside force is making good stuff. Same with X, so always inside force is doing good stuff. If you fail, it's first attempt in learning, because sometimes... What?
This is second final.
Yes, yes. As you can see, sometimes ball is coming in your face, but you need to stop playing basketball, because it's going to happen several times. Okay, never stop learning, and somebody is going to say, to select you, to say you are not good enough as a coach or as a player, and effort never dies. Keep doing, work in progress, always try to do that. This is important. No, vitamin N. Sometimes it's good to say no to someone, sometimes we will receive no. Next opportunity is coming, probably, from next door, if you are working. But if you're looking Instagram and say, okay, I will be a millionaire by sitting at home every day, no way. Next opportunity is coming if you are working. This is scientifically proved by the energy also. So if you are doing like that. And of course, sometimes looks like mission impossible, that even Tom Cruise cannot do it. But impossible, if you take two letters, become possible. So it's possible to do the stuff. I hope that after lunch you are not in this condition, that you enjoy my presentation, and thank you very much again for your time. Suggestion, because we are out of time, if you have any question, I'm here all day, ask me whatever you want outside, because now we have next people to come. If you agree. Okay? Thank you again.
Thank you so much, Professor, for the very detailed and though structured elaboration on development of basketball player. Without wasting time, as Sir had agreed, we'll move on to our next plenary speaker. However, I would request my co-host to introduce our next plenary speaker. Thank you.
We are honored to invite our next speaker, Professor Dr. M.L. Kamlesh. Professor Kamlesh is the former principal of LNCPE and former Dean Faculty of Physical Education, University of Kerala, with an illustrious career spanning academics, research, sports psychology and sport administration in India and internationally. He is a founder member of the Asia South Pacific Association of Sports Psychology and founder member and Secretary General of Sports Psychology Association of India. His scholarly contribution includes 29 authored books, over 70 research papers, and numerous national and international publications. It's our privilege to welcome Professor Dr. M.L. Kamlesh to this session on the psychological aspect of sports talent identification. Sir, kindly grace the stage.
Thank you for the introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, when you have to wait for your turn for 6 hours, you lose so much of energy that costs in running 2 kilometers. Anyway, that's part of life and we have to live with it. I shall be as precise as possible. And this presentation is totally focused on psychological aspect of talent identification. Neither biological nor technical, tactical, etc., etc. I start with 2-3 episodes which will highlight how our mind works, how talent is found out, and how people react to the situations. Cassius Clay, Muhammad Ali, the great boxer, went to gym. He parked his bicycle outside, and after doing his workout, when he came, the bicycle was gone. So he had a tiff with the policeman and he banged him. What the hell you are here for? Policeman apologized and said, gentlemen, it's better you use this energy in boxing. So he became a boxer. He became a boxer and top class boxer. They change. How does the mind changes? Second instance, the Tribune newspaper's sports editor about 3 decades ago, Samuel Banerjee, was a known figure. He had 2 sons. One is a bank officer, the other is a correspondent, Tribune correspondent in Delhi. And he writes very well about the international affairs and military officials. Both were cricket students with Desh Prem Azad in 16th sector in Chandigarh. And Desh Prem Azad, he was Dronacharya Valda and my colleague also before he became coach. So what happened? One day, as we were discussing sport, Ajay Banerjee came and complained to his father. We went there, we played the match, and the reward they have given is worth a pittance. It's worth nothing. I asked him, look here, Munmun, his name was Munmun. Munmun, you will never become a top class cricketer. He said, Uncle, how? He said, because you are focused only on reward. You are not focused on improving your game, which your brother is doing, and his brother represented his state in Ranji Trophy. Now, this is working off my mind. My brother-in-law's son, younger son, he is a table tennis player, studying in 7th class in Chandigarh. I was surprised to find that this boy, how talented he was, that very recently he went for a competition in Ahmedov and won 50,000 rupees award. 7th class boy. So I asked him, what does your coach do to train you mentally? Does he say something to you? He says, not specifically, but he says, keep your focus, keep your focus, keep your focus, keep your focus. And I am surprised where will he go? But unfortunately, if he won 50,000 rupees as reward, the coach must know how to keep the balance between the intrinsic motivation and the extrinsic motivation. Because when extrinsic motivation exceeds its limit, the intrinsic motivation goes down. This is an established fact. Now, so many things have happened with lot of players, but I need not tell them. But I've just given you this background to highlight some of the things that will be discussed here. Oh, sorry. And it will answer many of the questions that were raised during these presentations here. Now, first of all, let us see how talent is different from giftedness. Talent identified as a superior mastery of systematically developed abilities, result of learning. That means if you put somebody under learning experience, how he or she reacts to it, from there his or her talent will be known. We will know whether a person is talented or he is not talented. He is capable of reaching to some height or is not capable of reaching to some height. This is one thing. The second is giftedness. Now, giftedness is a blessing from God. It's a blessing from your parents. Because a large portion of intelligence, a large portion of creativity, intellect is inherited, more or less inherited. But it may not be same in the same measure for everyone, but it is there. Giftedness is possession of high level of natural abilities. We are all born with all kinds of abilities which are natural to each one of us. But how they develop, to what extent they develop in relation to the environment that we get. In any of 4 ability domains, there are 4 ability domains. One is intellectual, that I already said. Creativity, because everybody is not creative. A study was made by one of the professors of Delhi University that involved evaluation of intelligence and creativity in bureaucrats, Indian bureaucrats. And the result was, according to him, the result was some were creative, some were intelligent, some were neither creative nor intelligent, and some were both intelligent and well creative. So what does it mean? That means the abilities are spread uniformly over the entire creation of God. Then is socio-affective domain and sensory motor domain. We are concerned with sports. We are concerned with the last one, that is sensory motor domain. But this has genetic orientation. In a study which was carried over 3 Olympics, 60, 64 and 68, and reported in a book, Anthropological and Genetic Studies of Olympic Athletes. It's a wonderful study. Most of the hypotheses that were made in this were not proven. For example, the difference between black and white athletes is not proven. But one thing was said: to be an Olympic athlete, you need 3 things. 1, genetic endowment. That means you should have something inherited from your parents, from your family. The extent is not given. Some say it is 10%, but it cannot be reduced to any percentage. Something genetic, which we cannot see, which we cannot observe. I was thinking of this boy who was last evening reported to have scored 175 runs of 80 balls, 15 sixes and 15 fours. Look at this man, 14-year boy. You just imagine, that means he is genetically endowed. That he has something which others do not have. Now, the second thing, to be an Olympic player, what do you need? You need generally good environment. Means it includes infrastructure, it includes logistics, opportunities for competition, opportunities for learning, opportunities for education, etc., etc., which all contribute to make you a good human being. And the third, highly specialized training. Highly specialized training means what? What the coach gives you, under whom you train. Now, how come Indian athletes train under foreign coaches or train under highly specialized coaches? Why did they look to it? Because there is some sort of system that has been created and that has been working. And that was highlighted in some of the presentations here. Because some of the questions which were put, it was very clear that there is something which is very, very important in terms of training. In terms of training. Then you can become Olympic athletes. Here is a paradigm, natural developmental paradigm. This refers to approaches in education, psychology, physical education, emphasizing learning in natural settings through child-led, routine-based and developmentally appropriate experiences. So each one, mark each one, then you will understand what it means to be a talented player or whatever. Rather than run-of-the-mill activity programs, rigid, artificial or high-structured rote memory drills. Now, this last one is top-down approach, here, which was discussed in the previous lecture also. That means you have certain template with you, and you want that this should be followed to the down level. But the creativity comes from you have bottom-up level, when you start from down below and move up gradually. What is the focus? The focus of the program is on leveraging the child's own interests, motivation, and everyday interactions to foster growth and development. Now you see, sport is meant for growth, is meant for development. You as a human being, as a unique personality. Every human being is a unique personality. But every mind is an enigma, is a puzzle. You cannot understand human mind. You cannot gauge the depth of human mind. It's very difficult. Because in one situation, one is like this. In another situation, he is totally different. Now, what happens? Foster growth and development. So we're talking about technology, use of technology in sport, in talent identification. It is recorded that Baron Perry de Coubertin was against induction of science in sport. He wanted sport to be as natural as it comes, rather than making the athletes walk on the crutches of science. This is not philosophical viewpoint, it's an ethical point of view. You tell me, if an archer shoots today, and he has got very sophisticated bow and arrows costing millions of rupees, what is it challenge? Anybody can do it. Anybody can do it. But then the question comes here. You may be perfect in shooting. You may be perfect in the skills of the game. But then what works there beyond? Why Virendra Sehwag 2 and 3 times he went out for that? Why? The perfect in skill. Why did he go there? Why did he go out? Why was he sent out? He contacted so many people. What was the problem? Psychologists also. But he did not find any answer. But someone, a very simple man, he told him, you do one thing. As soon as you get onto the crease, you start singing some good song which you like. And he started like that. Chala jata hu apni dhun mein, like that, like that. And he hit the sixer in the first ball. And the Pakistani wicket keeper, he said, Sehwag, sing, I like this song. Now, that was the turning point in his career. Now, this is human mind. This is how human mind works. This aligns perfectly well with the conceptual and scientific framework of talent identification and selection in sporting activity. Now, I will show you this. Is everybody familiar with this Satyam Shivam Sundaram? Yes? How many are familiar with the word Satyam Shivam Sundaram? There was one film also, isn't it? By Raj Kapoor. What does it mean? This is crux of the matter, which percolates down to sport also. See, in sport, body, play, movement, education, etc. It is truth that human being is born with activity, with motor activity. The more motor activity he does, the better he grows and develops. That is the crux of the matter, and this is the situation. The moment the movement stops in the body, we are dead body. We are nothing. So, the first concern is the body. First concern in sport is also the body. The first concern in psychology is also the body. In education is also the body. Because the training starts with the body. Plato's school was based in gymnasium. Aristotle's school was based in Lyceum, which was a gymnasium. That means the Greek education started with gymnastic activity. And it was well said here that gymnastics and athletics are the mother sports which give rise to the human being as a player, as an Olympian, or as a top man, whatever it is, depending on so many other factors. So this is, the second part is mind. Here comes the physical education. The aim of physical education is to develop the human being as a good personality, healthy, happy personality. And physical education, because physical education is organized. Motor activity is not organized. It is left to the child plays by himself. Nobody teaches him how to play, what to play. The child breaks the toys, throws the toys, then he tries to put them together. Nobody teaches him. But physical education is a teaching education. It teaches you how to move in a nice manner. You know how to move, you know how to walk, but it tells you how to walk in a scientific manner. You know how to throw, but physical education teaches you how to throw nicely, correctly, and productively. And then comes sport. Sport is the butter. Physical education is the milk. It is out of milk the butter comes, and out of butter the ghee comes. That is the essence of milk. So sport is the spirit. Sport, your spirit soars up and up. When you say you stand there at the podium and your national anthem is played, how do you feel? How your spirit soars. That is the crux of the matter. This is the real paradigm of talent development. Sorry. Now, there are 4 stages of development. And from the viewpoint of psychology, which is given in the research book of sports psychology, it is a huge volume, it says, first is discovery of potential performer, talent. How do you discover? When a person does an activity in school, at home, we feel he or she is a little talented. That is our observation. And that is the first observation at school. Then, discovery of potential performers. You can find, yes, this boy can shape up into a basketball player, can shape up the wrestler, the boxer, or whatever. Just have a rough and ready idea about it. This is not scientific. This is only observation. And sometimes our observation is very correct. Screening using selected tests. There are a lot of tests. A lot of things have been talked about tests. What is a test? Test is a situation. To know when the situation is created for somebody, it is to know whether or not a person has done the attribute which we are thinking he or she has. That is to verify our observation. That is scientific way is to test. But unfortunately in psychology, everything cannot be tested. Do you think I am confident when standing here? Can you test it? No. But at least you can understand from my talk that I am okay. Yes. That is why in psychology 4 plus 4 is never 8, it can be 9 or it can be 10. That is the part in psychology. That is our psychology. Because in the same situation we act and react differently. Isn't it? Does it not matter? It matters. Same situation, our behavior is different. So, then third is choosing the most appropriate athletes. Your observation and whatever the test within their limits and limitations. You find out that yes, some children are likely to be very good players, but ultimately, that even if you know that he or she is going to be a good player, you do not know in what game, in what sport. One of our students in Physical Education College Patiala, long time back, she was studying in sports school Jalandhar. Mention was made by you about sport college, sports school. Jalandhar. Girl. Sumati. But I am told sports school. Anyway, when I was in other school, so up to 9th class, she was a very good gymnastic player. She was doing gymnastics very well. But a coach, basketball coach, looked at it, found out that she is long-legged and long-armed. He said, Sumati, why don't you try playing basketball? Now, he gave her motivation to play basketball. And she became an international player. Later. And this is how your aptitude also changes. Because something happens, and something you realize that you are better fit here than fit there. So this is what happens here. Appropriate, choosing most appropriate athletes. And talent selection, see, this is a continuum. Selection, providing wherewithal to develop full potential. Now here comes in the last presentation, 16 years ago, you provide everything that is needed for a person to become an A-class player. But before that, don't expect him or her to be a great player. Now, there are 3 important postulates that we must understand. Top level performance is deeply rooted in talent identification. That means if you want your children to be top level players, that means you identify them, try to identify them at an appropriate level, age level. For all games, age level is not the same. For all athletic activities, age level is not the same for identification. It's not the same. Psychology begins where physiology and biomechanics end. That means psychology comes at a very far level, a very high level. Now, if I wanted to know the motivation of my brother-in-law's son, he could not tell why he was motivated, who motivated him. He doesn't know anything about it. When I talk to him about self-confidence, he doesn't know anything about self-confidence. He will come to know about it when he is almost 17, 18. He will understand what it means to be self-confident. So, our mind, it takes time to absorb things. It takes time to produce things, to create things. It's not that immediately that something happens, because learning is a very important factor in this case. Learning and growth, both things are very important. And the third point is, most sports performance related psycho-variables are abstract concepts and softer compared with harder morphological measures, hence difficult to deal with in dynamic sports scenario. Because this is an abstract concept. If you ask, what is self-confidence? How many people can say? How many people can really say, yeah, this is what self-confidence is. Same thing is with motivation. You may be motivated with a small thing, or you may not be motivated with a huge thing, huge profit being given to you. You may not be. So, what is happening is, psychological variables are abstract. Now, if I want to know the confidence of a boy or a girl in a particular sport, what do I do? Can any coach here, sitting here, can tell me, have you ever tried to evaluate or assess the confidence of a player by what is called scientific means or systematic means? Anybody? Yes? No? Aggression, for example, aggression.
it will give you some stress.
Yes. That, but you cannot put it in the data. You see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
You will get it into numbers.
Yes.
It will make
number.
It will make it easy for you to deal with it. You know. So that I also recommended it for many researchers and many athletes. You can use it. You will just monitor. You will just monitor the situations, everything around you.
Absolutely all right. But my point is, the way you can test knowledge in chemistry or in physics, you cannot test this as in a what is called objective manner.
This headset is very accurate tool. You can use it anywhere in any field. It's just a headset. You will put it on your head.
Yes.
And you will go through an exam, for example.
Yes. No. What the psychologists are doing is, they are, in such cases, they are using the rating scale. In playing ability also, rating scales are used. Because in most of the games, the rating scales are used. How a player plays, because playing ability is a combination of so many skills. It's not single skill. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, whatever, that is beyond the discussion. So only thing is that morphological.
So we measure in Serbia national team the confidence of the player with color test before the game for 2 years.
Yes.
So color test. Okay, we measure it with Serbian senior national team and kids under 16 with psychological color test with simple question choosing the colors, and it was numeric range of the players.
Okay, yeah, I understand that. See, but that is only in case of certain skills which can be objectively evaluated. But most of the psychological variables cannot be objectively verified or evaluated. You need just rating scales. This is what psychologists do. Anyway. Now, these are the talent detection models used in several countries. I have taken it from the research book of sports psychology. And what do they do? Detection of first general and then specific athletic abilities. That is what has been emphasized again and again by everyone who spoke here. Verification of inborn potential, physical and physiological abilities. You see, these things can be assessed in high-level players, very easily assessed, but in case of children, it's very difficult to assess. Then, confirmation of sport aptitude. All said and done, you find a boy or a girl is fit to become a volleyball player, or become a gymnastic player, or become a swimmer. But then she says, I don't like it. Then where do you go? Where will you go? He says, I don't like it. And sometimes they change the sport because they are not very comfortable in that sport. So they change the sport. So this is what the problem is, the psychology variables is. Now, sorry. Oops. Now, these are based on research in the field of sports psychology. These are the variables, psychovariables associated with sport talent identification. General motivation. We talked of motivation in many of the presentations here. Yesterday, Madam Savita, when she was talking about intrinsic motivation, I think because she is not a sports person or she has not been in sport, so her view was from a psychological angle. But see, the general motivation means why you participate in sport. Robert Singer, he did a good study on why children play in, take part in play or sport. He says, first thing is they like to do it. They feel comfortable. They have freedom of action. They get good health. They get good opportunity to represent their class or school or whatever. So many motivation devices he mentioned. Passion for movement. See, when I asked my brother-in-law's son how often he goes to practice there, sometimes he misses his meals. He misses his meals and he goes for practice. This is passion. Many of the students here who have read my books, they come to me and say, sir, it's your books, we have passed the examination, this. So many things we do. My granddaughter, she was doing some project in school in Chandigarh. My nephew's daughter. And she took me as a subject. And the first question she asked me, how I started writing books. How do I write books? I said, in my life, I had thought of, even up to the age of 34, 35, I had never thought of writing a book. But it was a chance happening that a publisher from Ludhiana comes and says, sir, आप एक किताब लिख दीजिए physical education पर. You write a book on physical education. I told him that I have never written a book. He said, no, sir, nobody is ready to do that. And somebody says you can do it. I said, okay, I'll try. So I took out my notes, and from that I created a book called Principles and History of Physical Education. It was sold at 12 rupees 50 paisa at that time in 76. And till today, everybody knows me by that book. Because that was the first book in physical education that was published by an Indian author. Why I am saying this? Today everybody says, sir, हम आपकी किताब पढ़ते हैं. Why you read my book? Why you are fascinated by my book? I am not in that way talented. Then I realized that I can do it. But rest of the things, no. They are a matter of learning. They are a matter of experience. They are a matter of practice. I give you one good instance. Today is the day when Lata Mangeshkar breathed her last in 2022, 5 years back. And I was wondering, I listened to her video, which was recorded with Mr. A.Y. Qureshi, who was that time Director General of the radio and television. So she says, at the age of 5, now look at the talent and talent identification. Her father, Lata Mangeshkar's father, was a theatre man. He used to sing in theatre. And Lata Mangeshkar used to listen to what he was teaching to one of his students. She would be in the kitchen with her mother, but listening to what someone was being taught. One day, her father told the boy, okay, you practice this raga and I will come after some time. So he started practicing. Lata Mangeshkar heard at the age of 5. She went to him, you are singing wrong. This note is not like this. This is like this. The man was looking at her, what the hell? Then in the meanwhile, her father came. Now he realized, oh, Saraswati is in my home and I have been looking somewhere else. But how she became a great singer? Voice, the gift of God. But the rest of the things she learned. She learned also, she engaged a Urdu teacher to correct her pronunciation in singing ghazals and songs, etc., etc. So this is what is talent and talent identification. So passion, readiness to attend to stimuli, that means you are concentrating. You are ready to listen to your coach, to your teacher, to your father, whenever instruction is being given. Only then you can assimilate. If you are not ready, you cannot. Mental toughness. A lot of things have been told about mental toughness. Intensity, concentration, consistency, performance, anxiety, intensity, positive attitude, and resilience. Now, these are the studies are quoted, and there is no need to comment much about it. Now, what are the hurdles in selection of talent? The psychological viewpoint. Traditional talent selection models often over-prioritize physical attributes, leading to unidimensional approach that overlooks crucial psychological factors. So, whatever we have taught here since yesterday, more and more emphasis was on physiological and physical and technical variables, but less, not many people talk about psychological variables, only less. Sport is a very multi-dimensional phenomenon, undoubtedly. It's not a single thing. Like the talent I told you, the music is a single factor. But sports is not a single factor. It is multi-dimensional. So many dimensions are there. Because in your body, your mind, your everything is involved. Your training, you are learning. Now, difficulty in assessing mental traits, unlike physical attributes like speed, strength, agility, psychological traits like resilience, motivation, and mental traits are hard to measure objectively and reliably, particularly in young adults. rocky road paranoids. Now this is something little technical understanding. As per research, elite athletes develop resilience by overcoming traumatic experiences or highly challenging developmental experiences. So they wrestle with the environment. They participate in competitions again and again and again. Not every time they succeed. Not every time they succeed, they fail also, but then mental toughness is known when they get back to the same level. They are resilient. But defining talent early often means selecting individuals with smooth, less challenging, and thus potentially less resilient backgrounds. So newcomers, they do not have that capacity, which we find in top class athletes. So when we are testing them, we cannot test them on those parameters which are used for assessing the elite athletes. Relative age effects and mental maturity. Not much has been said in the previous lecture also. Athletes born earlier in the selection year are often chosen because they are more physically mature, not necessarily more talented. They may not be talented, but because they are mature, so they are selected. Now, for example, a selection year is 2026, and a child born before 31st of December 25 is selected, but a child born on 1st January 26 is not selected. So there is a difference of 1 year. So this is the age effect. So this creates a false positive, overlooking younger or later maturing athletes who may have greater long-term potential but are overlooked due to lower confidence or maturity-driven performance gaps. Subjective bias in assessment. This has been talked about. The coaches also, their house coaches show their bias towards some of the athletes. Coaches, though known for their eagle-eyedness, see, I consider coach to be a very, very sharp observer. And he is the only person who can detect talent than even any other test can do. Often tend to rely on subjective, non-standardized observations which can be influenced by unconscious bias about what potential looks like. Sometimes we find that there is potential in it, and sometimes, but it is not. We talked about technology, and here is technology also. Here is technology also failing sometime at the crucial hour. Many accidents do happen because of this. So, subjective bias. Early specialization and burnout. A major barrier in pressure from early specialization, which can lead to psychological burnout, reduced enjoyment, and limited development of intrinsic motivation. This I saw in Kerala Sports School. Suresh Babu, who was athletic coach there, he told me how young children in 9th class and 10th class were stressed upon so much in competition, that they burnt out, and not even 10 of them could go to college as good athletes, good university athletes, not even 10. So this is the bane of too much stress, too much early specialization and burnout. Now, underdog effect, misinterpret. Contrary to expectation, research shows that later maturing athletes who overcome initial, early or smaller stature to excel often show higher long-term potential, a nuance frequently missed by early talent identification, which favors immediate and often temporary advantages. You select a person who you find is talented, but then later on you find that no, he is not talented, and this is what the underdog effect is all about. Now, overcoming hurdles. What to do? To overcome these hurdles, the researchers advise a more holistic approach that integrates longitudinal psychological profiling. Longitudinal, because it's not, you can test the speed, strength, etc. of a student at any time you like, but you cannot test his motivation or resilience and mental toughness in just 6 months or 5 months or whatever it is, but it takes a long time. It is a continuous affair, even if you start observing it from 9 years onward up to 12, 13 years, 14 years. Rather, one-time snapshot assessments to identify true long-term potential. Coach, the last one. The gifted experts, coach or gifted experts, are very apt at spotting gifted athletes by eyeballing. You know, they just look at the athletes, they look at these students performing, doing things, doing activities. They can make out who can be a potential runner and who can be a potential thrower or who can be a potential basketballer. A highly experienced sports administrator might say, just let me see the athlete for a few minutes in the gym, and then I'll tell you if the right stuff is there. So by looking at them for some time, you can visualize, you can understand whether the real stuff that you want is there or not. Fluidity of mind, the whole thing finishes with this. The fluidity and fecundity of human mind are well known. Hence, it augurs well to keep on exploring human potential for performance with harder thrust, thereby taking nothing for granted. So don't take anything for granted. Psychology, this is what psychology tells you. Thank you so much for hearing.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable wisdom and insights, which has definitely added depth and clarity in our understanding of human psychological dimension. And we are privileged to, and we will be privileged to felicitate you again and again. I would like to invite Shri Vinit Kumar, sir, our Senior Executive Director, to kindly come on stage and felicitate our esteemed speaker. Please, sir. Thank you, sir. Also, due to some urgent circumstances, one of our panelists has to be felicitated right now. So I'll be inviting our panelist, Mr. Vivek Nagul sir, Director of Coach Education, AIFF. Please come on stage, and I would request our Senior Executive Director to kindly felicitate the panelists. Thank you so much, sir.
He's going doesn't mean that you won't clap and applaud.
So we'll quickly move on to our panel discussions now. I'll request my co-host to kindly invite our panel discussion panelists. Thank you.
We are pleased to welcome our panelist, Dr. Harinder Singh. Dr. Harinder Singh is the Dronachar awardee, highly respected former chief coach of the Indian women hockey team and the former chief coach of the Indian men's and junior national teams with over 3 decades of elite involvement in the international hockey as a player, coach and high performance leader. It's our privilege to invite Dr. Harinder Singh to this panel discussion and benefit from his insight. Our next panelist is Dr. Vishwanathan J. Dr. Vishwanathan J is currently serving as the Assistant Professor in the Department of the Physical Education at the National University, Imphal, with over a decade of academic and the coaching experience in the physical education and basketball. His balanced perspective as an educator, researcher and practitioner makes his contribution particularly valuable to the today's panel discussion. Our third guest is Mr. Dr. M.S. Tyagi. Dr. Tyagi currently serves as the General Secretary of the Kho-Kho Federation of India and Director of the International Kho-Kho Federation and a former Director of Projects at the Sports Authority of India. We are delighted to invite you, sir, on the stage. Our fourth panelist is Mr. Vivek Nagul. Mr. Vivek Nagul currently serves as the Head of Coach Education of All India Football Federation, where he leads the national coach education system and plays a key role in shaping the India's long-term football development framework. His expertise and talent identification, coach education and pathway alignment from the grassroots to elite football makes his perspective highly valuable to this panel discussion. And the moderator for this session is Mr. Ajay Jhangra, Senior Coach, Volleyball, NSNIS Patiala.
Good evening, all of you. We are already running late, so quickly we will start the session. As the hockey is our national sports, so first question from you, sir. As you have a great experience working with Indian women, men, as well as USA men teams. So, in your long-term coaching career, how do you ensure that the continuity of the player from grassroots level to high level of performance, when you achieve the full potential of the player, so how do you continue this process? How do you manage this process so that the player did not leave his training in between?
I think it's first of all, good evening and Jai Hind everyone. It's a great question because if you look in our country, and that's somewhere it was missing, I can say in the 2-3 years back. I like to thank the SAI and Government of India particular they start thinking about 2036 bidding for the Olympics. And in my resources, most of the countries are favoring India to host the 2036 because India is I think, huge potential. And now the country has come in the stage where we are able to host the country. Your talent identification and making them the high performance is a huge subject. And the subject of not only the government and the federation is the subject of each and every individual. But definitely as a coach, I'll take the onus, how I think in that line. I think the first of all that right now we always think about the putting in the very early age in the specialization. If you see so many presentations and we say, no, that's a fun. The age of fun, let them have the kid the fun. We should throw them on the pitch, any field, let them play, any sports they want to play. From age of, for me, from 12. You have to put the specialized skills and then the strength and listening or whatever you want to. But always use the science. That was missing last 5-6 years back. None of the Indian coaches, I only take the onus of the coaches, I not blame the SAI anything. Everything was on the platform, but they just want to run away from the accountability. When we use the science, definitely there is accountability. Some data will come, we have to work extra to get the process. For that, I think the age of 12, when you identify, the most important, I also going through the psychological work, but they don't execute the right things at the right time. Definitely there is a mental stress, there is a psychological skill because it's a huge competition in the modern world. For that, I think if you work on the skill, like rightly he said, my friend Tom, in the basketball, first he worked the skill. The skill gives the confidence. And the fitness work is job of the SNC or the coaches, how you manipulate. So you compile all these data, and from there you give the system and the pathway with the vision, mission, planning, execution, followed by the result. This, if you make that pyramid, then you get the result. The problem with our country, we are making the pyramid reverse. We always look for the result. We don't go the pathway. We don't have the vision. We don't have the planning. We don't have the execution. And we always look for that. So if you give that pathway, and then from age of 18 onwards, you look for the high performance results. Till 12 to 18, you have to put the process. If I have given a chance, like I already talked about the hockey, I divide this country in the 5 zones. West, East, North, South and Central zone. I divide those academies or those schools and the college who play hockey and make them Sunday competition. It means every team has to travel home and away in age of 14 without giving the pressure to my coach. I am not looking the result. I am looking the process where this player will play in the same condition, same environment where when we go to international, where the performance comes. So once they will play in the 5 zone, the top 4 team again they will pull in one pool and then they should play the league. If you see the top 20 in the Olympics, I talk about the team sport. The country has a system of league within the country. Here in our country, I'm not sure about the other. Definitely in the football we have the I-League. Cricket, why they are flourishing? If you see their Ranji Trophy, under 23, under 21, under 17, whole year they are playing the competition and training. So when you train, how you are going to judge? Like my friends also said, through competition. So you have to train in the same environment, put them in the competition and see. And from there, you can make the, like if I select 120 for 36, then 120 players will go in the same green, and from there you start selection. Definitely you have to make some parameter of selection of the national team, journal team, this thing, and fulfill. So using the science, and if you go through the, I think we can make the commendable job.
Thank you very much. Very burning questions regarding the age fraud. So how we can stop this age fraud in the process of talent identification?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity to given for this great platform. So, regarding the age fraud or age malpractice, in basketball, I'm specifically talking about the basketball, what the federation does is, regarding the national championship, before one day, all the players are supposed to come for the medical test. In the medical test, the panelists consist of one dentist, one physiotherapist, one forestry department specialist, and one coach, and obviously one office barrier from the BFI. First, as yesterday also, one psychology madam told that using the voice, we can recognize whether he is belongs to the youth or junior category like the voice. If again, seeing the naked eye itself, development of public hair and all these things, we can suspect. And third, the dentist role. If you check the molar tooth, development of the molar tooth, again the suspect means the extreme cases. Yeah, still we have suspect means the last one is forensic department, that is X-ray of torus joints. There is a carpal bone is there. A carpal is specifically the outer edge of that particular carpal bone is falciform. The development, growth and development of the falciform, it tells us whether it's actual age is, what the actual age is. On these four, the malpractice age fraud in the particular category can be identified. Still, I have a question because couple of years I have a curiosity because during my participation in national championship when I was a player, one team, the team consists of 12 players, but the committee ensured that I identifying all these 4 tests, and they identified 7 players in the team. That means only 5 players are eligible to play. See that there is no substitution, but the team, the state team, supposed to participate in that particular. I have a curiosity whether how much they reliable are. Then after that, I'm getting the job. Then I again associated with the BFI. I have a chance and very close to the BFI now. That time I approached the expert. They said that yes, we cannot even the science, that is forestry department, that all these things we cannot give the surety, reliability, accurate enough to the guys who malpractices the 1 or 2 years. That is enough, yeah. That is enough to participate in the internationals. Now, then I said that where the malpractices happen. Now the trends change. Earlier, regarding the malpractice and all these things, what the government does is getting the birth certificate, but the birth certificate is from the panchayat or the village offices. But now the trend changes, it's an electronic device where the birth certificate can be obtained from the hospital where the child birth. By this way, there still having a question mark, there is a probability of, but comparatively speaking to the earlier, right now the current scenario in the 2026, the malpractices in the age category is little bit reduced, I can say that, but it is very hard, even though the science and all these things, it's very hard to identify, especially the youth category. I'm not talking about the junior. Junior is very easy to identify, but youth is very tough to identify whether the kid is in basketball, the youth category is under 16. Yeah, that's very, I can.
Yeah, one more question, because you are from basketball discipline, and height play the key roles while identifying the talent as well. So, how much weightage you have to give to the height criteria as compared to other criteria?
So, regarding the SAI selection also, in the SAI hostel also, the selection will be during the 8th standard. That time, see, apart from the physical fitness, abilities and all these things, if the height seems to be 171 or 176, then immediately, without any coding, any physical fitness and all these things, irrespective of their performance in the physical fitness test, that is selection criteria, is eligible to get into the squad. Because why? Because always height plays a dominant role. Without no doubt, size, shape and structure play provides a distinct advantage, especially in the game basketball, because there is a positional role. Each and every position supposed to play some roles, especially in Indian contest, there is a 3 positions. What is that one? Guard seems to be a shorter, but whereas forward, there is a dual role he has to play, as well as the offensive play, as well as sometimes getting the rebound and blocking the balls. And regarding the center, this is too much of height. That's the place where height plays a dominant role. When I was working in Mr. Bhaskar, my Indian coach, when he asked me to take everyone knows that in the SAI, every 3 months once we are going for a video test or selection test. In the test, I used to see that one point guard that is very short. His jumping ability is 140 centimeters, whereas one post player, his vertical jumping ability is 138. It's huge, but he said that no. By this height, he always dealing the ball at the upper, that is about close to the rim. By this way, it always providing a distinct advantage. But that's why the selection criteria regarding height always becoming a predominant role in the game of basketball.
Thank you very much, Ajay. Now, that question for Takiji, because Kho is our rural sports, which requires very less equipment and you can say facilities. But if we see the character of the game, it requires certain starts, certain stop, directional change, power, endurance. But it's a exhibition of complex modalities. So, how do you feel that the Kho can be a sport which can provide the base, especially at the grassroots level, for not only for Kho but for other sports also?
Good evening. Really, thankful to the NIS authorities and the sports authority to conduct such a beautiful and useful seminar. Really, that Kho, जैसा कमलेश जी ने कहा, that it is a सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम. जो फिट है वो इस पे लागू होता है. Because in Kho they have all the motor quality which is developed to other sports also, as well as there are one factors we find only in Kho, the neuromuscular and muscular coordinations. इसमें अंदर कोई गोल नहीं होता fix. They choose the goal according to the runner, and fraction second they take the decision, so that they develop the mentally and physically. So we can say the Kho is developed the mentally and physically because our indigenous sports, maybe this Kabaddi, Kho, Malkham or others, they are all scientific based. And if we can adopt this game to the other, definitely there are benefits for the other game also. So regarding the identification of the players or the kids, this is my personal view, because I was involved in 1964 as a player, then coach, then I'm working in the Sports Authority of India Teams Division as a director, rural developments, Secretary General, Kho Federation of India. Now I am as a technical director in the international body. So that मैंने सभी जगह का अच्छी तरह से ऑब्जर्वेशन किया है. तो टैलेंट हंट का जहां तक संबंध है वो हम दो तरह से डिवाइड करते हैं, अर्ली एंड स्पेसिफिक. अर्ली एज में हम लोग आइडेंटिफाई देयर आर लिटिल चैलेंजेबल होता है, बिकॉज जब बच्चा पैदा होता है उसके बाद ही दैट उसके मूवमेंट, उसका जो एक गुण है वो सामने आ जाते हैं. लेकिन उसको उस समय पकड़ना देर वेरी डिफिकल्ट इन पर्टिकुलर आवर कंट्री. लेकिन एक साल जब वो मूवमेंट में थोड़ा चलने लगता है, एक साल 2 साल के बाद वी कैन प्लान, द कोच कैन प्लान ए सिस्टमैटिक सम दैट्स tele games, recreational game, community game, and then they involve the parents also. During this time, if we can use our scientific sports एनालिस्ट जो उसके कैट्स को प्रॉपर चेक करके आगे जाने के समय हम उसको अच्छी तरह से यूटिलाइज कर सकें। जब वो 2-3 साल इसी के अंदर हम लोग रहेंगे, ग्रेजुअली दे विल इन्वॉल्व इन द टैक्टिक्स टेक्निक्स एंड अदर मोटर क्वालिटीज के लिए हम ले सकते हैं। तो अगर ये प्रोसेस हम शुरू करते हैं, अब क्वेश्चन आता है क्या गांव में हम लोग कोचेज को भेजें? आई थिंक इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट। सो दैट वी कैन चूज ए गुड फिजिकल एजुकेशन टीचर्स एंड दे आर ट्रेन्ड बाय द कोचेज। वो उनको बताया कि भाई इस तरीके से हम लोगों ने ये जो गेम्स हैं डेवलप किए हैं और वो अलग अलग कैटेगरीज के हों, मीन्स 2 साल के लिए सेपरेट, 3 के लिए सेपरेट, 4 के लिए सेपरेट, 5 के लिए सेपरेट। एंड द पेरेंट्स को भी मोटिवेट करने के लिए वी शुड डेफिनेटली टू ऐड सम गेम्स, और उसमें उसको हम सर्टिफिकेट दे सकते हैं, उसको हम और मेडल दे सकते हैं, इससे उसको मोटिवेट होगा। और आई थिंक अगर हम ऐसा करते हैं, क्योंकि मैंने अभी खो-खो में ऐसा किया था, तो दैट यू कैन नॉट बिलीव 68 out of 70 district, 68 district we are involved in the Kho-Kho, and now through that we are include in globalized 61 countries have participated in the Kho-Kho. So that if we have that, थोड़ा सा भी हम इसे अगर गवर्नमेंट का स्पोर्ट हो जाए, फेडरेशन का स्पोर्ट हो जाए, तो जो कोचेज हैं रियली दैट इज द बैकबोन ऑफ द स्पोर्ट्स। तो इन तीनों की मदद से और साइंटिफिक का स्पोर्ट होने से जो हमारा टीम है उससे हम इसे बढ़ा सकते हैं। इसके साथ साथ मैं इतना जरूर कहूंगा कि जब ये टैलेंट हंट कर लेते हैं तो दैट दे फिक्स द रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ऑफ द कोच एंड द फिजियो, और जो भी साइंटिफिक उनका स्पोर्ट है उसको उसके साथ लगाया जाए एंड दे गिव द रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी। आपने 2036 तक ओलंपिक में हमें ये मेडल देना है, अगर नहीं होगा तो देन यू विल पनिश, अगर देगा तो देन वी गिव द रिवार्ड। थैंक यू।
Because you are a qualified coach educator and you have prepared some positional specific training programs also. So you have any specific guidelines at the grassroots level coaches to identify the talent?
Thank you very much, sir. First of all, I would thank NS for giving me opportunity, and this is a wonderful platform. Actually, I wanted to speak and spend some more time, but anyway, I will try to do as much as possible. I think talent hunt, the word itself says that we have to go and hunt talent. We are expecting talent to come to us and then see the best players. Means the best thing I've seen some people speaking about is we need to go, the coaches have to go and work and see players in the rural area, in the sport areas, and try to get the talent from there and then try to work it. It's a big process, but yes, we have to believe in the process to get the result in future. But in coach education department, that's what we have done. From last 2 years, I've been serving for the nation about the coach education department. I've worked in Europe, in England for 6 years and in Africa, and have experience of these different continents. I came with a thing that we at coach education, we are too much in coaching. We should believe in the player's ability too. So now in this coach education department, we have developed coach educators in different parts of the country and trying to go to reach more and more detail into rural areas and get the more coaches there and get identify talent there. Our intention is allowing them to take decisions on their own rather than coaching more, because this is where we are struggling in Indian football. In relation to football, I'm saying, where we depend a lot on coaching rather than taking the decision. Intelligent player, we don't have the physicality and the other structure what footballers in Europe has, but at least to sustain in Asia, we need to do this. We need to have intelligent footballers because the body structure is not there. As we have a vast country and we have so much of diversity over here, we need to select players according to their position. That's where position specific training has come into action. And it's been working a lot in Europe, and I'm a huge fan of Jose Mourinho, who's a tactical periodization, and I've followed him for 16 years and worked with some top coaches and some top players in the world, like and for a longer period, if you work for a long-term development program, I'm sure that you'll get a lot of success in this. Before I need to go, so I'll just say thank you very much, everyone. And one thing again, I would just want to say before I leave to all my young coaches and over here, the moment I joined, the only reason I came from Africa to work here was I told the federation that if I am working, let me work with my own way of doing it, and I believe in Atmanirbhar Bharat, and I've selected all the Indian coaches in the national team now, and we are developing the coaches. Fortunately, the under-17 boys, the under-17 girls, under-20 women and senior women have qualified for the AFC Cup. This is the huge history after 22 years. So I think the project of Atmanirbhar Bharat and believing in our people is really working, and in nearest future you will see football doing well. So please support us and keep coming in and encourage us. Thank you very much.
To play, especially at the international level or Olympic level, there is a demand profile, specific to the playing position and specific to the game. So in that demand profile, there are certain key performance indicators. So what are the most important, which you don't want to miss? What are those the key performance indicator in hockey?
So if I go, because generally I go in like what the Vijay has said, I don't believe going always in the academies. Right from the, I start coaching in 98, I always go in the village, and if someone say like if you go to Gurdaspur, this is a village where the few kids are playing, I go, I don't inform the coach also, sitting on 500, 600 feet away, watching, and I have my own parameter to selecting the player. I see definitely in those age, whatever the age is playing, the decision making with the skill, and one is a speed. Because the speed is a genetic, and the hockey is today the speed game. It used to be the endurance game. I'm not denying with the speed. Those days, when the 70 minutes were there, only one player you can change. Now you can use a rotational system like the basketball. Every second you can change. And the highest speed. The rest of the thing we can build up. When we talk about the high performance, it means that system that players are coming. I say owners of the coaches use the science. Today, I think that don't take me anyone wrong. And Vinny sir, after 91, I'm coming from the side. You have really transformed. But one credit I give to Ritu Madam in Bangalore. The way he has really built up the Bangalore is far, far better than Chula Vista. My friend, I am from also USA, I work. But if I compare to Bangalore and Chula Vista, I prefer to stay in the Bangalore rather than going into Chula Vista. Every facility, you talk about the nutrition part, you talk about the recovery part, you talk about the facility, you talk about the each individual meeting, team meeting, pitch, floodlight, food, environment, the accommodation, the facility within the accommodation is a perfect. That's an environment we need for the high performance. So once these players come in that environment, total lies on the coach there. Then you cannot blame the SAI or government or federation. You are owners and you are responsible. You take it. Then you plan the player, each and every individual, how you are going to train. I give you the one example of Harmanpreet. When I selected him, someone said the one guy is lefty striker. He played awesome hockey. I went there. I watched him. He came in the Chennai Junior National. I picked him up. He was a lefty striker. The first camp, I put him in the center defender. And he literally came in my room and he said, it means the coach doesn't want me to select me and I want to play lefty striker. I said, no, you are going to be the one of the best defender. Yeah. And today we can see the winning the medal in Tokyo, and this thing, Herman and Jace has played the biggest role in that medal tally. So once I selected this parameter, and the 2016 batch, each and every player picked by handful by me, Federation had given me, and that 28 players, 14 still is playing. And that's one of the things, the coach's job to look what you, since our country, we don't have the parameter. So what parameter required for the modern hockey? What parameter the whole world is looking, and how we are going to compete? If you have some idea, then start picking. Of course, the SAI and the Federation are working together now. I'm talking about the hockey now. We are going to really fix the parameter, which is the minimum parameter we are looking. But this is the way I think one of the coach has to think and start selection. Yes, the one genetic problem is coming now, particularly in the women's. We don't have the height player, and it's really hindrance for our women's hockey. If you see that average age is 5'6", and if you talk about the German, Holland, England, or even the China, Alyssa Anand, she's not going to see. I was talking to him one of the last day only, 2 days back, and she said we have made the standard minimum. My hockey player, women's hockey player of the China should be 5'8" minimum. Her hockey goalkeeper is 6'4". So you can imagine if the 6'4" is standing in the bar in hockey, the striker has to think twice, where should I score the goal? The psychological pressure, maybe she also good. So that also should be in the future consideration, particularly in women hockey, we have to look at.
Thank you very much, sir. As we are running out of time,
regarding the talent identification, the same question. In basketball, the very first time the India recruiting the young talents, recently we played against the Asian Championship in the 3-on-3 basketball, where the average age of the 4 basketball players, those who represent the India, is 24 only. Punat is from Kerala, Kudat Singh from UP, and Hidalgo from UP. All are one. See the age difference. Earlier we also participated in the 3-on-3 basketball, but we are not qualified. But this time the commentator tried, is it India? A couple of times he said. Why? Because the performance of India is amazing in that particular championship, and very first time that India is qualified in the 3-on-3 basketball in the Asian Basketball Championship, because we beat, so of course we lost the game with China with only 1 point. That's why everyone surprised. And these 4 guys is identified, not this time. 5 years before the BFI identified they are the potential talents and got appointment in some teams. So after that, the Pranav Prince also, very first time he representing India, he applied very first time. He cannot penetrate even because the pressure given by the foreign players now, he cannot tolerate that. Every time he slip into the ground, fall into the ground, everyone, I am also see the YouTube and all, the live matches and all these things. I thought that why he always fell down in the basketball court. And the second time, and the next consecutive year, he representing India, his performance is marvelous. Getting the exposure, see the federation always give the exposure to the players, then expecting the performance. Yeah, now he is one of the top leading basketball player in Indian scenario. Why I'm telling all these things? 4 years before, see, the federation is ready to work with the sports scientists. They are recruiting 4 sports scientists as a full-time. One is sports nutrition, one is sports psychologist, strength and conditioning, and fitness trainer. 4 full-time recruitment. The camps also not merely for the sake of 30 days or 45 days. It's more than 4 months a camp for the Indian camps, I should say. Along with them, the sports scientists are not sitting in the AC hall in the chair and paper and paper. Not like that. They are getting into their nose in the field itself. Along with the field every sessions they sit and shoulder to shoulder they work to the players. Now, see, the foreign coach also said that India, in terms of basketball, he has to work a lot. Yes, this is the very first time India keeping the fruits now in the international arena, keeping the medals and qualifying themselves. This is the very first time after introducing the sports scientists. Again, one clarification I would like to make. Is there any struggle we are dealing with the sports sciences with the coaches? Yeah. They are always using the terminology. They think that they are not even understanding the term. Not like that. Coaches are very generous nowadays, and they are ready to hear the voice and ready to accept whatever the suggestions, even the sports nutrition or the sports psychologist. Now the players are every day session after the session, they are sit along with the sports psychologists and discuss something. They are open the mouth. It's a good sign, I should say. Now what the India creeping the fruits because of these efforts. It's not just maybe over a day or over a night. This 4 years before all these assets coming into the system, bringing into the system, the federation really does it. That's what.
That's a good sign.
Thank you.
Now the house is open for question and answer. If anybody wants to ask any question.
Hello, myself Rudra. My question is, so what should be the ideal balance between coach observation and scientific testing in identifying the talent at the grassroots level?
Question you may answer.
Obviously, regarding the coach identifying the talents or evaluating the performance. In basketball, I'm talking about basketball. Evaluating the basketball, obviously we rely on this and test result only. But I will tell you an example. When I was working with that coach as assistant coach in a team district level, before that, he's a SAI student actually. For the academic year, 4 times, 3 months once the report has, the test has to be conducted and done. The test name is Johnson Basketball Test, the passing test. He secured 100 out of 100. He's extremely good in passing skill. But at the end of the academic year, after the 9 months, he is supposed to appear for the state championship. In the state championship, last 2 seconds he made one miss pass. Last 1 second, one basket is made because of that particular guy who secured 100 out of 100 in the passing test. Because of his miss pass, he lost the winner's position. He clipped the runner's wound. Because of the last 2 seconds it's happened. Then my coach turned and on my right side he turned, I think your test something is missing. He said that. That time I was scared a lot. What missing in the test? He secured you very topmost extremely performance now. Then the coach said that in all the tests, not only in basketball, in all the tests, we're lacking the defensive pressure. We can give the time as a pressure. Within 30 seconds, you have to perform the skill, yes, but what we're lacking is defensive pressure. Then I'm asking, is there any protocol to identify or evaluate an objective-wide performance assessment, lifetime environment itself? Then I used to identify in the 2010, it was called a software called the FIBA Lifestyle, where the FIBA itself adapt the particular software is a world #1 for software, world #1 position award winning software. The FIBA adopted that one, copyrights and everything, and afterwards we introduced it free of cost only. Anyone can use that one, but if you are qualified, the examination should be like pro coaching level now. I should say, I talked with the Serbian coach also. His son is playing in Qatar. He said that my son performance yesterday is 22 points. See that, 22 points, 2 assists, 2 defensive rebounds. He said that like that one day. I'm amazed. The performance evaluation is based on the key factors of the basketball. Not earlier what happened, see, this is the good player. Why? Because he is securing 147 in the entire tournament. 147 points in the tournament. Now, simple formula. See that the performance evaluation based on the key factor is sum of the positive points minus sum of the negative points. What is the negative point? Turnover, mispass, foul made. These are the negative points. What are the positive points? Assist, offensive rebound, defensive rebound, block made. These are the positive points. So nowadays, India explored such a software and all the national championship. That is the C. Whenever I am a qualified statistician, FIBA statistician, I work in the national championship. Whenever I give the report to the end of the tournament and even the quarter also, see, they are looking the software output for this. Assistant coaches looking when we have the outputs. Please give me. They are rushed because based on the software output only we are dealing with the head coaches and all these things. It is happening in international tournaments. Now it has started in Indian contest also. I think the key performance evaluator should be based on the game key related factors. You got the point, right? Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Yes. Good evening. Sir, you all are from team games, and in India, from decades, not from few years, we are exceeding in individual events at international level, except hockey. I think hockey is qualifying for Olympics. But another team games like handball, basketball, volleyball, more of the games not qualifying for Olympics, not even on Asian Games also. So what do you think about what type of hindrances are there? We have not such talent, or we are lacking in selection process, or what do you think about this lagging?
I think it's a very good question. First of all, the setting the coaches, the future coaches, I like to request you, go in the village and look for the talent. The talent is like over there. I'm not saying in Delhi, Bombay, Bangalore there is no talent. I'm not denying for that. But if you see the medal and from where they're coming, is the talent. The second, India has, I think that hidden superpower in sports. We have only touched 1 or 2% despite of government pumping huge amount of money. And if you compare in the whole world, including the USA, they are number 1 in the sports. But if you see their budget for the colleges and the schools, they never spend the money on the federation. Federation job is to create the environment, create the money to assist the players. It's only the India and China who is using huge potential of money to the pumping the money. So you coming to your this thing. The one is definitely we have to select the right kind of talent from the 12th onwards. Till 12th, let the whole India should play. We make the sporting country, the village. We always say लिखेगा पढ़ेगा तो होगा नवाब, खेलेगा कूदेगा होगा खराब. वो उल्टा हो गया है. If you see that whole world is going for health, you get through the sports. You are talking about the humanity, you have got empathy, you go through. So one is definitely the right talent, then the right players selecting on that process. We have to make the under 14, under 16, under 18 one process for 4 years, and then from you make this thing. The other the team sports, they definitely, like in hockey, if you are selecting 18 players, different states, different mindset, different culture, different eating habit. So who will take the responsibility? It's the coach who has to make the sit everyone in one table and respect each one, each player, whether he comes from south, whether he comes from northeast, whether he comes from there. Still I feel, Madam is a witness, we feel that when we comes, the Punjabi player is sitting one table, Haryanavi player is sitting one table, we divided on the table. So in the right from the beginning, if we erase these kind of small mistakes, then come on, of course, what is the modern sports is required? Modern required definitely one decision making, your body, your strength, your speed, your other factor. You can build up through right kind of your supporting staff. You have to appoint the right supporting staff, and also that facility should be allowed to get in the same place, whether they are in the state or whether they are in the side. They are getting only when we are infusing in the side. When they are coming from the state and the national camp, it's a huge gap. By the time that girl and boy they have understood, they already lost 1 or 2 years, and it's a huge gap. So I think that which we call the pathway. We have to build the pathway and the right kind of right time. The people I discuss about the burnout. Why the burnout? Who made the players burnout? The coach. Why the coach made burnout? Because somebody has put pressure. If you don't perform, you are out of the system. So the coach is under pressure. He always played that 16, 18 players every tournament and then training. So definitely the player will burn out. So if the coach will give him some, okay, the 4-year cycle, Olympic to Olympic, we are talking about the Olympic, in between whatever we will make, I am not going to discuss, we want the Olympic medal, definitely the coach will do. And Olympic cycle is always the 8 to 12 year cycle. You cannot win within the 1 year. This girl, boys, 2014, we started, 20 days delivered the result, and 24. And again, we have missed the 21 and 23 Junior World Cup, and that's why the Indian team today, the men's team also is struggling. So that's an 8 years cycle. You have to make. Look in every holistic development, and then you can put that things. And the science plays the biggest role. Still, I feel some of the sports I have seen, the coaches are running away from using the science. Any human being job, how can the AI do it? It's generate more job, I tell you, rather than because now the information is so much, on those information we require the human resources. End of the day, there is no substitution of the human mind. But the human mind and the AI also generated by the human mind only. So I think that's a bad platform. But I think that our country is I think, sleeping giant in sports. This behind us, those who are the coaches, they are the future. They are going to make the 2036, 2040 as a huge for the India. We are the support of those two. And the best coaches, best of the best coaches should be working from under 14 to under 18. And the top level is always the man management. It's not the coaching.
Thank you very much, sir.
हरिंदर ने जो बताया नेचुरली दैट्स गुड, लेकिन इसमें जो एक्चुअल फैक्टर्स है वो है बिकॉज आवर कंट्री 60%, more than 60% they are belong to the rural areas and they don't know awareness of the sports, the benefit of the sports. उनको बच्चों को गाइडेंस नहीं है. जब तक हम इसे IAS लेवल तक उस पैशन के लिए अंदर नहीं लाएंगे, they are very difficult to that हम उस पोडियम तक पहुंच पाए. उसके लिए हमें मास पार्टिसिपेशन के लिए through media, through social media, और उस लेवल को हम उस प्लेटफॉर्म तक ले जाएं जैसे डॉक्टर एंड IAS वगैरह को जो फैसिलिटीज मिलती हैं, जो रुतबा मिलता है देश में, वो अगर मिलने लगे तो आई थिंक देयर आर नो नीड टू से कि भाई पेरेंट्स जो हैं वो बच्चे नहीं लेकर आएंगे, वो खुद लेकर आएंगे और हम लोग फिर किसी को जरूरत नहीं है, क्रिकेट कोई जरूरत नहीं है किसी को, पेरेंट्स खुद लेकर आते हैं। वाई? बिकॉज दे हैव द मनी, उसमें उनका इज्जत है। स्पोर्ट्स से मैं कबड्डी खो खेलता रहा, मैं अपना बताता हूँ, दैट आई वाज विनर इन द साउथ एशियन गेम फर्स्ट टाइम, आई वाज द कोच ऑफ द टीम। जब हम आए तो बोले कि अच्छा अरे ट्रॉफी बड़ा अच्छा है, कौन सा गेम है? मैं कबड्डी। अच्छा कबड्डी में भी इंटरनेशनल होता है। तो ये हम लोगों का जब एटीट्यूड होगा तो आई थिंक नोबडी कैन सेंड देयर किड्स इन स्पोर्ट्स। सो वो लाना बहुत जरूरी है, वो हमारा माइंडसेट होना बहुत जरूरी है। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much, Chandra sir, for conducting a brief panel discussion, yet relevant. As we conclude this panel discussion, on behalf of the organizing committee, we extend our sincere appreciation to all our distinguished panelists for their valuable time. As a token of our gratitude, we are pleased to felicitate our esteemed panelists. I would request respected Ritupati ma'am, Executive Director, RC Sonipal Sports Authority of India, to kindly please come on stage and felicitate our panelists. Starting with Dr. Harinder Singh sir, Dronacharya Awardee, former head coach of Indian hockey team as well as USA men team. Please have a huge round of applause. Dr. Vishwanath sir, Assistant Professor, National Sports University, Imphal. MS Tyagi sir, Director Technical, International Kho-Kho Federation. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you all for making this panel engaging, insightful and impactful. As we move on, we are at the last stage of today's Knowledge Facts Day. We'll quickly move on to our next panel discussion, the last one. I'll request my co-host to kindly introduce our panel speakers.
In this panel, we have 4 guests. Our first speaker is Mr. Omkar Singh. And Mr. Omkar Singh is an Indian shooting legend and the Arjun Awardee with an extraordinary record of 100 plus gold medals at the National Shooting Championship and 28 international medals. He is a medalist at Asian Games, Commonwealth Games and currently serving as a chief coach of the Indian Navy hockey team, a shooting team, contributing significantly to the elite shooter development and international success. Sir, please. Our next speaker is Dr. M. Stalin Nagarajan. He is a highly respected tennis coach, sports scientist and academician with over 36 years of services under the Sports Authority of India Indian tennis by coaching elite athletes including Sania Mirza and the multiple Davis Cup player. Our third guest is Dr. Somasankar Chatterjee. He is an associate professor of the physical education, Government of West Bengal, with over 20 years of experience in sports education and coaching. He is a PhD scholar in a physical education, gold medalist in sports coaching from NSNIS Patiala, and ITTF accredited sports administrator and IOC certified professional in sports management and coaching. Our fourth speaker is Sri Jeevan Jot Singh Teja. He is a Dronachar awardee, chief coach of the Indian archery team and a high performance coach with the sign. He is one of the most respected figure in Indian archery. He has been instrumental in guiding Indian archers to success at Olympic Games, World Championship, Asian Games and Paralympic Games. We are delighted to invite all our guests to join the panel and share their insight. And the moderator for this session is Mr. Mohit Ashwini, Senior Coach Fencing, NCOA Patiala.
Thank you very much. Good evening to all of you. Before we start, I'm extremely thankful for making me moderator. I'm honored and blessed. And before we start, I would like to submit something. I have seen them for 2 days now. They are full. And they have already had curd also in the afternoon. So you can well imagine, we have to keep it short and simple. And now I would like to start. The discussion has to be the talent identification and athlete development in individual, racket and skill sports like shooting, archery, fencing, table tennis and lawn tennis. So my first question to Stalin sir will be, sir, importance of talent identification in your sport of league game. How do you think that the talent is important and how much important? You can add pros and cons also. Please, sir.
Thank you very much. First of all, on behalf of all expert panelists, our sincere thanks to Sports Authority of India, Netaji Subhash National Institute of Sports for inviting us for this grand, great conference. Thank you very much, sir. Regarding grassroots to greatness. In tennis, moderator told me to talk exclusively on tennis. We categorize novice, beginners, intermediates, advanced, and elite athletes. How we do the development progress from the identification to the greatness, from the grassroots to the greatness, we used to go for very calculative developments on development stages in a very systematic manner. But first and foremost is motor qualities. Motor qualities are very, very important in the grassroots level as well as in the greatness level also. That we are lacking in India. The moment the athletes are coming to us, on the first day they start hitting forehand. That's very, very bad. That's the reason the injury comes, the burnout happens. So, first, motor qualities, tennis skills, tennis specific skills, competition and results. It should be like that. And apart from that, grassroots age level. In 60s and 70s, it was 12. Why? Because from Rod Laver, Ken Roswell, Stan Smith, Ivan Lendl, McEnroe, Bjorn Borg, all these people, they were playing with a wooden racket, which is after that glass rackets, then graphite rackets. It's beautiful. From high 500, now the racket weight is from 150 to 200. Athletes are strong. They're very having beautiful endurance, speed, but the racket weight made a huge difference. And thanks to International Tennis Federation, they made the tennis court small for the youngsters, mini tennis. Even the score system also, mini set, we made. The balls they use, nowadays we are using sponge balls. And the rackets are paddle rackets, small rackets. Even a small kid can play tennis now. That made it so easy. I want to share an experience of mine with you all, because future coaches can be useful on this. Government of Australia invited me for a tennis study tour to travel all over the country. They sponsored me. I was there for 6 months with the Australian Institute of Sports. There, for my surprise, I have seen a beautiful scene for 6 months. Every week, one parent used to bring children, their daughters, 2 daughters, age group of 3 and 5, and 1 hour coaching. For 1 hour, $50 Australian. For both the kids, they used to pay $100 Australian. You know what the coaching was for the 3 and 5? On the tennis court, there are different colors balls. The coach used to tell the children, okay, you collect red ball, you collect yellow ball. They were collecting only those type of balls. And if they are doing something wrong, they are saying, no, this is not yellow, this is a red. Then they change. So that was the coaching. In India, it will never happen. For collecting the color balls, how can we pay $50? They will ask, parents will ask. So that was the amazing thing. Then every week I was watching them. Next week, jumping over the ball, throwing the ball over the baseline, throwing the ball. True. Tennis skills, for example, forehand, fundamentals, forehand, backhand, serve, volley, lob and smash. Then, when they come to the intermediate stage, we have to work on the special skills, low volley, high volley, top spin lob, like that. Then when they come to the 16, 18, then special skills, more motor qualities. After that, the competition. In the competition also, the elite professionals should have a booming service, killing forehand, wonderful passing shots. These are all the things to come in the great level. So from the grassroots, great is a beautiful, systematic, scientific process. So if you follow that, definitely you will get result. I have enjoyed the result. I made Sania Mirza world number 1 in doubles and mixed doubles. Great achievement. We followed this method and we achieved the goal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Now, my next question to Omkar, sir. Contribution of national sports development schemes like TOPS, Khelo India, NCOEs and STCs in the progress of athletes' development for grassroots to greatness. What your comments are on?
Good evening, everybody. मुझे ये पता चल गया था कि I'll be called to hurry up, तो इसलिए मैंने बैठे बैठे सारे पॉइंट लिख लिए ताकि कोई पॉइंट छूट ना जाए. हमारा जो टॉपिक है वो है ग्रास रूट टू ग्रेटनेस, और मैं फर्म बिलीवर हूँ कि हम उस धरती से आते हैं जहाँ पे अर्जुन और एकलव्य पैदा हुए हैं। तो जो शूटिंग स्किल है वो हमारे अंदर पहले से ही, बस बात है कि उसको आप नर्चर कैसे कर रहे हैं। अगर पिछले कुछ सालों का डेटा उठा के देखें, जैसे कि लास्ट जो एशियन गेम्स हुए थे उसमें इंडिया के एशियन गेम्स में 22 मेडल्स थे, जिसमें 7 गोल्ड मेडल थे। पिछले ओलंपिक्स में अभी तक इंडिया ने 7 ओलंपिक मेडल, जिसमें एक गोल्ड मेडल भी शामिल है जो कि 2008 में अभिनव बिंद्रा ने जीता था। तो शूटिंग को के टैलेंट जो इंडिया में है उसको ज़्यादा एक्सप्लेन करने की जरूरत है नहीं। एक और डेटा है मेरे पास जिसमें बताया जा रहा है कि जो भी नेशनल चैंपियनशिप खत्म हुई थी 2025 के दिसंबर में, उसमें करीब 25,000 शूटर्स ने हिस्सा लिया था। तो जब इतना सारा टैलेंट हमारे पास है तो जो हमारा मेन मोटो है वो है उसको ग्रेटनेस तक कैसे पहुंचाया जाए। अब हम सभी ने एक बात जरूर की थी कि इंडिया इज ए कंट्री ऑफ 1.4 बिलियन, बट क्या हमारे पास उसका 100 या फिर ऐसा बोलूं कि उसका 1000 पार्ट जो कि करीब 14 लाख बनेगा, क्या उसको ट्रेन करने की भी फैसिलिटी है हमारे पास? तो एज जैसे कि रोम वॉज नॉट बिल्ट इन अ डे, हमारा जो प्रोसेस है वो काफी अच्छा चल रहा है, स्पेशली इंट्रोडक्शन ऑफ दीज स्कीम्स, क्योंकि ये जो गेम है ये इक्विपमेंट बेस्ड गेम है। अगर आप नेशनल का डेटा, अगर आप में शूटिंग में इंटरेस्ट रखते होंगे तो आप ये देखेंगे कि करीब जो रैंक नंबर 1 पे है और जो रैंक नंबर 10 पे है, या जो मेडल विनर है और जो 4th नंबर पे रह गया, उसके स्कोर में जो डिफरेंस होगा वो माइक्रो मिलीमीटर्स का होगा, आपके बाल के दाया के बराबर। तो जब गेम इतना स्पेसिफिक है स्कोर्स को लेकर के, तो हमारे पास उस तरीके की फैसिलिटीज बहुत जरूरी है होना। टैलेंट ढूंढने की जरूरत नहीं है इस वक्त, मेरे ख्याल से नर्चरिंग की बहुत ज्यादा जरूरत है। एक एग्जांपल बताना चाहूंगा मैं। आप लोगों ने ध्यान दिया होगा कि जो मैक्सिमम शूटर्स हैं वो 3-4 स्टेट से ज्यादा आते हैं, यूपी से, राजस्थान से, हरियाणा से और पंजाब से, क्योंकि ये वो स्टेट है जहां पर मिलिट्री में ज्यादा इंडक्शन हुए हैं। जब वहां से रिटायर होके आते हैं और उसके बाद फिर वो यहाँ पे शूटिंग रेंजेस ओपन करते हैं, एंड देन फिर वो एथलीट्स को सिखाते हैं और फिर एथलीट वहां पर जा करके नेशनल चैंपियन बनता है। सौरभ चौधरी का एग्जाम्पल है कि जो खेतों में बड़ा हुआ और बाद में जाकर के उसने इंडिया को ओलंपिक में रिप्रेजेंट किया। तो आप जहां भी जाओ, जैसे कोटा के बारे में बोलते हैं कि आप पत्थर फेंकोगे तो किसी न किसी स्टूडेंट के सर पे गिरेगा, तो आप इंडिया में इसी हॉल पे अगर आप पत्थर फेंक देंगे तो 10 इंटरनेशनल पार्टिसिपेंट्स तो मिल ही जाएंगे। बात यह है कि आप नर्चर कैसे कर रहे हैं। और अगर आपको टैलेंट मिल गया है तो नर्चरिंग में मैं सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट जो मेरे को फील होती है, क्योंकि मैं अभी भी खेल रहा हूँ, सिर्फ 3-4 चीजें हैं। आप उसको अगर लगातार रखेंगे, जैसा कि ऑलरेडी इन स्कीम्स के आने के बाद हो गया है, वो ये है कि अगर आप कंटिन्यूअस प्रोफेशनल ट्रेनिंग, ओलंपिक स्टैंडर्ड की शूटिंग रेंज, डज नॉट मीन कि आप पूरी की पूरी ओलंपिक रेंज बना दे, बट जो मशीन है, जो टारगेट सिस्टम है, जो इक्विपमेंट है, वो अगर ओलंपिक स्टैंडर्ड के हैं, फिजिकल कंडीशनिंग, साइकोलॉजिस्ट और रेगुलर जैसे कि आप एनसीओ में हम लोग को कराया जा रहा है, अगर ये सब चीजें कराई जाए तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमें किसी और चीज के बारे में सोचने की जरूरत है कि और हम क्या लेके आ जाए या बाहर से एक्सपर्टीज ले आए। जस्ट एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है, अगर आप सिर्फ मुझसे ये पूछे कि एथलीट, एक शूटर में आप क्या देखना चाहेंगे, तो बाकी के जो ट्रेड्स हैं उसके अंदर होने चाहिए, डिसिप्लिन, ऑनेस्ट, हार्ड वर्किंग, बट जो सबसे बड़ा ट्रेड है जो एक शूटर में होना चाहिए वो है सेल्फ इंटरेस्ट। क्योंकि ये गेम शुरुआत में बहुत बोरिंग होता है, खुद से लड़ाई होती है, खुद ओपोनेंट जो आपके अगेंस्ट हॉकी लेके आ रहा है, या फिर बास्केटबॉल नहीं है, या फिर बैडमिंटन नहीं है, आपकी लड़ाई आपके दिमाग के अंदर ही चल रही है। तो अगर आपको इंटरेस्ट नहीं है तो आप कभी भी कितना भी टैलेंटेड एथलीट है उसको आप शूटर नहीं बना सकते। और अगर उसके अंदर थोड़ा भी इंटरेस्ट है तो आई एम प्रीटी श्योर कि वो ओलंपिक तक भी पहुंच सकता है। Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. My next question is for Jeevan, sir. Biomechanics plays a vital role, and obviously in RC also. Talent scouting and performance enhancement. What do you think? How it will help biomechanics?
Jai Hind everyone. Thanks Nisar and SAI for giving me a chance. जो टैलेंट आइडेंटिफिकेशन है वो वाइटल रोल प्ले करता है हर एक स्पोर्ट्स में, ऐसे ही सेम आर्चरी में है. बट थोड़ा सा एक मेरा जो मैंने अपना मेथड बनाया, अगर हम सभी वो फॉलो करें तो शायद हमें मेडल से ऊपर खुशी ज़्यादा मिलती है. वो क्या है, नेवर से टू एनीवन. कोई भी बच्चा मेरे पास ग्राउंड में आज तक आया, मैंने कभी उसको मना नहीं किया यार तू स्पोर्ट्स नहीं कर सकता. इन्होंने बोला कि हाँ बायोमैकेनिक्स, नो डाउट कि आर्चरी बायोमैकेनिक्स के ऊपर है. हम टैलेंट आइडेंटिफिकेशन करने हैं दो तरह के सभी में है कि एक फिजिकल और एक स्पेसिफिक. जो स्पेसिफिक है वो है कि हमारी आर्म्स स्प्रेन अच्छा होना चाहिए, हमारे जो फिंगर्स हैं उसके जो साइज है ज़्यादा बड़ा छोटा नहीं होना चाहिए, शोल्डर के जो विड्थ है या फिर जो भी बॉडी पार्ट्स है वो मतलब अगर अच्छा होगा तो अच्छा आर्चर बनेगा. नो डाउट हमारे पास ऐसे बहुत से रिजल्ट्स हैं जिसमें देखा गया है कि आर्चर जिसकी टी शेप अच्छी है उसने काफी अच्छे रिजल्ट्स दिए. बट साइंस के कारण मैंने देखा कि जो दूसरे आर्चर्स थे जिनकी टी लाइन अच्छी नहीं थी, फिंगर्स की पोजीशन सही नहीं थी, उनके आर्म में कोई बैंड था या कुछ था, उनसे ज्यादा अच्छे रिजल्ट्स साइंटिफिक वे से अगर हम आर्चर को देखें तो ज्यादा बढ़िया है. बट दूसरी तरफ जो एज ए कोच मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ, मेरे पास शीतल देवी है जिसकी दोनों हाथ ही नहीं है, तो मेहनत सबसे ऊपर है. तभी मैंने बोला कि नेवर से टू एनीबॉडी, कभी मना मत करो यार, कहीं नहीं पता कहाँ पत्थर से कब गुलाब निकला है बीच में से. सो हमें किसी को मना नहीं करना. टैलेंट कभी बनाया नहीं जाता, कभी दुनिया का बेस्ट से बेस्ट कोच लेके आओ, गधे को घोड़ा नहीं बना सकता. वो कौन हो सकता है, अगर उस बच्चे में टैलेंट है वो पैदा होता है. बट एक जौहरी होता है कोच जो उसको तराश के हीरा बनाता है, तो पत्थर से हीरा बनाना कोच के अंदर है. और दूसरी बातें जो हम कहते हैं कि हम उसको ग्रेटनेस तक कैसे लेके जाना है, तो प्लीज आप सभी मेरे से बड़े बैठे हो तो नेवर से नेगेटिविटी. कल से मैं देख रहा हूँ बहुत नेगेटिविटी हमारे लोगों में, यार हमें ये नहीं मिल रहा, हमारे देश में वो नहीं है, सब कुछ है. दिल होना चाहिए यार. जिस दिन मैंने आज एज ए कोच ज्वाइन किया था मेरे पास एक टारगेट भी नहीं था, और आज मेरे पास 4-5 करोड़ रुपए का सामान है. क्यों? मैंने मांगा. जब मैंने मांगा मुझे मिला. कहते हैं दूध नहीं मिलता ना, बच्चा रोता है तब मिलता उसको. तो जाके कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ा बहुत अपनी एफर्ट्स करो यार. सारा दिन देश नहीं करता, गवर्नमेंट नहीं कर रही, गवर्नमेंट बहुत कुछ कर रही है. मेरा बेटा कनाडा से खेलता है, उसने 2 साल पहले वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड बनाए 2, और उसके ट्रेनिंग के ऊपर पिछले 3 साल में मेरे 15 लाख रुपए लगे अभी तक. और जो मेरे पास इंडिया में जितने भी स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन है वो भी मेरे बच्चे हैं, चलो वो सारे नीचे नर्सरी से लेके ऊपर तक सारे फ्री हैं. खाना पीना रहना ट्रैवल एवरीथिंग. जैसे सर ने बोला अमेरिका में, क्या अमेरिका कुछ नहीं देता भाई. मेरे बच्चे की ट्रेनिंग 1 घंटे के $50 मैं पे करता हूँ, यहाँ पे इक्विपमेंट मैं पे कर रहा हूँ. और हम यहाँ पे देखो सही बोला इतना ज्यादा मतलब अपने को फैसिलिटीज दे रहे हैं कि जिसके कारण हमारे पास बच्चे आ रहे हैं गरीब घरों से, जिनके पास एक चप्पल देने के भी पैसे नहीं है. वो आ रहा है, किसके साथ रह रहा है वो, जो वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप खेल के आया और मेडल लेके आया, उसके साथ उसको एक प्लेटफॉर्म मिल रहा है वहां पे. तो नेगेटिव छोड़ दो यार, सॉरी कि नहीं है, करना है, हमने मिलकर करना है. इट्स अ टीम एफर्ट. सो साइंस का भी वही रोल है. बट जब मैं एज ए कोच ज्वाइन किया था मैं सोचता था यार कोई रोल नहीं है साइंस का, ये फालतू में टाइम खराब करते हैं. कौन कौन? एक तो साइकोलॉजी वाले, एक तो दिमाग खाते हैं बस, ठीक है, और कुछ नहीं होता इनसे. बट वो क्यों है उसका समझना पड़ेगा. कैसे काम लेना उनसे काम लेना है हमने 6 महीने साल पहले. अगर हम कॉम्पिटिशन में जाके बोलोगे यार इसको बताओ, इसके दिमाग में डाल दो, कुछ नहीं होगा. तो उसको यूज कैसे करना है. अगर हम कहते हैं डाइटिशियन, जब कंपटीशन आ गया उसको खिला दो ऐसे नहीं तगड़ा होगा वो. उसकी डाइट हमें पहले से चूज करनी है जब से वो बच्चा है. हम कहते हैं ग्रास रूट तक वहां से पहुंचे नहीं, क्यों नहीं पहुंचा? हमारे बच्चे सुबह उठते हैं उनको दूध पिलाना मुश्किल है. जब हम बाहर जाते हैं दूसरों के देखते हैं जो बच्चे कोरिया अमेरिका दूसरे में सुबह से भी पावर खाना शुरू करते हैं रॉ मटेरियल, तो उनका फैसला कैसे करोगे आप, हमारे कंपेयर कैसे करोगे हमारे आर्चर्स के साथ या फिर स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन के साथ? कंपैरिजन छोड़ दो, जो है उसी में करना, करके दिखाना है। अगर सभी का साथ है तो होगा। ठीक है जी।
Comments on current selection system, pros and cons. What do you think?
First of all, I'd like to say thanks to Sports Authority of India and my alma mater, NSNIS Patiala, to give me chance to be here. First, I think we have to understand the nature of game. Yesterday only, Pani guys had told that first we must go through the basic of the game. So in table tennis, it's a very complex game in nature. Yes, most of us played table tennis in our life, in either in college or in anywhere. Still, from 5 to 6 years till 100 years, even I saw in the World Masters Championship also, people used to play table tennis at the age of 105 from Japan. I saw them. They are still playing, they are enjoying. So there is no question of the longevity of the life of a table tennis player. Our own Sharat Kamal, great Padma Shri awardee, he just retired last year. He is about 43 years age. But thing is that we have to identify the talents regarding the table tennis, and that is depends upon very basic things like the arm strength. And what I feel that, like Stalin sir told, any racket games, whether you are a left-hander or right-hander, that must be choose very efficiently. That is the very first day कि मैं किस हाथ से खेलूंगा. And the main problem I saw that many coaches have said, okay, play with right-hander. Why? Because he is a right-handed coach. I am a right-handed coach, so that I can teach my student with the right hand very easily. But we never considered whether that boy or girl is inborn left-handed or not. Even some superstitious used to play कि नहीं left hand नहीं use करना है, right hand में करो सब काम. We used to do that like that. We have some misconception. So first I think that we must choose whether right hand or left hand. Second, basic grip, arm strength. Then just go for few agility types of tests, 40 to 10 or 20, whatever. Just make them. This is the basic criteria, and that is also at the age of 4, 5, 6. Because the more we delay, we are actually going behind. Because table tennis is such a sport where you have to identify the talent as early as possible, and you have to train them for at least 10 to 12 years. So after that, you can expect some top level performance or top level result. It is not like that within 1 year or 2 years they can be at the highest level. Because it's a complex game, there are so many skills, so many techniques, tactically, strategically. So we should not give them pressure for early. We are talking about the burden. Next, Abhi Vivek Nangal sir just told that go for hunt. We are talking about, most of us till now talking about searching. Searching means already identified. They are already played at the national or top level. They are in NCOE or SAI, CAM, etc. But what about the raw talents, unidentified talents? Are you going to that deep? अभी सर ने बोल के गया हॉकी में जैसे बोला कि we have to go to the villages. There are lots of talents that are hidden. So we have to find out that. Next point, what I feel that we are talking about 2036 Olympics, because this seminar is we are keeping in mind. So it means 10 years only we are having. So if we consider the age of the table tennis player at the highest top level, I'll tell you some statistics like Fenzhen Dong right now So his age, the 25 years. Or if we consider the mean age of all the medalists since 1988, Olympic introduced, table tennis introduced in the Olympic, since 1988 till today, there are total, the average height of the table tennis player is around 5 feet 8 inches. That is the total, I'm talking about male height, average height. If we are considering about the age, it is 25 years age. And if we found that all the Chinese, till now, out of 42 gold, China won 37 gold in Olympic medals. And out of that 37 golds, only 38 players. Till now, only 38 players from China who represent at the Olympic, and they got all the medals. So you can imagine, they are given training to only the highest level. It means their base is so much broader and they're at the top. So we also can think about that because only 10 years is left. So those who are right now at the age of like 8, 10, 12, we can concentrate on those children. We should not go for hunting right now. If we are considering the 36 Olympic, now we must search the talent and we must concentrate on that. And lastly, I will tell you 2 things. There is a 4 pillar. What I feel, if you want to be a successful in production of sports person, आपको 4 pillar में concentrate करना है. First, coach. We are all are coach mostly. Coach. Second, physical education teacher. They are the first, those who are identify the basic quality, not that specialized. But physical education teacher only can tell a specialized coach, these are the way you can take this boy or girl for specific training. I'm a physical education teacher, I'll identify someone, he is very good. Sir, ab dekho isko, if he can be or she can be a good rifle shooter. Sir, please go to, I'm not going to, I'm not an expert. So, second pillar. Third pillar is the sports scientist, psychologist, sports nutritionist, sports biomechanics, all jitne support stuff. And fourth pillar that is most important, and I think that is mostly ignored by in our country, that is the real scientist. Those who are from IIT, TIFR, Tata Institute of Fundamental Research in Mumbai, or IISc Bangalore, or DRDO, because they are the actual scientists, those who can manufacture or those who can prepare the good equipments. If I am asking sir, his son is in Canada, if he wants one good quality bow and arrow, he have to depend upon Korea or US. हमारे पास नहीं है. Sir, rifle shooting. If we want to good rifle shooting rifle, we have to depend upon Walther in Germany or Fenerbahce, like that rifle companies are there. So you have to depend upon that. If we are considered one good racket, tennis racket, US, head, or any. For me, table tennis, rackets, we have to depend upon Japan, Europe. Now I am asking you one thing to everyone. Do you think that any country ever will give you the best equipment to you? I don't think. Even in one interview I read, Abhinav Binda sir told that even during 2008 Olympic, he used, somehow he managed some ammunition from Chinese shooters. Because that is the best quality bullets or pellets they will give. So, until and unless I am having the best quality equipment, how I can use that? Because it's all about jang ki maidan, khel ki maidan hai, lekin it's all about war. So we have to work with the best quality equipment. So I request Government of India, Sports Authority of India to make in India produce our own equipment so that we can be a powerhouse in near future. Otherwise, एक रैकेट के लिए, एक साइकिल के लिए, एक टेबल टेनिस रैकेट के लिए, एक बो एंड एरो के लिए, और कुछ भी, हॉकी स्टिक्स, शूज, एनी पैड, गियर, एनीथिंग, we have to depend upon other country. We have to import that thing. So this is my thing, that I should feel that we must consider all these things in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now it is open for question and answers, please. Ma'am, please.
My first question. मेरा पहला सवाल है कि क्यों शूटर्स एंड आर्चर्स इनकंसिस्टेंट हैं अपनी परफॉर्मेंस में। अगर हमारा पहला मेडल 2008 में गोल्ड मेडल आया था, तो हम अभी तक इतने इनकंसिस्टेंट क्यों हैं? इट्स नॉट ओनली फॉर शूटिंग, इट्स फॉर आर्चरी।
मैम 2008 से पहले अभिनव का 2004 का अगर डेटा देखें, सो 2000 एथेंस ओलंपिक्स में ही शॉट सेकंड बेस्ट स्कोर 597 आउट ऑफ 600।
आई एम वेरी सॉरी टू इंटरप्ट। मेरे लिए एज अ ले मैन, चाहे मैं खिलाड़ी भी हूँ, मेरे लिए मेडल आना मायने रखता है, कौन कितने नंबर पे आया मायने नहीं रखता। तो अगर पहला मेडल हमारा 2008 में आया था, चाहे उसने 4th प्लेस में नेक्स्ट वाले ओलंपिक्स में किया हो, लेकिन मेडल नहीं आया। ओलंपिक मेडल टैली में मेडल काउंट होता है, परफॉर्मेंस काउंट नहीं होती है।
अंडरस्टूड। मैं उसी रूट पे जा रहा था। हम लोग बात करते हैं ग्रास रूट की। मैंने एक बात बोली थी कि जो शूटिंग स्पोर्ट है, ये इक्विपमेंट बेस्ड स्पोर्ट है। आपके अंदर कितना भी टैलेंट हो या मेरे अंदर कितना भी टैलेंट है, और मेरा जो काउंटर पार्ट है, जैसे सर ने बताया कि जो सामान है यूरोप से आ रहा है, राइफल, एम्युनिशन, किट, जैकेट, बहुत सारी चीजें, जितने भी एसोसिएटेड एक्सेसरीज अगर आपके पास लेटेस्ट नहीं है, लाइक ही सेड इन 2008 ओलंपिक्स अभिनव बिंद्रा मैनेज चाइनीज पायलट, और जो गेम है वो 0.5 जो 10 है, जो 10 मीटर एयर राइफल में जो टारगेट है दैट इज 0.5 mm, विच इज इक्वल टू 1 डॉट। अगर आपने उस डॉट को मिस कर दिया तो आपका 10-9 हो जाएगा, और एक टॉप स्कोर इज 600 और जो 598 मार रहा है वो 8th प्लेस पे है। सो द मार्जिन इज सो लेस, यू कैन नॉट कॉम्प्रोमाइज ऑन इक्विपमेंट्स, एंड वी एज यू नो वी हैव गॉट लॉट ऑफ कंस्ट्रेंट्स इन यूजिंग the import rules are very tight, we have budget constraints और बाकी सारी चीजें जो रिजल्ट करती है।
When we say we, who are we? Who has got budget constraints? Because it is the player who's paying for it.
Yes ma'am, it is always the player.
Yeah.
क्योंकि मैंने इसीलिए बोला था कि जब से टॉप स्कीम आई, because I was there in top scheme for 6 years, so my import thing was very very easy. बट आपको ये पता है कि 6-7 लाख रुपए का वेपन अगर मैं किसी एक टैलेंटेड उभरते हुए एथलीट को देख रहा हूँ, तो क्या उसके पेरेंट उसको वो देना चाहेंगे? दैट इज व्हाई आई रिक्वेस्टेड कि आप देखो, जो ये शूटिंग स्पोर्ट है, ये हर इंडिया में आप किसी को भी करवा सकते हो। जो डिफरेंस आता है, इट इज ओनली बिकॉज कि आपके पास वो इक्विपमेंट नहीं है। वी हैव गॉट ओनली 2 रेंजेस, वन इज इन भोपाल एंड वन इज इन करनी सेन। सो कुल मिलाकर के 140 करोड़ की जनता की हम बात कर रहे हैं, रेंजेस हमारे पास 2 हैं, और उसके हिसाब से हॉस्टल नहीं है, बहुत सारी चीजें। मैं कमियां नहीं गिना रहा, मैं ये बता रहा हूँ कि ये वो चीजें जिन पे हमको काम करना है। और ये गेम इतना, या तो आप जीत रहे हैं, अगर आपकी बुलेट लग, जैसे कि क्रिकेट में होता है कि 5 मैचेस में 0 रन, अगले मैच में सेंचुरी, ही बैक्स इन फॉर्म। हमारे साथ क्या था शूटिंग में कि जैसे ही शूटिंग का रिजल्ट डाउन हुआ है, सो एवरीबॉडी इज बिहाइंड लाइक कि यार ये क्या हुआ। डिफरेंस पता है क्या रहा होगा? 1 पॉइंट का रहा होगा, 1 माइक्रो सेकंड का रहा होगा, जिसके कारण पूरा रिजल्ट अपसाइड डाउन हो गया, एंड देन वी आर अकाउंटेड फॉर कि मेडल नहीं है। बट सबसे ज्यादा जो हमारे पार्टिसिपेशन है इज फ्रॉम शूटिंग। वी नीड ग्रेटर सपोर्ट बोथ ऑल फ्रॉम ऑल डायरेक्शन, गवर्नमेंट, साई, पेरेंट्स, डिफरेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस। मैं नेवी में हूँ तो मेरे को विद ग्रेस ऑफ गॉड एंड विद ग्रेस ऑफ नेवी चीजें मेरे को मिल जाती है, बट वो भी लेट से मिल रही है।
Thank you. Sir, you talk about talent identification from grassroots, talent hunt, going as a hunter and hunter talent. So, do we have any roadmap for the talent that we hunt and for their development?
Yes, for that I think the entry point of both the coaches and physical education teacher must be improved. Entry point, because anyone cannot be a coach, anyone cannot be a physical education teacher. To identify the talent from the Grassroot, actually we are talking about the trees. We don't know what's under. So unidentified talent को अगर ढूंढना है तो मैम, what I feel that
what is the roadmap for the identified talent?
No, just now you said you talent ढूंढ लिया. Ma'am, are you talking about we got the talent or
Yeah, we got the talent.
we got the talent?
What is the roadmap?
So now next is the steps by like already TTFI, Table Tennis Federation of India is doing really great job, because if I give you some statistics like NCOE in Kolkata, they are doing a fine job, and mostly our top right now Indian table tennis teams, they are ranked 12th at the world. Women team ranked 15th. Our doubles, under 19 doubles pair girls, they're world number 1 right now. Our youth boys, Ankul Bhattacharya is right now world number 2. So such type of results are coming. Now we can say that they need to perform at the highest level, at the top level, at the main top. If we are talking about Olympic podium, because already we got medals in Asian Games. Already we got continuously we used to get medals in Commonwealth Games. So I think Table Tennis Federation is doing a great job along with the support of SAI and all other stakeholders. But still I feel that being a parent, I'm telling you one thing, both the daughters, they are in rifle shooting. I just now talked to sir that last 2 years I have spent more than 30 lakhs just to give them one rifle, proper rifle or some shooting, because they don't have any, in Kolkata we don't have any 50 meters range with electronics target. So until and unless for single shot, for single hour practice, I have to send my daughter to either in Bhopal range or in Karni Singh range. So that is very difficult. So we have to, one of my suggestion is, we can chalk out, like just now sir told that, divide the country in 5 parts, North Zone, South Zone, East Zone, Central Zone, develop one center of excellence in Kolkata. But if I ask any sir is there in from Kolkata NCOE, Selvam sir, table tennis coach, I can tell you most of the players from South India or they doesn't want to come to Kolkata for practice. They want to be their own system. और एक और चीज हो रहा है जो मेरे को लगता है, coaches are divided. There is a gap between the nurturing of the talent, because जो NCOE का बच्चे हैं, they are trained by the coaches of NCOE. But बाकी टाइम वो क्या हो रहा है, अपने कोच के पास जा रहे हैं. There is a conflict of their knowledge. And there is a chances of getting injury, because आपका साई में तो बहुत ठीक है, सिस्टम सब कुछ है, सब सपोर्ट स्टाफ है, साइंटिफिक साइकोलॉजी, लेकिन जब वो अपने क्लब में जा रहे हैं साइड नहीं है, and that time if there is anything will happen, will questionable. The coach from NCOE, from SAI, you people will be the questionable. तब जाके वो मैडम मतलब जो लोकल क्लब और एकेडमी को हम लोग नहीं पकड़ रहे. So that is I think we must confer in. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else wants to ask? Please, go ahead.
मैं भी मतलब अभी शूटिंग से हूँ, बट मैं कुछ मैम के साथ मतलब जो मैम ने पूछा कि हम ओलंपिक्स में क्यों नहीं मेडल ले पा रहे, मतलब मेडल क्यों हमको मेडल क्यों नहीं लग रहे, और सर का भी ये था कि जो मतलब टैलेंट हंट के लिए फिजिकल एजुकेशन टीचर कितना जरूरी है. मैं बहुत गांव से आता हूँ और मेरा बहुत गांव में शूटिंग रेंज है. सबसे मतलब मेरे को फेस करने को प्रॉब्लम ये आ रहा है कि एक तो हमारे पास शूटिंग का कुछ नॉलेज नहीं था. जब हमने स्टार्ट किया महाराष्ट्र में मतलब गांव में शूटिंग, तो जब हमारे शूटर्स कोर्स कर रहे, मतलब ओंकार सर बता पाएंगे कि लगभग राइफल शूटर 6 महीने में 1 साल में 625 अबाउ स्कोर कर रहे, बट उनको कुछ इंजुरी आ रहा है. उनको मैच में जाने के बाद वही बच्चे जब करनी सिंह पे या भोपाल वाली रेंज पे आते हैं तो मैच में उतना स्कोर नहीं कर पा रहे. वो क्यों नहीं कर पा रहे, तो बड़े कोचेस हमको बताते हैं कि उनको साइकोलॉजिकल प्रॉब्लम है, उनको मैच का प्रेशर हैंडल नहीं कर पा रहे। तो वो चीज अगर उनको मतलब मिलनी चाहिए, तो वो अफोर्ड करने के लिए हमारे पास कोई भी मतलब ना तो हम किसी के साथ अप्रोच कर पा रहे हैं, ना साई के साथ अप्रोच कर पा रहे, हमारे लिए वो कोई नहीं है। तो वो हमको कैसे मिल सकता है, इसके बारे में मेरे को साई से भी जानना है, और जो भी मंच पे है उनके साथ भी मेरे को ये है कि हमारे भी मतलब जो ग्राउंड से बच्चे आते हैं उनके लिए भी कुछ तो होना चाहिए।
मैंने भी यही क्वेश्चन उठाया। अब आपने बताया जस्ट आप मैम आपको आइडिया देने के लिए, ही सेट 625, ये 600 में स्कोर डेसिबल्स में स्कोर होता है। बहुत छोटे छोटे जो रिंग्स उनको डिवाइड किया हुआ है, 0.5 को भी उन्होंने 10 पार्ट में डिवाइड कर दिया। सो दैट इज हाउ दे काउंट। अभी 625 एक साल में लड़का पहुंच गया, और 632 633 इज ओलंपिक रिकॉर्ड। अभी 7 पॉइंट के पीछे, जो आपके लिए डिजिट में बहुत नॉर्मल लगेगा, इस 7 पॉइंट के पीछे नेशनल चैंपियनशिप में रैंक नंबर 1 विल बी 635 और रैंक नंबर 1000 विल बी 625। अब इस 7 पॉइंट में 1000 लोग हैं। विद माई एक्सपीरियंस आपको बता सकता हूँ, वो जो बाकी के 1000 में से 900 है ना, वो इसलिए है क्योंकि उनके पास बेचारे के पास इक्विपमेंट नहीं है। उनके पास जो आपने बताया कि जो साइकोलॉजिकल प्रेशर है, बाकी सारी चीजें, नथिंग इज परमानेंट इन दिस वर्ल्ड। आज भी अगर आप अपने बचपन के समय को याद करेंगे, आपकी प्रिपेयर्डनेस कितनी भी रही होगी एग्जाम के लिए, क्योंकि यहाँ पर चाहे आपने शूटिंग की चाहे नहीं की, लेकिन एग्जाम सबने लिखा है। पेपर में बैठने से पहले आपको हाथ में पसीना आएगा, विच इज नॉर्मल, और धीरे धीरे करके जब एग्जाम बढ़ता रहेगा, अरे यार ये भी तो हो गया, ये भी हो गया, ये भी हो गया। शूटिंग में भी ऐसा है, क्योंकि ये गेम अपने दिमाग में लड़ा जा रहा है, तो कितने दिन ये प्रेशर काम करेगा। हाँ, कुछ ऐसे लोग हैं, देयर इज समथिंग कॉल्ड, जो साइकोलॉजिस्ट वाले वो जानते हैं, देयर इज समथिंग कॉल्ड सेल्फ इमेज। अब आपकी सेल्फ इमेज जीतने वाली नहीं है तो मैं आपको जिता नहीं सकता, लेकिन जिन लोगों ने शूटिंग ऑप्ट की हुई है, जिसको इंटरेस्ट है, तो मैं गारंटी के साथ बोल सकता हूँ कि आप उसको एक्सपोजर दीजिए, साइकोलॉजिकल ट्रेनिंग और बाकी सारी फैसिलिटीज, टेस्टेड पैलेट, जैसे सर ने बताया, जैकेट्स। अब इनकी बेटियां ट्रेनिंग कर रही है, 30 लाख रुपए ये 2 साल में लगा चुके। अभी एक नया रूल आया है 1 जनवरी 26 से, शूटर्स या कोचेस को पता होगा, जैकेट चेंज हो गई। अब अगले 2 साल में कुछ और आ जाएगा। एक शू इज कॉस्टिंग 40,000 रुपीज, राइफल इटसेल्फ इज कॉस्टिंग 6 लाख रुपीज। अब मैं आया हूँ देश का नाम रोशन करने के लिए ओलंपिक्स में, और ना मेरे पास इक्विपमेंट है ना बाकी सारी चीजें, तो ऑब्वियसली मैं नहीं कर पाऊंगा। फिर से वही बात बोलूंगा कि हमें सपोर्ट चाहिए, रिजल्ट 100% आ जाएगा। और दूसरी बात जो आपका क्वेश्चन है कि वो कहाँ से आएगा, तो अभी मैं भी आपकी स्टेज में हूँ, मैं खुद शूटिंग कर रहा हूँ, तो मे बी अथॉरिटीज और आपकी गवर्नमेंट या इंडियन गवर्नमेंट या कोई बता सकेगा कि आपको साइकोलॉजिस्ट और बाकी सारी चीजें कहाँ से मिलेंगी। हाँ, बट ये है कि इक्विपमेंट और साइकोलॉजिस्ट और प्रोफेशनल कोच के बिना आप ओलंपिक में मेडल नहीं ला सकते। अभिनव बिंद्रा वन द मेडल इन दी 3rd ओलंपिक, 2000 में ही पार्टिसिपेटेड, 2004 2008 में उनका गोल्ड मेडल है। ही कुड डू बिकॉज ही वाज सपोर्टेड फ्रॉम एमसीटी, हिज ओन फैमिली। अब हम सबके अंदर, हाँ, एवरीबडी, मैं ऐसे नहीं बोल रहा। एक किसी कोच ने बोला था, एक मेडल के पीछे इट इज नॉट जस्ट दैट प्लेयर, उसके पीछे बॉडीज है। मैं अपनी बात करूंगा या किसी हॉकी की बात करूंगा, किसी की उसके पीछे कोच, साई, टॉप्स, खेलो इंडिया, उनकी फैमिली, उनके ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, सब कुछ लगा हुआ। उसके बाद एक आपका रिप्रेजेंटेटिव मेडल लेने के लिए वहां पे खड़ा होता है। शूटिंग बहुत ज्यादा है इंडिया में, लेकिन उसकी फैसिलिटीज, जस्ट इमेजिन, मैं फिर वही रिकॉर्ड करूंगा, मैं 2 रेंजेस और छोटी छोटी कई सारी रेंजेस, लेकिन क्या 2 रेंजेस कैन इन हाउस। जब मैंने नेशनल खेला था पहली बार 2004 में, वी वर ओनली 450, नाउ दिस इज 25,000। पहले नेशनल चलता था 5 दिन का, अब चलता है 25 दिन का। तो आप समझ रहे हैं कि कितना बड़ा स्पोर्ट हो चुका है, लेकिन इतना इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं है। हाँ, बताओ।
Sorry sir, despite of this all, if you see the performance of Paris Olympic, तो अगर total medal tally देखें तो 3 medals तो shooting से ही है।
ये गेम ही ऑप्टिमिज्म का है, मैं तो कभी देखता ही नहीं कि क्या गलत है।
अगर देखा जाए जैसे मैम का अगर क्वेश्चन का मैं आंसर करूं तो इतना लिमिटेड फैसिलिटीज में वी डिड फैंटास्टिक जॉब,
फैंटास्टिक
कंसीडरिंग शूटिंग स्पोर्ट्स।
सर ने भी मेरे को यही बोला ना कि हमें
कंसिस्टेंसी नहीं है
मैम वो
तो अगर एक को सारी सुविधाएं मिल गई हैं तो वो सुविधाएं कंटिन्यू हैं। मैं सिर्फ पूछ रही हूँ कि जिसको सुविधाएं मुहैया हैं उसका परफॉर्मेंस कंसिस्टेंट क्यों नहीं है। मैं ये नहीं कह रही जिसके पास नहीं है उसको नहीं मिलना चाहिए।
मैं आपको थोड़ा एलेबोरेट कर देता हूँ मैम, इसमें ऐड करना चाहता हूँ। मैं मानता हूँ कंसिस्टेंसी आप किस पर्सपेक्टिव से देख रही हैं ये मेरे को नहीं पता, लेकिन कंसिस्टेंसी की अगर हम बात करते हैं तो ये भी हम देख सकते हैं कि लास्ट अगर हम टॉप 8 में कितने हमारे फाइनलिस्ट में थे, टॉप 8 में आप अगर हम इस बार देखें तो थोड़ा सा इम्प्रूवमेंट हमको दिखा है। कई सारे हमारे प्लेयर्स रहे हैं जो 4th 5th पे हमने क्लोज किया है या टॉप 8 में क्लोज किया है, तो ये हमें कहीं ना कहीं एक इम्प्रूवमेंट दिख रहा है, जिससे हमको लगता है जो शूटिंग स्पोर्ट्स में कि हम थोड़ा सा इम्प्रूवमेंट है और आने वाले टाइम में ये नंबर्स इंक्रीज हो सकते हैं। दैट्स व्हाट कंसिस्टेंट।
मैडम जो बोल रहे हैं वो अलग बोल रहे हैं। एक आदमी ने मेडल लिया उसको फैसिलिटीज हैं।
थैंक यू वेरी मच, थैंक यू।
मैं एक जस्ट इसमें ऐड ऑन करूंगी। अभी मैं कल ही एक गांव की लड़की, मेरे गांव की, तो उसके दादा ने कल मुझे फोन किया कि प्रियांशी ने शूटिंग में गोल्ड जीत लिया। इज 16 ईयर ओल्ड और आपकी करणी सिंह रेंज में है, और बेटा उसका कुछ न्यूज़पेपर में कुछ निकलवा देना। तो मैंने उसका न्यूज में भिजवा दिया। तो मैं आपकी इस पॉइंट पे जाऊं कि गांव की एक बच्ची को उसको साइकोलॉजिस्ट कहाँ से मिला है। सिर्फ उसके दादा हैं जो उसको डेली लेके जाते हैं और एक थपकी लगाते हैं कि मेरा बेटा जीतेगा। बस वो जो सर ने अभी बताया कि कई बार साइकोलॉजिस्ट फेल हो जाते हैं, कोच की एक थपकी सफिशिएंट होती है। तो आप उस साइकोलॉजी को केवल उससे जोड़ के चले कि साइकोलॉजिस्ट कुछ ट्रेनिंग ऐसी नहीं होती कि आपको 1 महीने 2 महीने मिल गया। साइकोलॉजिकल ट्रेनिंग है वो डे बाय डे रूटीन की ट्रेनिंग होती है, और रूटीन की ट्रेनिंग ही नहीं, मेंटल टफनेस है वो कभी ट्रेनिंग से नहीं आता। मेंटल टफनेस है वो आपका डेली का हार्डवर्क है, वो उसको मेंटली टफ बनाता है। तो वो मेंटल टफनेस ट्रेनिंग है वो पैरेलल चलती है आपकी ट्रेनिंग के साथ, फिजिकल ट्रेनिंग के साथ, और वो कोच भी ट्रेनिंग कर सकता है मेंटल टफनेस की, माइंडफुलनेस वो आ सकता है। और सिंपल एक हमारी उपनिषद में कहा गया है इनर वॉइस, लिसन योर इनर वॉइस। जिस दिन बच्चे ने अपने इनर वॉइस को सुनना शुरू कर दिया, उसका अंदर से जो स्ट्रांगनेस है वो अपने आप आएगी। और वो इनर वॉइस है ना, नो दाई सेल्फ, नो दाई सेल्फ पे अपने बच्चों को डाल दो, खुद को उन्हें जानने का अधिकार दो कि वो क्या है, उसको सफिशिएंट टाइम दो सोचने के लिए, बैठने के लिए और कूल एंड काम करने के लिए, ताकि वो उसके ऊपर फोकस करे। बॉम्बेला ने ओलंपिक में क्या किया कि 2 लगातार 10-10 पे लगाया उसने, और तीसरे में उसका जैसे उसने ट्रिगर पकड़ा उसके हाथ में शिवरिंग हुआ। हम उसी टाइम पे समझ गए थे कि ये शिवरिंग हुआ और डिफ्लेक्ट कर गया और वो 6 पे गया। तो मेडल, ओलंपिक का मेडल जिसको हम एशियन वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में जिसने गोल्ड जीता, वो ओलंपिक में मेडल से कलर से हार गई। तो कई बार साइकोलॉजिकल प्रेशर टॉप लेवल के एथलीट्स पे भी आ सकता है, कंपटीशन में भी आ सकता है। इस प्रेशर को हैंडल करने के लिए इनर वॉइस, नो दाई सेल्फ और डेली का ध्यान एंड समाधि, भारतीयता पे भी जाओ।
थैंक यू सो मच। Thank you, sir, for moderating a brief and insightful panel discussion. Thank you, sir. As we conclude our final panel discussion, we thank our esteemed panelists for their time and insights. As a mark of our appreciation, we are pleased to felicitate all our panelists and thank them for making this session informative and engaging. I shall request respected Amarjyoti ma'am, Executive Director, RC Kolkata, Sports Center of India, to kindly felicitate our guest in order, starting with Shri Omkar Singh, Abhinawadi, Asian Commonwealth World Championship medal winner and Chief Coach at the shooting team. Mr. Judo, Director of the Government of Punjab.
Mr. Nagarajan, International Tennis Professional and Sports Scientist. Now I call upon Mr. Jivanjot Singh Teja, Dronacharya Awardee, Director Training, Government of Punjab. Last but not least, Dr. Somshankar Chatterjee, Associate Professor, State Institute of Physical Education, Women, Hastings House, Government of West Bengal. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. With this, we are almost at the end of. Sure. Thank you so much, ma'am and sirs. As I said, with this, we are almost at the end of this day 2 of this exemplary international conference. So without wasting any more time, I shall request my next host to kindly take over the stage to get us through the valedictory function. Thank you so much.
Namaskar. So how's the Josh? A very good evening to all of you. I, Neha, and my co-host Ramnivas, on behalf of SAI, NSNIS Patiala, we welcome you all to the closing ceremony and prize giving ceremony here today. We enter to learn and depart to serve. These 2 days of meaningful collaboration will surely strengthen this powerful association and indulge us to take a proactive approach towards the betterment of our budding athletes. Now we'll proceed to the prize distribution ceremony.
अब हम कार्यक्रम के उस महत्वपूर्ण एवं गौरवपूर्ण चरण की ओर हैं जहां शोध, नवाचार, अकादमिक उत्कृष्टता को सम्मानित किया जाएगा। इस अवसर पर मैं सादर आमंत्रित करता हूं नेताजी सुभाष राष्ट्रीय खेल संस्थान के उप महानिदेशक माननीय श्री विनीत कुमार जी को कि कृपया मंच पर पधारें और पुरस्कार वितरण हेतु हमें अनुग्रहित करें। तत्पश्चात मैं आग्रह करूंगा विधिपति की दुआएं और अनुग्रहित करें। सर्वप्रथम बेस्ट पोस्टर प्रेजेंटेशन के पुरस्कार की घोषणा है। सुश्री नम्रता शर्मा, जी सुश्री नम्रता शर्मा, शोध अध्ययन का विषय है प्लीज विभिन्न प्रकार के फुट आर्क वाले खिलाड़ियों के डायनेमिक टेपिंग के प्लांटर प्रेशर वितरण पर बायोमैकेनिक प्रभाव। इसके साथ ही मैं अमर ज्योति मैं इनसे भी रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि वो अनुग्रहित करें। बेस्ट ओरल प्रेजेंटेशन टैलेंट आइडेंटिफिकेशन एंड एथलीट डेवलपमेंट कैटेगरी के अंतर्गत यह सम्मान प्रदान किया जा रहा है श्री यमुना मोमो सिंह जी को। जनजाति का मानवीय समोटोटाइप प्रोफाइल एथलेटिक्स संभावनाओं के लिए उम्मीदवार श्रीमान मोमो सिंह जी। अंतिम पुरस्कार बेस्ट ओरल प्रेजेंटेशन स्पोर्ट्स साइंस कैटेगरी के अंतर्गत श्री स्नेहांशु विश्वास। चंद पंक्तियों के साथ, किन सितारों को निगाहों में महफूज रखना, किन सितारों को निगाहों में महफूज रखना, बहुत दूर तक रात ही रात होगी। किन सितारों को निगाहों में महफूज रखना, बहुत दूर तक रात ही रात होगी। मुसाफिर हैं आप भी और मुसाफिर हैं हम भी, फिर किसी पड़ाव पर फिर कोई मुलाकात होगी। अंतिम संबोधन के लिए हमारे डीडीजी सर श्री वीरेंद्र कुमार सर को बुलाना चाहूंगा कि वो आकर अंतिम संबोधन के साथ हमें अनुग्रहित करें।
तालियों से एनर्जी लेवल पता लग रहा है। कैसा टाइम आ गया, तालियां बजवानी पड़ती हैं। वैसे तो कहते हैं इनफ इज इनफ, लेकिन जिस हिसाब से डिस्कशंस, डेलिब्रेशंस और ये डिबेट हुआ है, सो या फॉर माय फ्रेंड्स फ्रॉम फॉरेन कंट्रीज आई हैव टू स्पीक इन इंग्लिश, आई एम सॉरी, सो दैट दे अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट आई एम सेइंग। सो जनरली दे से इनफ इज इनफ after such long 2 days, but keeping in view the discussions and deliberations, enough is not enough. We need to continue this discussion, because till we reach that logical end of getting medal in Olympics, this discussion should not be confined to this room. It has to be converted into practicals on the ground, and thereby getting medals in Olympics for India. 2026 is the crux, where the government of India, Sports Authority of India, the whole sports ecosystem of India is looking at, because the dream is big, but these discussions, what has come out of this discussion is simply there are various methods, various ways to attain that goal. Some is saying we need to go to the rural areas. Some is saying yes, talent is there, but we need to identify. Some are saying, as Mr. Onkar has said, talent is there, equipment is not there. Equipment is there, coach is not there. Both the things are there, infra is not there. All the things are there, athlete is not good. Right? And then everything is there. Politics is there. This is the harsh reality, dark reality, which we try to brush it aside. But we cannot if we have to realize that goal. It's very important. So these were my opening remarks. Now I get into the modalities of giving these thanks. So I am deeply grateful to all of you, especially my friends from the foreign countries, Dr. Martin from Serbia, from other friends who have been so kind enough to join online from Germany, from Turkey. Everyone contributed to the resounding success of this
Grassroot to Greatness Conference, Talent Identification and Athlete Development. I am really deeply thankful to our Honorable Cabinet Minister, Dr. Mansukh Madavia, Madam MOS Raksha Khadse Madam, our most respected Secretary Sir, DG SAI, Shri Hariranjan Rao Sir, IAS, whom you saw giving the opening address yesterday. What all he said, very, very important. We need to get into this mission mode, Khelo India mission. It's, as I said in my opening remarks, it's important we start working on this mission mode. We need to realize, what I feel is, there has to be absolutely honest intent on part of everyone, whether it is athletes, whether it is coaches, scientific staff, support staff, administrators, right from the groundman till the athlete. Everyone, all these dots need to be connected, and they should be aligned. Only then we will be able to achieve that goal. If you ask me my take on the talent identification, I can give you a live example sitting in this room. I am a firm believer of going to the places to search for the talent. And I am proudly saying this. Following this, because I realized that initial stage, I am talking about 90s, when I started coaching along with this administrative job. 15 years I did my coaching. And initially, in the first lot, second lot, I went to various schools in Patiala to search talented children in archery, my own game. And there is a school here in Patiala near Modi College called Field Khana School. First batch, I took it from there. And out of that batch, there are 2-3 archery coaches, qualified coaches right now. They went to that level. And one of my students of that Field Khana school, his mother was a teacher there in that particular school. He was one of the students I picked up. I trained here in this NIS ground. And today, he is sitting here right in front of you. So, why I am giving this example? You need to go places. You should not wait sitting here that some miracle will happen and some talented children will fall in your lap. It's not going to happen. You need to. I always feel hiring athletes from here and there, doing all those manipulations and presenting a picture of being a good coach will serve no good to this Indian sports ecosystem. We will continue to stay there where we are. If we do this, with this hobnobbing and everything. मैं एक बच्चा यहाँ से ले लिया, मेरी यूनिवर्सिटी फर्स्ट आ गई, मेरी डिस्ट्रिक्ट फर्स्ट आ गया, मेरा स्टेट फर्स्ट आ गई, मैं नेशनल में चैंपियन हो गया. No use. The only use is you are building your own image, sacrificing the interest of the country, for which we have collected here, for the interest of this country, this great country called India. We are roping in foreign experts here. And believe it, I mean, I can't even explain the amount of currency, the foreign currency is going out from here. Because of that, we need to we need to raise our level. I'm talking about these diploma trainees who are maybe some of them. The seats are, this is another example of talent scouting, what happens. So when the opening ceremony was there, house was full. Right? And as the conference progressed, strength started dwindling. People started, getting the certificate and going. What is the show? What does it show? It shows the intent. First thing I said. You need to stay focused. If you really want to do something for this country, then you have to sacrifice other interests. मेरे को वहाँ घूमने जाना है, मेरे को सर्टिफिकेट लेके यार मेरे को दोस्त से मिल लो अपने में. The purpose is not being served. You have to be here. It is your duty. Why? I'm openly saying, why I have to tell the coaches, please come to this room. There have been people who have paid to come here and attend this conference. So, sometimes I don't mince words to say a few things, but somebody needs to open the eyes wide. We understand the realities. So, the crux is, the bottom line is, unless you really have a very, very good intent of doing something for this country, things will look up good. Otherwise, we will keep having this annual conference, first, second, third. It will keep on going. I want to see the day, Sports Authority of India, Government of India want to see the day when, during this conference only, we call those medal winners who are born out of the result of these conferences here and then felicitate them. That is the dream we should follow. We need to tighten our belt. We need to brace up ourselves to face the challenges. What all is going to happen? There are coaches who are wonderful examples of coaching sitting in this room. I don't want to name them because then, unnecessarily create some kind of ill will. And there are some bad examples also. So, looking positive, let's see those good coaches. Always we should see the good examples. If you don't want to work, you will definitely see the bad examples. But if you have to achieve something, you will definitely look at the good examples and follow that path also, what they are doing. And athlete, mind you, most closest person to the athlete is the coach. This is well-known fact. It's a universal truth, whether it is nationally or internationally. Coach, as it has been discussed also, is a psychologist also, he is a biomechanist also, he is physiologist expert also, he is complete coach, right? Now, it is obvious for the athlete to depend on him. If the coach says sports science is important, you need to go to the lab, athlete will go. But if coach is little reluctant not to push the athlete towards sports science, wrongly thinking rather, that ye wahan chala gaya, if the performance is enhanced and he wins medal, sports scientists will claim credit. These are realities, I am telling you. Right? It's all question of taking credit. मेरे को credit मिलना चाहिए. And that is the reason things are falling apart. Why can't we have a united front to take up these challenges? It's important for all of us, let's resolve it today itself, that we are not going to lag behind in our efforts. We have to be staying positive, spreading positive energy. I'll give you an example. In the campus you might have seen there is a heart-shaped selfie point. NIS one side written and the other side SAI is written. So when I got installed there, I got a call from the top athlete, top boxer in the camp here. Sir, अगर आप साथ में ना इसके ओलंपिक्स रिंग्स का सेल्फी लगा देते तो मेरे को बहुत मोटिवेशन मिला. And instantly I realized this is so right. Then and there, immediately, those thoughts I started converting into the practicals. I needed to do that. And before that camper came here, it was installed. And the camper came to me and thanked me. I can read out the message the camper sent. Why are you doing? You need to understand the psychological aspect, what motivates. Recently I went to SNC Hall, the newly constructed SNC Hall. The SNC expert there, Mr. Baneet, I have not seen him. Where is he? Where is Mr. Baneet? He was not here. He told me, sir, if we have a big, huge clock here, countdown clock for the LA Olympics, that will motivate. I took that idea very positively. That all the athletes coming and going, they are watching this. Yes, LA 28, striking, coming and going every day. It will make an impact. I have thought I am going to do that. So this kind of positive things have to be done to keep the momentum going. Otherwise, I can sit in my room. I am getting my salary. Why I have to do that? Tell me. Because I am concerned. Not only with the athlete, with the country. Because athlete is the way through which our country is going to get the medal. I am not going to go to the Olympics to fetch the medal. You need to understand. It's so important to understand the needs of the athlete. Okay, one more example I'll give you. These boxing campers, they have left, they are in Spain. They are playing some competition there. Before going, one camper called me, sir, I need my room to be painted of this color. I said, when you come back, you will see that it is colored the same color. And I got it done. By now she'll come, okay, whatever. When the camper comes back here, and we'll see that this has happened, how heartening it will be for them. And obviously, they will have a lot of faith in the administration that yes, things do work and everybody in the system here is really concerned about the needs of the athletes. Whatever, sometimes I go out of the way also. I justify on file, though no it is required. I take the responsibility. I am not going to step back because of these rules, GFRs. Sometimes you have to take decisions in the interest without thinking about though that much about the rule. Little bit variation is there, take it positive. Do that. So my request to you is, please, let's be honest to our duties. Let's not do that when an athlete comes and says, "Mera coach time pe nahi aata." Let's not hear this from any athlete. Let's hear this, "Sir, I am proud of my coach. वो टाइम पे भी आता है, मेरे को ट्रेनिंग भी करवाता है, और मेरी जो पर्सनल प्रॉब्लम्स भी हैं उसको भी सॉल्व करता है और मेरे को अच्छे से लाइक अ पेरेंट ही कीप्स मी. I mean, what a delight it will be to hear such words from an athlete, and the respect for that coach from my side will be tremendously enhanced, because I am hearing not from horse mouth, from the athlete itself. So that will be the day when I will feel so confident that yes, athletes, they really say that their coach are concerned about them. So the onus, as I said, is on the coaches, because they are the closest people to the athletes. Just two more things. Umgar talked about equipment. Would like to mention here that in the current budget, which has been passed in the parliament, 500 crores have been earmarked just for the manufacturing of sports goods in our country. Atmanirbhar Bharat, we were saying. So this is the first time ever the government of India has taken this initiative. It's a huge thing, 500 crores to give a push to the domestic sector for producing the sports goods. Now, again, in this context also, the onus is on coaches. Why? I am talking about archery, my own game. There have been few archers who took the initiative of producing the equipment domestically here. Mr. Chandrugar was there from Maharashtra, and few, Manoj Thakre, there was few people. What happened? Equipment was good. I mean, it was decent. I won't say it was from Korea or China, very good. But made in India, which is not sits all what in psychology called placebo effect. Placebo effect. Coaches need to tell the athletes, no, unless your equipment, you reach the optimum level, only then you deserve to upgrade your equipment to the Olympic status kind of equipment. Only then this 500 crore rupees will worth investment. Otherwise, what will happen is, it will again be a flop show. The coaches, you need, I'm just requesting you to take a serious look at this, so that the initiative, big initiative of the government of India is not becomes a flop show. Last thing, somebody spoke about help from the government. So Madam Ritu just informed me that there is a proposal on part of Government of India to have district level sports school in all the districts. That is again a huge initiative by the Government of India, which will fetch us good results. And lastly, but not the least, nevertheless, I'm so delighted that we had such a wonderful discussions. I am deeply and absolutely involved in all the discussions. You might have seen, I did not pose any question. I had questions, I have listed them also, but I will be calling the experts or sending email to them to know their answer. I did not want my young brigade to miss the opportunity of asking their questions here, because you are the future. You can see the flame here. You are the flag bearers and flame bearers for future. Lot depends on your attitude. As somebody, I think, in the presentation said, after 20, I think, yeah, you said, after 20 years, this thumb will, born like this only because we are on the, most of the time on mobile. So let's do away with this let's help the athletes not get into this habit of morning, evening, mobile things. From our side, we do our level best to keep the athletes in good mood, good humor. I'm proud to say that most of the athletes, they come and take their, they share their, whether it is happiness or sadness. I keep talking to them, I keep going to the ground, morning, evening, whenever possible, talking to diploma trainees also. And you might have seen the big screen on few selective Sundays. We make all the diploma trainees and NCOE athletes sit there, convert it into an open theatre, and make them see a movie also for a change. And I got the feedback from some of the diploma trainees that, sir, this thing is amazing. On weekends, we don't want to go to our home also. This is what it is. That yes, keeping them here, they should not feel like a jail. They should feel they have come to a place where there's the freedom to enjoy, to study also at the same time. So with these words, I don't want to prolong it. Already, rather than having a tea, it's a dinner time now, right? So thank you very much once again. Let's stay positive always. Thank you very much.
धन्यवाद सर। इसके पश्चात मैं आप सभी से आग्रह करूंगा कि हाई टी ग्रहण करने के लिए भोजनालय कक्ष की ओर प्रस्थान करें। धन्यवाद।